Malefic Gun. Increases basic attack range to kite the enemies more easily.
Okay.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
You know, Sandstorm, 3 words have been stuck in my head that's used to describe the format of MSC 2024 here at the Esports World Cup.
Simple, brutal, legendary.
Simple, brutal, and as we say in the line of Dawn, legendary.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, perfectly describes just how high the stakes are here at MSC 2024. Because we started with 20 down to the final 8 as we approach the knockout stage.
And as the days go by, that number will just get lower and lower. And the keys crushed, with the teams getting eliminated, will just get higher and higher.
And at the end of our journey to see the world, only one team will have the right to hoist this trophy and be crowned the champion of MSC.
Now that's legendary.
Dude, it's crazy. Fnatic, Onyx, and Evil's Glory are not in the knockout stage.
It's still so strange, dude, hearing no Indo teams in the knockout stage. Oh no.
The Sky Kings? It's a new era now. We're the real kings.
If you don't believe that we are all-star team, we'll show you what we are made of.
It's been 5 years. Now I'm back. I will win it again with my new teammates, inshallah.
Her yıl ödüle biraz daha yaklaşıyoruz. Belki de bu sene olacak, ne dersiniz?
We haven't dropped a single match and we're going to keep it that way.
Ngayong nakabalik na sa international scene, maririnig muli ang aming echo sa buong mundo.
Mapaalala ko lang ulit sa inyo kung bakit kami pa rin yung world champions.
After an intense week of best-of-2s, the group stage is now over. Now we are at the point of no return. We're at the knockout stage where teams will be playing a best-of-5, and when you lose, that's it. This week, we'll crown our champion for MSC. My name is Afel, and we'll see today who will slay the Lord. Welcome to the first day of the knockout stage here at MSC 2024 at EWC. My name is Afel, and you guys know our analyst by now. It's Wolf as well as Naisu. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling good.
Yep. I'm kind of scared for the Filipino teams because this is a single elimination match, but at the same time, very much excited because MSC is always special because of that format in the knockout stages.
Yeah, and honestly, like, we've seen the analysts, but honestly, we have to ask the very same question to our casters. Leo and Gideon, what's up with you guys? You guys feeling good?
We're feeling great here, and honestly, with the level of gameplay we've seen through the group stages up till now, I can't but feel Wolf's excitement and as well as his fear.
I'm trying to shut that voice in my head saying it's single elims, because last year, same thing happened to then Echo, but I'm pretty sure now things will change, just maybe.
Well, thank you very much, casters. We've heard what they have said. Now we got to give a little bit of a recap because now we're in the knockout stage. But let's remind ourselves what happened in the group stage. So let's check out the group stage recap.
Welcome to Riyadh, the host country of MSC 2024, where legends clash and glory awaits.
But Alien takes the shot from Rosa to secure. He gets him. JPL now extending.
Nature now GB to be caught again. That's what he said from going for the solo kill. Udil decimated in the back line. Benny Cutie getting through the TV. SJP does it again. Now the dotted line taking. Showing some respect because Ding keeps coming from the back, but this time he's found out.
All right, Ding's been popping. Oh, here we go, the dance.
The way they disperse out of that Minoan Fury. Dax looking for the shadow kill. BX7 goes down. Super Marco still looking for more. Dax in a bad spot, pushing against the wall. That's a 3 trade. Oh. The Lycan pounds. Take him all the way back, baby.
Looking at the group stage, it does look like there's a new competitive landscape for MLBB.
I'd say so, you know, and as you look at the glimpse of groups, I guess this is kind of what I expected in a way of these new, not new regions, but these regions that are now rising, like we heard leading into that video, where it's a new era now.
Exactly. I would see you soon, as well as Farflux and Falcons, for example, the upsets, quote-unquote upsets that we saw from them. It just proves that the teams that did not make it after the groups are the teams that fell short because the other teams have stepped up so well.
Yeah, and the thing is, we got to talk about how fast all of the teams actually reacted towards the new patch, where it looks like teams coming in from Cambodia, Malaysia, Singapore, they actually use the time to make sure that they're looking pretty good. But with that being said, looking at all the teams, there's a lot of reactions that's been told by their faces, by their gameplay, and by the casters as well. So let's actually check out the Pepsi's top reactions.
From my kill, VJ. It's done.
We saw a lot of happy faces, but this is the reality of competition. Like we saw Michelle, unfortunately being very sad, but again, nature of competition, right?
Nature of competition, and I feel like at the same time, nature of what we heard in the beginning from Mara and Sandstorm. It's brutal, it's legendary, and I actually like this format, guys. I don't know if we're going to continue on with this, you know, in future tournaments, but they have to bring their best, and I love the way things are falling into place.
If it means that is the special format for MSC, I'm all up for it. I think this is not the only time that we have discussed it, but I do like it as well. That there's some difference between like international tournaments and like although it's very cutthroat, like but that's how it was designed. So teams really have to step up.
Yeah, and we're talking about emotions. We're talking about the format. But let's actually check out the Aramco top 5 plays. And we're going to be talking about these plays as well because, again, a lot of amazing showcases when it comes to the macro and micro of the team. So, again, let's check out the Aramco top 5 plays here. And we're looking at number 5 here, where I feel like Benny is really one of the players that we have to watch for today.
Yeah, Benny with BE&I, just to not confuse everyone from Falcons. Definitely. There's a specific playstyle that you can notice from FCon, wherein they kind of just put all of their farm onto Benny for quite a time, and then of course Dax as well also performed well in this game.
Yeah, now we're looking at play number 4. I feel like looking at anything that comes from from Falcons EP brand is gonna be interesting. Like Super Marco, I feel like he's really showing up.
Yeah.
And looking at the way that he plays, it's hard to really guess what he's gonna do because he doesn't show a lot of reactions.
I think when you look at both these back-to-back now, Falcons AP Bren, they're obviously a refined version of what many saw back from the MPL Grand Finals, I feel like, and they're out for, in a sense, revenge. Now, I know eventually we see both Philippine teams maybe meet up, depending on how things go here. But so far, I would say the versatility of Kyle Teasy really stands out.
Yeah.
We saw the amazing game that he had previously on the Hayabusa, and then this one with Fredrin is showing that, hey, we've spent so much time on the old patch, and we still can play that if we need to.
I would say that the overall macro of FCAP as a team is what brings them all of these all the advantages. But now, this will be Cloud9 actually outplaying XYG. Yeah, that's right. This was a time where XYG is feeling like they can take it, but then again, C9 with this with a 5-man maneuver. It's gonna be snowballing going up against XYG. They played it so well to the point where the Gord, unfortunately, Mr. Naisu.
Yeah,
didn't work out.
We gotta talk about how North America used to be top 3 region in the world, but yeah, everyone is stepping up. Honestly, even the region coming in from China. Now we're looking at the top 1 play of the day, and this is gonna be Falcons EP Bren again. These guys are highlight monsters. I love it when Ogoin is on the show. Heck, I love any roamer on the show.
Oh, this was the game where they got both Ling as well as the Roger, and they even got the Valentina. They've had comfortable picks, I would say. That's why there will be a lot of highlights for this particular one. Kauteezy played phenomenally that day. This specific day, if you recall, he played almost all assassins. I can't remember a game where he did not play an assassin.
Yeah, he played all assassins,
and that goes to show the mettle of FCAP. Which means that you could expect them to be, I would say, more comfortable in this patch compared to M5 because of the presence of the assassins.
Yeah.
I mean, like, honestly, later on, we're going to be looking at the knockout stage because we got to look at the way that both sides move towards the center. Personally, for me, even though it's the LPH, I know it's very strong, but my heart's with FCAP here.
FCAP, you're leaning towards FCAP.
Oh, interesting.
I figured you'd
okay,
the Malaysian teams.
No. Okay, let me explain myself. Let's actually check out the brackets here.
Okay.
So that we really know what's going on. So we're looking at the one from the top as well as the one from the bottom, where we saw the round table with Mirko as well as Carl Teasy and Sanford, Human Calculator, and they said their movement towards the grand finals is much more difficult.
For Liquid Echo, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I guess the second round is definitely a difficult one because that's going to be either Falcons AP Bren, which we know they're also from the Philippines. It's a rematch of the grand finals of MPLPH. That's going to be difficult, and Falcons AP Bren have been better. And if, in the case that Season wins against FCAP, that means that Season have figured out FCAP, which also means that they're strong. So that's a difficult part.
Right now, we got to look at today's schedule. It's going to be Team Liquid PH going up against Falcon Esports from Myanmar, and later on is going to be SRG going up against Fireflux. So again, it's going to be an interesting match for today. today's schedule is looking very strong. And again, just to remind everyone that this is a best of 5. It's no longer a best of 1. It's no longer a best of 2. But now we got to look at the Jamil Motorsports match of the day. It looks like it is going to be between Slang Red Giants going up against Fireflux Esports.
I'm excited for this one. You know, I know we talked about this when we were closing out groups of the last day. It was us, you know, talking about that. I can't wait to see this because I'm still looking for a team to take away that crazy win streak the SRG's on right now.
Yeah, and this will be the, well...
I'm not. Just say.
It's all right.
Yeah. Here's the thing. People have been asking me who is my dark horse in my contender for MSC, and I am not shy enough to say that it is actually SRG. But also true with Fireflux. I'm also looking forward to see Fireflux. Hate seeing them battle up together in a single elimination format. Yeah. But at the same time, I do want to see them like bring it all out. So
here's the thing. We gotta look at Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib's upcoming match, and it is going to be TLPH going up against Falcon here, where, again, match of the day, Jamil Motorsport match of the day is going to be amazing. We've got to talk about Liquid Echo going up against Falcons because in the previous matchup where they met at Snapdragon Pro Series, it was a 2-1. TLPH won, but it was a very close game.
I think that's part of it, though. Like, that was a 2-1. It's great to hear that, you know, they really did put up a fight. But also at the same time, this is now a best of 5, so the landscape changes a little bit more.
I'm kind of scared for FCON here. Despite them having a good shot at the group stages, this time we've seen that they are weak in the early game I mean, relative to other teams. Team Liquid Echo, you cannot give them the early game. They're going to be snowballing out of it. So that's the part where I'm scared for FCON.
Yeah, honestly, looking at both teams, this is going to be quite the matchup. And with that being said, you guys see the countdown on the stage. And with that, we're going to pass it over to Marakino as well as Dawood Sandstorm.
Shadows they emerge, unknown and unseen, forging their path from where they've been. From weakness to strength, they'll rise anew, transforming their fate, destined to pursue. See the world, their journey unfolds through trials and triumphs, their story is told. As the dark night falls, they'll defy. For in the depths of darkness,
The whole world is watching for what's about to be an electrifying start to the knockout stage. Brace yourselves for heart-pounding moments coming to you live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Because today, ladies and gentlemen, marks the beginning of the end of the MSC 2024 here at the EWC.
I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is Dawood Sandstorm.
Welcome to the Amazon Arena. It's the first day of the knockout stage, and 2 out of the 8 teams that survived the group stage are about to kick off their journey to see the world.
With their keys still intact, and they continue their fight for the coveted MSC title, and of course, the lion's share of the $3 million prize pool.
Introducing first, the cavalry from the Philippines. They survived the group stage unscathed, and now they're looking to clip the Falcons' wings. Let's welcome Liquid Echo. It's Sanji, Carl Teasy, Sanford, JP, and Benny Cutie. They finished the group stage with complete dominance, destroying everybody who came out their way.
And their opponents on the opposing side, the redemption-seeking squad from Myanmar. This team proved to the world that they could fly higher than the clouds, and now they soar towards victory. Give it up for Falcon Esports. It's Royal Milk, Dax, PX7, Kid X, and Benny standing before their trial by fire as they go up against another Filipino delegate with a spicy twist to this knockout stage.
That's right, so we're gonna be doing a new ritual here on stage. The losing team will now hand over their key to the winning team.
Boys, look at your opponent straight in the eye, because only one of you will keep your key intact. Only one of you can continue your journey to see the world and go to the semifinals.
Players, you may now take your seats.
Because the battle is about to begin. And we are moments away from beginning our first best of 5 for the knockout stage of MSC 2024 here at the EWC.
And of course, Sandstorm, they're about to use the best gaming phone in the world. They're gonna be doing their ping tests with Asus ROG, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 mobile platform.
That's right, the Asus ROG is the official gaming phone of the MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup.
It's gonna be the first best of 5 single elimination match in this knockout stage. So Sandstorm, how about we go to the panel so we can start the draft?
That's right, let's get this draft started. Analysts, panelists, take it away. It's your time to shine.
And shine we shall, but first we gotta talk about the duality of versatility. We're gonna talk about Benny Cutie going up against Benny. Both marksmen here, but Benny Cutie has been using the meta marksmen, while Benny, he's quite versatile. He's been using the Ruby, he's been using the Harif.
I think that the approach is totally different from both of these teams. Benny's more of a hard farmer, and I think that they're not really just exploring some of the other options. Meanwhile, Team Liquid Echo, they're willing to kind of give Benny Cutie that versatility in a way that they are willing to put him in a, I would say, that I also talked about during the group stages.
No, I agree, but right now we got to talk about the STC play predictions here, because for you guys at home, who do you guys think is going to take this one? Is it going to be Team Liquid Philippines, or is it going to be Falcons Esports? Make sure you guys go to stcplay.gg right now and pick your predictions here. Analysts, what do you guys think? Who should be the favorites coming up for this one?
I'm going to say Liquid Echo, of course, you know, for this one. I love what we've seen so far up to this point from Falcon Esports. But again, the cavalry is here, and they've been just on point since then.
I think the experience for Team Liquid Echo is just very difficult to kind of overcome, especially because this is the M4 champions anyways.
Yeah.
And especially if you're just going to be judging it from the group stages perspective, the Team Liquid Echo matches were so one-sided when it comes to the draft, when it comes to execution, and most importantly, the early game where Falcon Esports really struggled.
So now we saw the duality of versatility. We were talking about Benny Cutie going up against Benny, but is there any other matchups? Because for me, I'm always biased in the mid, man. PX7 going up against Sanji, but analysts, do you guys have a matchup that you guys are looking forward to?
I guess for this one, I really want to see Royal Milk step up because he has actually the whole time up to this point. And you already mentioned it, you know, Ogwin is usually on point as well.
Yeah.
But for Royal Milk especially, I think he's a big component to what got Falcon Esports to this point in the knockout stage. So hopefully he can have another amazing performance against this Goliath of a team.
Not only a big component, but also vital to the win for Falcon. I believe that Royal Milk has received a lot of, I would say, not really hate, but a lot of criticisms.
Criticisms, yes.
Especially because I am a big fan of Ruby Didi, and I thought that Royal Milk versus Ruby Didi in that region has always been like a tight contention.
Yeah.
I would say Ruby Didi is more favored. Royal Milk is more of a role player kind of XP laner. And now going up against Sanford, that will be a difficult test, and I hope that he overcomes because otherwise they will be stumped in those side lanes.
I would say when both teams win, both EXP laners play pretty much the same role, which is the backline disruptors, because we see key heroes coming in from Royal Milk. He really likes the CC, he really likes the Yuzong. And when we're talking about Sanford, he can do both, right? We've seen him go to the backlines, but sometimes he can be a frontline disruptor by picking up that Edith. And now we're jumping straight into the draft here. Team Liquid Echo is going to be first pick blue side, and Falcon Esports will be second pick red side.
You don't want to give Chip and Louis.
Yeah, take those out.
I feel like I feel like every single team is like written somewhere in that contracts. Like you guys know, you guys should ban Loyi and Chips, right?
Yeah, especially on the red side. We're not seeing any bans just yet. I would assume that that will be the priority for FCON. You also have to think about Roger when they're going up against Team Liquid Echo. That's okay.
No. Relax.
We're not through
Right.
yet.
Yeah, this
That's
is
just a showcase.
This is
of
just
heroes.
flexing. This is just
Yeah,
flexing.
just flexing.
Yeah.
They're just showcasing heroes at this point.
So are those picks being picked up? I saw a couple numbers.
Let me let you guys know here. TLPH, they ban out the Angela, Faramis, as well as the Ling.
Okay.
Falcons, they ban out the Louis, Arlet, and Hayabusa. So the chip was open, and TLPH first pick up the chips. So
no.
We heard Carl TZ say it's kind of like a suicide, but that's what they picked up. And looks like they picked up the Moscow Valentina as well. For Falcons, they picked up the Roger, the Harif, as well as the Aurora. So the first 3 picks for both teams are done. Again, just to recap, TLPH, Chip, Moskov, Valentina. For Falcon, it's Roger, Harif, Aurora.
Interesting.
Okay.
FCON gets both the Harith and the Aurora. I think good bans though too. Again, you know, FCON banning the Hayabusa, for example, was great because of what we saw, especially from the highlights there, what Kyle TZ was able to do. But you know, the fact that now Chip goes over to JP.
Exactly.
That's a big risk, man. I don't know if I like that risk.
Yeah.
Together with the Moskov. So this means that Moskov is typically picked as a hard carry, so you kind of are dependent on farm. So this might be a jungle for Carl TZ that's not that dependent on farm.
Like
at the same, Kabaksha, for example, which should be banned out.
Oh,
but
wait,
then again,
banned out.
They literally just banned it. That's that's 100%. You have to ban that out. They will also take away. The league has also been taken out, so you're left with Julian for TLPH. So surely Baksha is great, and utility junglers might not work versus Roger. So you're looking for a non-farm dependent assassin/damage dealer, which should be the Julian. So I think that should be a ban here.
It's, again, referencing this, the possible jungle picks and everything. Remember, I think you guys talked about this on the panelist stand last time when JP got his hands on the chip. Even with that debuff, or whatever you call it, when you're in the enemy jungle, you receive more damage, he was still there. So I think that's a plan that FCON has to do, is how do we get ready for this aggressiveness coming out from JP?
Yeah. So there's a Ruby pick from FCON, apparently.
Yeah, so they picked up the Ruby here, which has to go to the EXP because, again, just to let you guys know, Roger jungle, Harif goal lane, Aurora mid, as well as Ruby, which actually, no, it can be Roam, can be EXP, but looks like for TLPH, Chip, Moscow, Valentina, Lapu Lapu, and Julian. So Julian is going to be
they
the
did pick it
jungler,
up.
and Lapu Lapu is the EXP.
Okay, Roger Harith, you get the Ruby. So yeah, Julian makes a lot of sense as the pick with Aurora and Ruby. So looking for a possible roamer, maybe a Tigreal for FCon in combination with the Aurora. Or a Minotaur, actually.
What if the Roger is flexed?
Well, the Harith is already there, so...
Oh, that's right.
Ruby is the only flex one. Can go EXP, can go Roam.
Yeah, Roam.
Well, yeah, with the Lapu Lapu, I think you need some sort of like AoE counter.
No way.
Okay.
No way.
Wait, is that real?
Wait, did they pick up the Alucard?
I like how there's...
Wait, no, this can't be real, right?
Are those exclamation
Right?
points?
Okay.
Yeah, those are the exclamation points. I mean, already I'm rooting for the Alucard this time.
You know, here's the thing. If Alucard jungle, I'm okay with it.
Is that good enough?
In my rank games, it's worked.
Hey, but this is Roger and Harith, so you...
Yeah, you have to put it EXP. Ruby Roam.
Are you sure?
Where else can he go?
Roam Alucard.
You know,
Fire hit.
I feel... No. Okay. Let's discuss this. Let's discuss this.
Okay.
Alucard Roam. First of all, for those of you at home, don't. But let's talk about it.
Yeah.
He has slow-ish. He
can invade.
That he can, but usually he does that.
Yeah, but
level two.
Then again, yeah, you're making a lot of sense with the Ruby Roam. Anyways, Ruby plus Aurora, very strong combo. EXP Alucard also worked in rankings. I haven't seen it in
I've only seen Alucard jungle.
Hey, to be fair, it's a best of 5. You know, if you're gonna bring something like an Alucard to the table, might as well.
We're discussing this, but let it be known, I don't think it's an Alucard pick. Okay, right? I feel like everything else is set in stone. I would believe. The only question is, Ruby goes up against Lapu Lapu or Ruby goes up against Chip, because you know that the Chip is going to invade your jungle. And I like the Tigreal pick because the Tigreal can pull the Chip into your jungle even more, making it so that the Chip can't run away. So I like the Tigreal pick, but honestly, Ruby's not a bad one as well. Just don't run Wolf King.
Yeah.
And then just keep the chip in place. Yeah.
Ruby versus Lapu Lapu in the X lane. Should the Ruby go to the EXP lane? Makes a lot of sense because you're not dying, you're clearing the waves fast, and you're stopping the combos of the Julian. For example, you're frontlining for your team. If ever there will be a time where a shortcut is activated, you can get into the fight. You can actually use the shortcut or the ultimate of the chip from your opponent, get into the fight, initiate afterwards, or counter initiate. Then you're up in a good spot. That's why I felt like last picking a Tigreal or maybe a Minotaur will be perfect for FCon, in a way that's your defense is gonna come from your roam, your sustain with the Minotaur, for example, or the counter initiation with the Tigreal, and then just put the Ruby as a damage dealer from the EXP lane side.
I'm only just gonna give one perspective on the Minotaur pick. It's good overall, but if I'm going up against someone like a Julian, it might be difficult for me to really engage, because before the fight even starts, he can poke me out like crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
And then it makes it all the more difficult for me to be part of the fight. So it always becomes a 4v5. But what do you guys think?
I don't know, man. I'm seeing what's happening here on the screens too, you know, and I'm wondering if this whole draft is gonna go ahead and you know, go with this, because as we contemplate where, you know, the Ruby and the matchups here, the XP lanes and the jungle possibilities, you know, the Ruby's great. It answers the whole chip process, but at the same time, I just think with the lineup that we're getting word of,
I feel like Ruby plus Aurora, something can happen. I feel like Aurora, because, you know, Aurora can kick it slow, and then eventually, if you get level 2 fast enough, you can freeze the chip as well. So it's punishable. It's more punishable than the match we saw before.
If they get through the early game, say we go to the late game, surely the Moscow will be very strong. Julian is going to be a problem. Imagine the scenario wherein you go for a flicker. I'm offended to go with the Aurora Frigid Glacier. That's going to be a ton of damage and almost a complete lockdown.
Or Glacial the shortcut.
Yeah.
And everyone comes through. Just drop that Glacier down.
Or we put a step further. People go through the shortcut, Glacier Fisher use, but before he hits, with the crown.
With the crown, foo.
So it's like, we want to freeze anyway, and then fight.
How can you freeze if we're already frozen?
Exactly. Right?
Yeah.
how can you fire me when I'm already on fire? Okay, maybe not the right
Not the
circumstance,
right
but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, let me do it to myself. Let me freeze.
Yeah.
And
I was trying to think of which one that would work for. That'd be like having a molten essence and then having a Valir on the other side.
Yeah.
How can you fireball me if I'm already molted?
No, if it's like Vale versus Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Thomas
How can you set a fire at Cottering Inferno?
Oh, this is going nowhere.
You've brought us here, man.
Yeah, you know what?
Actually, open up the topic, actually.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. This time, it's a Julian going up against a Roger.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How do you feel about the Julian?
I love the Julian. I can't remember the last time I saw Julian going up against the Roger, but if my memory serves me correctly, Julian wins that matchup. But I don't know if it's because Julian-Roger matchup or because of the surrounding support system, you know?
It's mainly because Roger will be forced out to use the Retribution, right? So you don't have the Flicker, you don't have a Purify or whatnot, so if the Julian catches you with that combo, you're gonna be in and out of trouble. The burst is gonna be real. At the same time, you're farming fast if you're the Julian, but obviously this is Roger, so that's difficult to kind of out-farm in a way. It farms fast, but the Roger, but the Julian, I mean, you just need one item. Actually, you don't even need your first item. You can you just need level 3, and then you're gonna be going to the EXP lane to apply some pressure out there. During the turtle fights, you have your iframes with the enhanced sword. So there's a lot of tools. Late game though, Roger is gonna be king. Late game Roger, jungle, late game with the Harith as well. That's gonna be difficult to deal with. But Julian plus the combination that team Liquid Echo with the chip, that's gonna snowball.
I mean, we got to talk about a scary stat here. TLPH has the highest objective control as a team. 83.3% Lord and Turtle secured. 83%. That's going to be something that I feel like Falcon should have a difficult time, especially because having the Julian as well. Julian and Chip, you can punish whenever someone wants to go for that turtle take.
Yeah. What I think about that specifically is the fact that these teams like Liquid Echo, Falcons, AP Bren, think how long they spent perfecting objective taking, and before we used to call it, the turtle dances, lore dances, which have kind of not happened anymore. They're just like classic
tango.
Yeah, they're more of a tango. They're a little aggressive. But I would say that's the thing. Their fundamentals, they still keep them on point, and that's why 83% locked in for those objectives. And then it's just to a point where now they also get to fight as much, and then just sometimes it's these assassin jungles like the Roger or even the Julian. And I think it really comes down to how do you play that in a mechanical skill level, at that point.
And that at the same time, FCON is not known for their early game prowess. In fact,
that's true.
3 out of the first 4 games that they have played in the group stages were comebacks. And before they have back-to-back comebacks, and it kind of relied on their enemies kind of messing up. I'm not gonna sugarcoat my words here, but some of the teams that they have faced just messed up. And for them, they know how to end games. They actually siege very well. They defend very well. That's their trick. However, this is a team that have, they have mastered the Echo Express.
And now it's like a Cavalry Express in a way.
It's a Cavalry Express now, right? So they play very, very fast. They know how to end games. And in the case that they can find a head-on collision way to win fights, they're gonna be going for the segways. They're going for the backdoor. So
the Benny move.
The Benny move. That's the reason why teams should not lose the early game to Team Liquid, because they just expose so much that eventually they will find and craft a way for them to backdoor, even without Benny Cutie. Even Sanford does the backdoor now.
Too.
Dude, honestly, the thing about TLPH against them, but the idea is punch harder, punch faster. But again, if your early game is not that great, then it's going to be difficult because giving a 1K lead to TLPH feels like 7,000. But for that, we're actually going to throw to an interview with Wheezy. So, Wheezy, what you got for us?
We are here with 2 beautiful ladies all the way out from Myanmar, Zing and Keiko, ready to support Falcon Esports on their journey for MSC 2024. Now, Zing, you had a little bit of a journey to get here. How was the flight?
Yeah, it's a long flight. So we had to catch up the flight from Myanmar to Saudi. It's so much fun here. It's a lot of flying.
Speaking of journeys, I got one for you, Keiko. You're a cosplayer. How did you get into cosplaying?
I just started since 2016 because I'm really into the cosplay characters like heroes, game. So I started this like I think 4 years already, 5 years
Ooh.
already.
4 or 5 years. Well, I'm excited to see what you cosplay out here. Now, Zing, do you have any words of advice for Falcon Esports for their next match?
Yeah, we're here to support you, Fago guys. So we believe you, and so aim high, fly high. Let's go, Fago Esports!
Fly high. And speaking of flying, the community supporting Falcon Esports, do you have any words for them as well?
Yeah. Let's just hope for the better days because I know like Falcon Esports is trying their best. So our fans, so that we are supporting Falcon Esports. Let's go, guys.
Fly high with Falcon Esports. Ladies, thank you so much for your time and enjoy the rest of the show. And good luck with Falcon Esports.
Thank you.
You know what? Now I'm supporting Falcon Esports. They got cosplayers backing them up. And they believe. If they believe, I believe. Although to be fair, I believe like so far having dinner. Sometimes the Falcon folks come to me and it's like, "Thanks, you're the only one that thought we were gonna go to the knockout stage," and I knew it all along. I'm just a smart guy. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Can't blame you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just leaving it at that.
Okay.
Okay. I have no further contribution to
No,
that.
I mean, like, if we want to analyze, right, we got to talk about Falcon has the lowest objective secured overall, 33.3% for Lord and 26.5% for Turtle secure. So the highest going up against the lowest. They really got to punch up for this one.
I was going to say, at that point with those statistics, you know that when they approach the knockouts, I hope they were practicing, securing that down. And really, I don't know if you agree with this, Wolf, but I feel like now with the current meta, it more so also comes down to that team composition that you have because think about it, you have to juggle, especially the Lord. You have to juggle it around.
You also have to adjust. Yeah, you definitely have to adjust to that kind of factor, especially with the Lord Deads. At the same time, I believe that this match kind of tells us that if you get the Lord, for example, at 18 minutes, get the Lord, but you lose 3 of your members, it's not gonna fare well for your team.
I feel like it's not worth it.
It's not worth it, yeah. Especially if your marksman dies, because now you don't have a way to end the game, right? And some teams, they have Harith as their gold laner, so that's not an actual, legit sieging.
Yeah.
You need the ultimate to kind of actually rush down buildings. So as much as composition takes into consideration, you also have to take note that team fights matter more. So that's maybe why FCON have made it to the knockout stages, despite them having a low conversion rate when it comes to these objectives. It's because they win team fights.
Yeah, they win team fights. But before we go on into this match, we actually have a little bit of an insight because we prepared an interview with JP. So let's check it out and see what he feels.
Hello, I'm JP from Liquid Echo. My role is roamer. Yung nararamdaman ko yung pagsisi sa akin nila parang mas nagiging motivation ko siya kasi mas gusto ko laging manalo, ganun. Para may mga patunayan din sa kampi ko, sa sarili ko, sa kanila na rin. Kung ano yung mga sinasabi nila. Parang gusto patunayan po sa mga sinasabi nila, ganun. Sobrang na-shock talaga kami nung nawala yung dalawang Indonesian representative kasi ayun nga, sila pa yung defending champion yung Onyx. Hindi namin expect na malalaglag sila. Tapos, piling ko naman ngayong MSC dahil piling ko kaya na mag-champion ng PH team. Kahit magkasama kami sa bracket, basta makapasok lang kami sa finals, kaya namin mag-champion. Tingin ko pa sa magiging mangyari sa Grand Finals, PH versus MI, yung SRJ. Kasi ayun, consistent nila maglaro, maganda rin yung pinapakita nila. So tingin ko sila yung high chance na mas makapasok sa kabila ng Grand Finals. Parang di po namin na kami yung final boss kasi parang kung sino muna isa-isa, hindi namin parang inisip na kami yung pinakamalakas. Basta makapokus na kami sa kalaban namin para manalo. Hindi ako kasi matrash talk eh. Konsekal yan.
You're so nice. Oo. Ayun na, ever since Sunspark.
Oo, hindi pa ako matrash talk.
You know, at JP, if you want to trash talk, I can give you some pointers. You know, I've been training hard. But here's the thing: he said whenever people blame him, it gives him the motivation. Now people won't stop. Now people will just, you know what? He said it motivates him. It's your fault.
Yeah, I don't know if at this point it's just become like a thing around for everyone. But even back in the MPL Philippines Grand Finals, you know, they were just saying, "Yep, it's JP's fault that they got a sweep."
Yep.
Shout out to Marco.
Yep, JP's fault that they're winning. JP's fault that they're losing. We don't know, but typically they're winning all the time, right? It was a 4-0 in the Grand Final, so how can you blame him for anything?
I mean, when he used the chips to kind of like destroy homeboys, yeah, I do feel like that was his fault because that was disgusting with a capital G.
Which one?
Wait,
the first
what?
one or the?
Yeah, I was gonna say which one.
The one in between. I got you, dude. English is difficult. Okay, there's letters where they connect to each other and then they become
words.
So you know, like going back to this one, they're not super confident about going to the finals, which is something interesting to me.
I think it's at this point for a lot of these players, a lot of these teams, like it's been ingrained in them to just focus on the match at hand, like the match ahead of them. Don't get too crazy and thinking too far ahead, like, oh, the grand finals, who we're going to match up. But one thing's for sure, and I really agree with JP on this because I'm the same way. I said this in my recent video where I was
you
just like,
don't trash talk?
No, I don't trash talk either,
Okay.
you know? But it's down to the point of either way, there's a good chance Philippines is going to make it to the grand finals. And then, you know, from there, may the best team win.
Yeah. Nice so scary just by looking at him, you know.
Why?
You're towering over us.
So I don't have to say anything.
Yeah. Doesn't have to say anything. He's already
But I gotta say, between me, Wolf, and Naisu, I feel like Naisu looks like the nicer guy around.
That's also very true.
Right? I mean,
that's also very. I have to agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all three bearded men, but he looks like a nice bearded man.
What's wrong with your guys? What's wrong with LaFell's beard?
What's wrong with my beard?
Nothing's wrong with your beard. I believe that you're.
If there's anything wrong, it's with my hair.
I was gonna say your hair looks great today.
Yeah, you're like basic with beard now.
I'm basic with beard.
You're essentially basic with beard.
I feel like basic will take offense to that.
Try to do this pose. See? Basic but with beard.
If I wouldn't have known, that's basic with a beard.
Yeah. I can see it like perfectly.
Moving on. We gotta talk about what's the difference here, because we were playing a best of 2. Now we're playing a best of 5.
Yeah.
Wolf, what changes in the mindset between best of 2 and best of 5?
Yeah, I believe with best of 2, specifically for the group stages, because we eliminate like the bottom 2 teams, and the way that it has been drawn up where you literally have zero room for experimentation, right, in the group stages.
Yeah.
And you saw even teams like Fnatic Onyx, they drew up the Lancelot. You can see Team Liquid Echo, they bring up the chip whatever they can. They ban Louis. The teams are diligent with their bans and their picks. They don't have the room for experimentation. This time in a best of 5, you have 1 or 2 games, at most 2 games, for you to kind of just lay
Use
down.
Alucard.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's how you do a game 1.
That's how you do it in game 1. But at the same time, you use the first few games to kind of mess up with the opponents, you know, the way that they look at your drafting. And also to set up your success for the following series thereafter. So best of 5 is going to be a more comfortable spot, which is interesting because it's a knockout stages, but it's more comfortable than the group stage, right? I do feel that the group stages that we had, just in terms of format, it's more cutthroat than the knockout stages.
Oh, yeah.
Some would say.
Some would say. I would definitely agree, so yeah.
I mean, that's what you guys think. What about the casters? What do you guys think about the best of 2 and the best of 5 format? And what do you think about our beards?
I think easily, if we're talking about beards, you're asking the wrong guy. Maybe Leo's got an opinion on this one.
I've just started growing my beard again this year, so that's about 6 months of facial hairness. You gentlemen have it great. Elegant, suave, and sleek. That's what I'm going to say.
I hate all of you. I am incapable genetically to grow a nice, good-looking beard. Don't
show him, Leo. Show him.
Gideon, it's okay. I hate myself too. But what do you guys think about this matchup?
Honestly, when we're talking about this format, usually best of 2s and best of 3s can't. Well, especially best of 2s can be pretty brutal. Best of 3, we get a little bit of a charcuterie board, a little bit of everything, you know, a bit of a taste.
Charcuterie.
But
charcuterie?
Everyone's talking like Trex now.
Yeah, there's a smorgasbord of results, and a modicum of results could come up, whether it be success or failure. Go down on the fact that we did not expect the best of 2s to be as brutal and maybe even more so than the knockouts. Because again, when you're in a best of 5 situation, you can fight for your slot. Like that's several games that you most definitely lost on. But in a best of 2, like sometimes it's just not your day.
Look, Leo, I have to say, in a best of 5 format, that's when you get real close and personal with your opponents. And you really need to start picking up on the habits. And, well, I like the way that TLPH and JP has put it. They need to be somewhat present for that game. You really need to focus down at the opponent at hand rather than thinking too far ahead.
Quickly, because the STC play we're predicting, they have said their favorite. So for the both of you, who do you guys think is going to win this one? Is it going to be TLPH or can Falcon Esports do it?
On 3? TLPH.
Okay, I'm the lone guy. You know what? Let me be alone. Falcon, soar high, fly high.
Aim high.
Cosplayers, I'm around. You know, just letting you know.
The Burmese love you now.
I love the Burmese.
Hey man, gotta give out that homo every once in a while, and I think
that's Kamai.
Oh,
I was gonna say, wait, what?
Oh no!
Mingalaba.
That's the one. Sorry, I'm incapable of languages other than English. But no, a really good point here. I think that at the end of the day, Falcons are. I always try. I think that Falcons really do have a decent chance, and I think every team has an opportunity to really step above the rest. Because again, there is no lower bracket to save them. It's do or die.
And you know what? Dying ain't fun. So thank you very much to our casters. You guys did great talking to us. I'm going to let you guys sit for a while, prepare for the upcoming match, because again, it's going to be a best of 5. It's going to be a long day. Thank you very much. So in this matchup, while I still remember when we were talking about the brackets, I kind of feel like Falcon CB Brand has a smidge of an advantage, just because as much as Carl has shown his lane to be very good, I kind of feel like Kyle TZ might have a little bit more, I would say, confidence. So I feel like in terms of the draft, there's a little bit wide open. Right now, you guys are seeing the screen. Both teams are still getting ready for their first game of this best of 5.
I call it the young professional players killer instinct, I would say. You know, when these kids.
So wait, so what happens when they're older?
Now I'm older.
They don't have the killer instinct anymore?
And this is
You're more
legit.
peaceful
This is
when you're
science
older.
backed up.
Science backed up? Oh, okay.
No, because if you're a kid, you want to prove a lot of stuff. You want to prove that you're highly mechanical. You can prove that, okay, I'm going to be playing the Lancelot against Ruby, for example. I'm going to win it after the end, right? I'm going to be playing this Ling, despite there is a Kaja on the other side. I'm going to win. I'm going to do 4 blades because it is what it takes.
Yeah.
When you look at the more experienced veterans, like Few, for example, he's going to be playing Nana and hitting the base. Because
he's going to lock down.
Because he knows that it is what is needed to win. Benny Cutie will not be diving, and he's going to be just destroying structures because he has, I would say, not even like a mature mind, but a mindset where you don't have to prove anything anymore.
Yeah.
You don't have to
I get it.
prove that you're the best because all you wanted to do was to win. That's very true for some of the younger players, you know.
After you win for quite a few times, it kind of like feels normal at this point. So it's kind of like, I win. It's whatever.
I mean, they're excited. They were world champs before, so at that point, really, they're just after this. I would say the biggest. Every time you ask a player, what do you look forward to the most of MSC 2024? That prize pool.
That prize pool.
That prize pool. Biggest one so far at this point, and I think for all of them, like you guys mentioned, it's more so of just going through the checklist.
Sorry to cut you off, but it looks like we're done and we're ready. And with that, we're throwing it over to the casters.
Thank you, boys, from the analyst panel. You guys have been doing a great job here to break down this game, but I think this is where it all comes to the epic climax of this best of 5 to kick things off. And I'm going to be real with you right now. With the draft that Falcons are going to be bringing to the table against TLPH, Leo, it's not going to be easy.
Yep, even before we go into our matchup, into the game proper, we have to confirm, folks, the assumed pick was indeed locked in. We're going to be seeing an Alucard in the grandest stage of them all so far in MSC 2024.
This could be the most insane win for Falcons that we could ever see possible, because we are seeing Royal Milk on an Alucard EXP taking vengeance. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, our very first best of 5 to kick things off here at the knockout stage. It's Liquid Echo on a blue side up against Falcon Esports on red.
Now, this is very uncharacteristic of me to be optimistic about an Alucard, but hey, putting Brave Smite on it and building it semi-tank might be good. But now in mid, JP and Sanji putting PX7 and Kid X down to, well, a third of their health. Wow, that's a double TKO.
I mean, Falcons Esports, they got to be real aggressive in the earlier stages. I mean, Royal Milk is not going to win this lane very easily, and for the most part of it, when it comes down to team fights, the only way I can see it happening is if the rest of the lanes are doing so well that Royal Milk can be the big cleanup rather than Dax.
All right, so if you're saying the rest of the other lanes, mid and gold, not looking good, because look, Benny's getting bullied out. Here we go, 2v1 up top. Call easy, forcing out a vengeance from Royal Milk, and that's going to be it, first blood.
Instantly finding that chink in the armor and punishing it early. Like Wolf mentioned, level 3, find that instant gank, and Liquid Echo are on the board.
So far, again, Sanford is incentivized to go aggressive, builds the casual Fury Hammer, and then can go ham from here. Like, you can just start just greeting out. Because again, what's Alucard gonna do?
I mean, that's true, and he will need some time to scale, right? Ideally, he would like to snowball, but looking at the items and as well as the emblem build so far, like, I'm mostly curious about the duality of the Bennies of the Bennyverse. Benny QT up against Benny on Harith as of right now. The Azure Blade instantly purchased, and I think this, I mean, both sides want to win their lane. It's not just about hyper farming.
Yeah, but the only difference is Benny from Myanmar has to actually commit the fights. Benny Cutie from the Philippines can actually just look for the fight, send the SOD, and then join in.
For now, they're going to take their time, and here's the first turtle dance of this game. Let's see how they approach it, because again, I'm not seeing level 4s on supports just yet.
Yeah, oddly enough, you mentioned the turtle dance, which is more of the dance we're seeing, less of the Lord dance, because those almost immediately turn into turns. They almost just always collapse into a team fight, but the turtle dance, look at this, it's a thing of beauty. Coming in, Sanford forcing PX7 back into that bush, gets frozen a wee bit. Royal Milk taking control of that northern bush. Carl Easy clean secure.
Yeah, this is the scary part. Now that JP is already level 4, at any point of time, he can initiate a fight that Liquid Echo can instantly capitalize on, and I think it might be towards this top side of the map. Oh man, Royal Milk, he's going to be taking a beating here. Oh wait, no, they transfer to the opposite side. They deny it.
Yep, why walk? That's what's so scary about Liquid Echo here. They can basically call fights wherever, whenever, and given that they have 1,000 gold lead with the very little effort they're putting in, it's dangerous. PX7 put down half health, in goes Dax. JP from the side lanes, jumping in the shortcut. Down goes Kid X, one more follows, Dax falls.
An instant response from Liquid Echo. And I was already curious whether Sanji really wanted to get the Metamorphosis from Roger, of all people, with the IMU, right? Because there's so many other valuable ults, but he held onto it. You can see that he's utilizing the iframes. Keep in mind, when you use IMU, if there's the transform subtext underneath that ult, you get all the other abilities.
Yep, and he joined the fight as if he was Dax, as if he was the Roger, and that just pushes forward Liquid Echo's momentum even more. Now 2K ahead of their opponents. There's a interesting engage up here on Kid X. It's so tough being Kid X, man. Of everyone, I think, so far, he might be the only one who's actually comfortable. Like, he's the only one who can say, all right, I'm going to play defensive or offensive. When you say so, everyone else has to react to Liquid Echo.
I think... Oh, man. I think it's going to be a little difficult here, but let's see what's happening across the map.
All right. So far, up top, Royal Milk is just holding his own. And again, Kid X is getting pushed out of his comfort compared to JP, right? But by JP, who is just doing everything he can to make this gap even larger. Now a level ahead, half an XP bar. Sanji not even leaving this lane, man. Picking up that enchanted talisman. And confirmed, Sanford indeed does greed out. First building the Hunter Strike as the turtle spawns.
Now, for anybody out there who's wondering, man, is Falcon Esports really running with Royal Milk on this Alucard? To clear up confusion here, after investigation, and thankfully with Zipper in my ear telling me this, it is confirmed that FCon had made a human error and picked Alucard, so therefore they will continue the game with Alucard. And yeah, that's just the way it is.
Uh-oh, Kid X with the I'm Offended. The fight continues. They take down Carl Teasy. A 3v1 gank squad. Down bottom, not much Benikid can do. Not at least at 5 minutes. This does open up a big objective for the Burmese squad. Here's your and then we go back into the matchup up top. Oh, just as we resumed That was PX7 taken down. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, his flicker isn't back up, unfortunately. He lost it pretty early on, but now, oh!
The shortcut. JP says, let's go. Carlteasy continues to wail away at the turtle, respawned during the replay, and now Kid X, he can only hope and wish. Now he's gonna get punished. There's the knockup. Carlteasy gets his sweet, sweet revenge.
The beauty of this, of all of this, is the fact that Falcon Esports are compensating a lot to make sure that they can actually make it to the later stages of the game where you actually feel relevancy. And surprisingly enough, Royal Milk is the one who breaks the tower on the top side of the map.
All right, at least that is one thing that the Alucard has, as much as it pains me to say, he's very sustainable. Even with the Braves line, again, we alluded to this earlier on, compared to Lapu-Lapu who has to actually land the skills and be active in team fights with the bravest fighter and his iframes and damage reduction, Royal Milk can just plant himself into the lane and do as he just did, take tier 1 up top, allowing for the rest of the map to open up for Falcon Esports.
And I think that Falcon Esports, I think this is a great way to kind of handle the situation despite the human error. But PX7, he's got to make sure that he minimizes his deaths, and most importantly, the battle spells need to be available.
Uh-oh, down bottom, I'm offended. A stolen ult from Sanji. Benny taken down, and they're not going to greed out. They're going to force back Falcon Esports as they penetrate into this. Oh, no waves.
Great clear coming in from Benny, right? At least he knew, if I'm going to die, I'm not going to lose my battle spell. They're definitely going to die me if this wave is here and take my tier 1. I might as well die, clear the wave, and guarantee that I can walk back in.
That's long-term planning from Benny, one of the more veteran members of Falcon Esports. Dax spots Carlteasy there. Carlteasy obliges. Let's go. Dax just playing footsies.
Yeah, they got to be really careful here. And I think what Liquid Echo is really good at is following up upon each other. Because I'm not going to lie, it's pretty difficult to land the chains sometimes, unless it's the enhanced chains. That's a different story. But when you do land that singular chain, the follow-up from the rest of Liquid Echo, it's overwhelming. Could this be a pick here? Could Dax be looking to bait something out? Because a lot of pressure on the bottom side of the map.
If anything, Dax is one of the few who can actually do that. Low committal, can actually just like and pounce out of dangerous situations. Kid X forcing a fight here. Benny Q, oh, nope. Benny at that. Benny Q just switches it up. Suddenly in the top lane, taking down Royal Milk. 1v1. And now the Turtle, the last one on the map, secured here by Liquid Echo, as Falcon Esports just stays to their own side.
This game is so fast-paced. Like, both sides are struggling for tempo in their own way. Liquid Echo looking for more structures on the map, while Falcon Esports are trying to push and pull against them to see where exactly this pressure is going to be applied.
Yeah, struggle is a relative term. Like, for Liquid Echo, it's more of perfection. It's more of a polishing of what they're actually doing. For Falcon Esports, man, they're playing with less than a full hand, if you know what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
They started with an Alucard, got the early push, and if you look at the stats, between a Moskov and a Roger, if there's a Roger on the map, it should win more often than not. But by the way the things are going, 7-1, about 5,000 between both. Oh,
now,
man.
I mean, people need to keep in mind that, like, Roger is flexible. It can go into the jungle, and it also can go into the gold lane. So that's why we have the theoreticals here and the number of matchups. 14 times we've seen this matchup, and it doesn't necessarily have to be in gold. So keep that in mind when we're looking at this data. For now, 60 seconds until the very first Lord spawns. And so far, with the 5K gold lead that Liquid Echo has, like, I'm expecting Falcon Esports to just play safe, wait to counter-engage.
Just let it happen. All the more that they try to play with fire like this, calling out the shortcut. Benny once more in trouble. Benny wailing away, throwing out the spears. In comes the cavalry, literally, and they clap back. Down goes Benny Cutie. Dax going out hunting. JP up next, still alive, but just barely in comes Easy with the chains. And they take one more down. Make it another, serving up the human calculator, the apex predator, Sanford.
Oh my goodness. Let's look at the replay one more time. As they pull away, the first initial engagers are already down, but Sanford makes sure that they look real juicy in this fight as they fall into the enhanced chains and turn the fight around. Honestly, just a breath of fresh air to save them that fight. That could have easily been 4 kills.
Uh-oh.
He wouldn't.
No, don't do it. Don't greed out. This will punish Benny. There's no way Benny Cutie can survive that. But yeah, again, looked very, very dangerous for Liquid Echo there, but little did we know there was an interception from down bottom where Carl TZ would come through, and we're back at square one. Yeah, despite having a shutdown on to Benny Cutie, Falcon Esports back up against the corner, up against the ropes, could not even consider contesting that Lord.
As of right now, I feel like the meta is so tempo-based, right? That's what a lot of these teams are trying to do. It's not about like sticking around these neutral objectives because it's really difficult to stand around the Lord now, to play that Lord dance. So now it's about how much momentum can we generate, right? And more so, if somebody recalls, that might be just sacrificing a lane to a certain degree, right? That means it allows teams to set up for the potential dive, to cut off your waves and really dictate where the fight is going to be on your side of the map.
Which is one of the more smarter things that I think the devs have gotten done here in this current metagame. They've made team fights a little faster. They've made heroes move more around the map. And as you mentioned, a recall, that's as good as a technical knockout. Like, you're out of the fight unless you're like a Chip or like an Angela or a Moskov, which again is why these heroes are so in demand. You're out of the fight. That's it. You lost your team that opportunity. Carl TZ stealing away the orange, depriving Falcon Esports of these resources. Another chains up behind. Kid X in trouble. Oh no. The shortcut keeping him barely alive. And the Lord still swinging. Up top, Dax running through targets. Frigid Ice from a PX7, clearing the waves, popping the holy shields. They continue the aggression.
Well, this is interesting, though. Can they get the inhibitor? I feel like it was quite a bold move initially when we saw Sanford flicker forward onto Kid X and hopefully trying to trade Flicker for Flicker. And I think Kid X did a wonderful job pulling backwards and still surviving, because that battle spell is going to be the big difference in these upcoming fights.
He held his ground.
He held his ground.
And he needs this big ticket battle spell. It's what can allow for them to punish Liquid Echo even if they think they're safe, even if they're far from inhibitor range. Kid X can put them into turret range.
I think the term we're looking for is the counterplay ability that enables Falcon Esports to turn things around. But let's look at the goal distribution as of right now. In terms of minions, just whoa, okay, that didn't seem 100% correct there. But let's see, Dax already with the endless battle. Oh no!
Oh no! The counter playability to the counter playability, because you pull JP, he brings the rest of Liquid Echo with him, pops the shortcut, and Sanford just pops right back out, like just maybe 10, 15 feet away. It's like,
10, 15 feet.
I'll stay over here.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree. And I think this is a great timing for TLPH, because by the time that Lord spawns, JP is going to get his ult back up. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes down to tempo, right? Being able to dictate the fight with some foreshadowing and foresight of future things to happen, like neutral objectives, is so very important. But let's look at this Alucard build for a second, right? They've already got the Brute Force breastplate, going traditionally to, as you mentioned, that semi-tank build.
Yep, has the Queen's Wings, has the BFB, and I respect that, you know? Game knows game, so if this is what he needs to build, if this is how he needs to play, so be it. Also rocking that Vengeance. Again, we really haven't seen him last that much longer in fights. This hero is just not built for this level of play. So they're working with much less than they could. Now, the Lord just demolished here by Liquid Echo. As Benny Cutie works the opposite side of the map, Falcon Esports knows that this is the defense of a lifetime. Like, they just have to... They have to clear this Lord, and they have to save their base at least. Like, that's bare minimum.
It's bare minimum for sure, but I definitely think that they haven't exactly set up checkmate angle in the most efficient way possible. However, even though they don't have checkmate angle, look at that EXP difference. Sanford just bought the Winter Crown, and I'm guessing that Liquid Echo, they're going to dive for an inhibitor.
Yep, again, you're allowed to greed out in these kinds of situations. So he built the Hunter Strike first, went for a Winter Crown, and can now force a fight. Vengeance by Royal Mick already after the enhanced chains. Top lane inhibitor taken out. The base has been penetrated. Mid and bottom gonna be up next. Lord still standing, taken care of by Falcon Esports.
Good defense coming in from Falcon Esports. You sacrifice one inhib, don't worry. But now the second wave start to come through, and it's now desynced.
Step by step, Falcon Esports knows what they have to protect. They know how they can keep this fight going. Now there's an enhanced wave down bottom. Sanford looking to make it stay. Goes down now. The jump in. The response from PX7. Down goes JP. But where's the clapback? Dax jumping through. Saves himself. Sanji with a stolen ult as well. Reset. And Carl TZ looking for one more. Pops the passive on the PX7. In comes Kid X after the conceal, sends Liquid Echo packing.
Oh, man. As much as I would like to say that this is an incredible defense from Falcons, they're missing 2 inhibitors, which is going to affect them in the next 85 seconds when the next Lord spawns. It's going to be difficult to walk out, right? Because now Liquid Echo have so much tempo, and they can keep on holding it against Falcon. Oh, you want to walk up to the Lord? We'll just wait for the waves to push into your base. It's your choice.
Yep, I'll have to amend my statements about Sanford greeting out. It's actually him just bum rushing builds. Like, he's just having such a good time, an easy time on the map. 3-0-4 on his Lapu-Lapu that he was able to build not just a full Hunter Strike, not just a couple of good defensive items, but also the Winter Crown.
I think there is a certain level of foresight here, right? Because again, he's already got the Athena shield. He knows that Benny is going to be the big guy who chunks him out. And Dax, yes, he's already level 15, accelerated super fast into the game, but if he stops the Lycan Pounce reset, that's already a very big win for Liquid Echo. It forces Dax to actually take a step back and reconsider the options, even if he trades 1-for-1.
And that's just Sanford we're talking about. What else the rest of Liquid Echo? Again, JP, a one-man initiation machine. Sanji, just ever the versatile Swiss Army knife of both engage, crowd control, damage, and then you have Benny Cutie, who we really haven't seen much doing, right? So that means he's just a soon-built artillery machine. Like, he's only really been working on turrets.
I mean, he has only been working on turrets, but let's not forget, the last time we were casting Liquid Echo, I mentioned it before, it's about the insurance policies. And Benny, he's up there, he's just like, we got the premium on this one. He's got full build. He also made sure that he has the Winds of Nature, but at the same time, his counterpart, Benny from Falcon Esports, he's full build.
That's right, yeah, so Benny is also a force to be reckoned with, has to be respected. Because again, yeah, Sanford does have the Athena shield, but that can only last so long. He has to pick a target. It has to be PX7, it has to be Dax, or maybe even Benny, but it's just one of those at a time.
I think the hardest part is that even if they want to get multiple people, if you commit too hard on PX7, right now he doesn't have his passive, but when it comes back up, that's when Liquid Echo really have to kind of shift their objectives. But at the same time, right, when we're talking about the Frigid Glacier, it is a large area that it covers. It's a huge AoE, especially once you're kind of funneled in towards the crystal.
Which makes Liquid Echo's job not impossible, but relatively difficult despite the draft having been compromised for Falcon Esports. Like, they are making the most of a bad situation. Now they're looking for the GG push. Mid lane up next on the docket. Massive Lord up top. Dax, but down to half health after 3 spears from Benny Cutie. A force of nature. Royal Milk is still holding on to his battle spell. Already a little bit of a pull from Sanji. The stolen ult from Kid X, and that's all very low members. Royal Milk falls. Lord has fallen as well. Sanford coming into the back line. Bravest fighter into 3. Gets his immortality popped. The base is still standing, but taken down just as quickly. Liquid Echo scores 1.
Wow, what a fight. What a base defense right at the very edge. It was really difficult to tell who technically was winning, but it looks like, as I mentioned before, very together TLPH cracked down on the crystal. A split-second decision when they recognized, hey, this fight, it might not go our way.
Being very together could not have been all the more well-timed. They needed to clump up, juggle the base aggro, because again, if that lasted 2 or 3 seconds longer, wherein Falcon Esports had their core members standing, that would have looked very different.
Yeah, it was a dangerous situation to be in. But I think at the very least, when it comes down to a mechanical level, Falcon Esports are actually putting a really good fight. I don't know, but I think we need to be going into a deeper dive with our analysts, Lafel, Naisu, and Wolf. Take it away.
Thank you very much. And we got a lot to talk about, but we first got to talk about the highlights of this game. And again, Team Liquid Echo looks like they are on point, but props to Falcon as well. A lot of good base defense.
You know, I loved the way that just the whole lineup here was obviously utilized. We already talked about the chip coming into play. I'm surprised still that JP got his hands on it. But even there at the end, Sanji getting that pull with taking the I'm offended from Kid X to force them to fight was just great.
Loving this Lapu-Lapu plus the chip combo. By the way, Krautizi reserving the right skill enhanced spells to utilize in specific situations. And you're going to see Benny Cutie going for the fadeaway here because he knows that the Aurora is a threat no matter what, so he has to back down for a little bit. Then finds the big SOD on to Dax. And like I said, he doesn't have to prove anything. goes to the back lines and just pushes the turret.
I gotta say, man, like, looking at how they play, using the enhanced chain to knock up 3, that was a big game changer because that was one of the fights that actually Falcon Esports could win. The fact that they funnel it into a very tight corner, allowing Carl Teasy to just come in with the enhanced chain, knocking 3 people up, changed things around. If Carl was not there, Falcon could have done better.
Yeah, I definitely think if he wasn't there, they would have ran him down. But again, that's why so many, you know, their communication for Liquid Echo, they've had so long to work on that. And you just, when you're watching their game, you see how on point they are, how they're always there for each other. And, you know, that's really hard to play against when you're the opposing team.
Yeah. You see when the Lord Dance happened, so many good things happened as well. But it's not technically a dance anymore. But JP was there up top near his shortcut so that he can get to the fights if ever he's needed. And he's out of the zone where you can utilize the sentry so that you'll be spotted out. So that's that meant that when he was there during the last Lord, it was in a Karmer's bush. He actually gave so much information to his teammates that Team Liquid Echo just decided to burst down the Lord because they know that nobody's coming for them anyways, and it played out perfectly well. And then you look at Sanji, for example. Copying the right ultimates in the right situations, right? Going for the Ruby ultimate when it's needed, going in for the Roger ultimate when it's also needed. So, yeah, they played it to the T. I think there's a lot of comfort with the heroes that TLPH was able to get in this game.
I'm going to use this time as well to let everyone know, even though the casters have said it, but after investigation, it has confirmed that Falcon Esports had a human error and picked up Alucard during the drafting phase. So they concluded their first game with the Alucard. So, you know, discussions could happen and you could have misclicked. So whatever happened, it was human error. With that being said, we got to continue with the game here. And again, letting go the chip, I feel like, is a very big risk. Looks like what they were planning to do was pick up the Harif as well as the Roger. Who knows? Maybe with different EXP, maybe it could work out.
I think, yeah, you don't let them. Just both teams really take care of the Lui and the chip. I know Lui was banned, you know, in the last match, but yeah, giving chip over to JP is just not a good start. I think.
I believe they were planning to definitely do a different thing. Like you have counter engagements. Like they already started with the Ruby, which was great in the 4th slot actually. So if you don't know, guys, the Ruby was taking the 4th slot, which meant that it can be flexed in the EXP lane as well as the roam role. Unfortunately, they last picked the Alucard. Whatever happened in there kind of destroyed their composition. My guess is that they will put that Ruby in the EXP so that it will have a faster time farming and getting the levels, then get a Tiger or a Minotaur so that they can team fight. Imagine if that was the case, they will have time to block off Julian, for example. Maybe they can counter-initiate with their ultimates when the shortcut is indeed going to be used. So I'm very unfortunate for Falcon, but that is something that they also need to work on come the next game.
Something that I have to say, which is a little bit weird for me, because I've been watching Falcon Esports for a while, where they have this style that they just outlast their opponents. However, I believe after they secured their knockout seeding, they don't play that way anymore. We usually see Kid X on this Florence, the Angelas, and then we have PX7 on something that can control the opposing side. Even Aurora can, but usually we see him on the Faramis, and then perhaps seeing a double fighter setup. So what do you guys think about them changing up the winning strategy here?
I think game 1, you can now again, given the Alucard, whatever they wanted to go with originally, it looked like they were still trying to play that, right? They were trying to stay in their base. Again, that was the 3rd Lord that was up and punched in, but because of the fact that you have Sanji on the Valentina, taking the I'm Offended, that alone basically forces them to not have that opportunity to extend the game any further because they were trying to do it. I mean, they turtled up in their base, and like Wolf said, they have come back in many of their games, and they were on that path. But Sanji, one decision of taking the I'm Offended, pulling them through, is enough to go ahead and stop that from happening.
We're going to continue our conversation, but we got to look at our Sony MVP, and it's going to be Carl Teasy on that Julian. Having the highest gold as well as the highest damage dealt, he definitely deserves it. Again, that one chain really saved his team.
Great drafting as well coming out from TLPH. Identify the best hero for this situation. You deal the damage, but you also farm. You can contest the farm. As you can see that whenever he is being transferred to the fight, he can immediately blow up someone with one combo. And then we're gonna see him utilize the lance, the sword, and in this case, that is gonna be the chains. Catching 3 members, eventually just stopping the potential of Falcon to turn this game around.
How fitting, guys. Julian popping up here, MVP performance, and so far we've seen him a couple times. Remember when MSC 2022, when he just came out and how much Julian was picked up or banned out, and now here we are in 2024, and he's doing this.
And what he's doing is amazing. We got to talk about how first item, Holy Crystal, kind of just unlocks this hero, which is crazy to think because we rarely see being picked up heroes like the Beatrix, the one that has 3,000 first core item being picked up, but Julian does it well. 9 KDA, 797 gold per minute, and 82% kill participation.
Or farming from the jungle where you're essentially uncontested. Ruby plus Aurora is a strong mid duo, but it wasn't enough because they don't have the best silence to go with it. Both Roger as well as Harith depends on a lot of farm, and then you add in the Alucard, which technically loses against the Lapu-Lapu and also needs the farm. Although he was able to destroy a turret up top.
Yeah.
That was only because the defender was actually teleported to the bottom. Technically speaking, it's not actually a free turret. With this Julian being active, there's no way to stop him farming. And Carl TC just had a lot of farm in this particular game.
Sounds great, but I would rather the Alucard just go for a basic attack build, you know? Berserker Fury, Endless Battle. I mean, it's greedy, sure. You don't have a frontline for your team, but, you know, with what you have, might as well, right? The high risk, high reward?
Yeah, about all he had was vengeance, you know, at that point. Pop the vengeance, you know, go in swinging. And it makes me wonder, too, like, what would have been the game plan for Falcon Esports, aside from the Alucard there? Because I think you're right, Lafel. I think if they go for those more sustainability heroes in the roam, the Angelas, the Florins, that might serve them better against a team like Liquid Echo.
I like the idea of the Florin. It's great versus Assassins in general. Well, the Florin alone will struggle from Assassins, but his teammates won't because of the global presence of the ultimate, right? You pop the ultimate, you don't have the anti-heal anymore for 5 seconds, which means that you're very, very strong. And then if you combo that with Roger, Roger Florin is such a strong combo because it almost makes the Roger unkillable just because of the fact that there's global sustain, that you don't have to be nearby the Roger to actually help him out. And then you have extra shields afterwards. So that could have been a really big combo from Falcon. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
Yeah, looking at the reactions coming in from both teams, it does look like, at least from the management side, TLPH, they look very happy. The players still look very focused. But one thing to know is that Falcon Esports, looking at their reaction, they don't look down. You know, it looks like, yeah, you know what, it's game number 1, whatever. We'll perform for game number 2. So, game number 2, chips, a no-go. Don't let go of the chips. So that's number 1. And number 2, I don't know. Let's take a vote for this, because for Falcon, I kind of want them to go for a healer route.
Yeah, I do too. I agree with you, Lafel. You know, go the healer route if you can. And will this mean that we'll have a switching of sides? I forgot
depends.
Depends on the choice, right?
Yeah, it depends on the choice. In the best of 5, typically it's like team A. Per team, or whoever wins the coin toss gets to pick for the first.
We've been in best of 2s and best of 1s for so long.
I don't know, man.
You know, but I think that's the point. Either ban those out, the chip or the Luyi. Draft for it if you want to. If we do see, for example, Falcon Esports being on the blue side, getting that first pick priority, go with that route, or prioritize maybe even the Angela, and that rounds their lineup up with sustain.
Honestly, we've been, I would say, theory crafting, but for us to know a little bit more, we got to talk to Benny. We prepared an interview with Benny from Falcon Esports, so let's check it out.
Hello, I'm Ming Lao. I'm a Bini Pivot. Fairway is one calling us over anyway. He had me, I will be in Yamo. May I do that? Then a caca of Jamway in Sayama. May I did me, I will do that. And general Sacrini training, so I am in Fugabisola. The many other boo, many other boo, may I book on. knockout stage ထိရောက်လာတယ်လို့ပဲပြောချင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့အားလုံးဒီတဲ့ပုံကြီးအများကြီးစူးစမ်းနေပါတယ်သူတို့နိုင်ပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်တက်နိုင်မယ်လို့လည်းယုံကြည်ပါတယ်
So it looks like even Benny, he admits that this is going to be a rough matchup, but I like the approach where it doesn't matter if it's scrims, if it's ranked, you know, whenever they train together, they make sure they play as 5.
Yeah, they try. He said it himself. They got to try harder, and I honestly, seeing their performance here, Benny is doing that exactly, and a lot of the comebacks they had, it was also just Benny performing.
And I think Mr. Leo himself have told us some of the lore when it comes to the region and how difficult it is for them to actually train. So I believe that there are specific times of the day where they cannot do it. They're not as developed as the other regions. So I think when we're just talking about like trying harder, this team has been trying one of the, you know, they've been trying the hardest, I would say. Like they have been trying to overcome all of these obstacles. It's a difficult spot for them to be in. And then they get matched up against Team Liquid Echo at the round 1 single eliminations.
Nature of competition.
Nature of competition, unfortunately.
Speaking of which, we got to talk about the battle within because the Soul Vessel Skin series are available now. Amon, Vessel of the Sea, as well as Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are now available. So make sure you guys grab them quick because it's only going to be around until August the 5th. So make sure you guys get the awesome skins because the first draw is 50% off. And here's the thing. We have something else that's special in mind for you guys. But again, just to remind you guys, the first draw is 50% off for the first 10 draws as well. So make sure you guys join now. And we got to talk about Project Next update is live. Discover the fresh excitement of Equipment of Illusions and enjoy the game as well as enjoy revitalized thriftling gameplay. Jump in now for a more dynamic and battle experience. Whew, that one is a difficult one.
You know, it's the Equipment Evolution, man.
Yes.
And if you didn't catch the videos showing off
that's
that,
awesome.
you guys have to scroll back because, I love those.
Yeah, let's come back a little bit. And, I did not expect that Malefic God to be like that potent.
Oh, are you talking about the video or are you talking about...
No, I mean like...
I'm thinking about both, actually.
I mean like, for that, we got to talk about the U Fair as well. It's here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's champ skin, as well as the painted skin, Corrosion Glam. More exciting events will be revealed, so make sure you guys watch out.
Ton of events happening right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I just got a peek at the Vessel skins yesterday.
Oh.
Of course, I didn't get any because I don't have any diamonds, but they look good.
Shout outs to Moontons. We need diamonds. Shout out to Moonton.
We do. I need to play that AA Mon.
You want to play that AA Mon?
That's right.
I want to play that Hanabi.
Okay.
Well, you guys got to get both of them first, so.
Hanabi Rome.
Okay. Well, I don't want to play with Lafel anymore.
Imagine you actually draw and then you get the opposite.
What did you say?
You do the...
No, not you.
I don't. If you play Hanabi Rome, I don't want to play with you anymore.
Yeah? Well, I'll play Franco Jungle. How does that make you feel?
I want to face you in the battlefield.
Okay.
But not be with you.
We'll solve it later with a 1v1.
Nah.
We're too old for that.
We got nothing to prove, right?
Got nothing to prove.
We've been in this field. Like, we've been together since M2, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Shout outs to us. We've been doing this thing since M2. It's been a crazy journey, Wolf.
It has been. It's been.
Beard Gang.
Yeah, Beard Gang. I wasn't part of the Beard Gang before.
I wasn't.
You weren't?
As well.
I wasn't.
So what made... Well...
You know how long our relationship has been?
How long?
I've known Leo since he had hair. That's how long it's been.
That would be... When
That's
was that?
true.
That's true, right?
That's true.
M1,
That's true.
M2, M1?
That was M2. That was M2.
M2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leo had
That's how long I've known the guy.
Hey, I like Leo's look now.
No, same.
Yeah. I mean...
I don't disagree. He looks macho.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I was considering, seeing as how I change my hair every single day.
Yep.
Yeah. I've known Gideon since he had a beard.
What? No, that's not how it works.
Can you imagine Gideon with a beard? Okay, somebody from the fans, maybe Rayash is there.
Yeah, maybe
edit it,
Rayash.
please. Give us a...
Make Gideon have a beard?
Yeah, just a,
No.
Just edit it or
Give
something.
him a goatee.
Yeah, a goatee.
Yeah.
Just a goatee.
or what facial hair would suit Gideon?
You know what?
Interesting.
A goatee,
a mustache.
A stash like a mustachio.
Yes, yes, exactly. Like AJ.
Wow, that would be incredible.
That will be.
So Ray Ash, please edit that.
That will be one of the facial hairs of all time.
Yeah,
for sure. Speaking of which, we're looking at the scene here. It looks
Speaking of which.
look, we got to jump into the draft, okay? Looks like a Falcons Esports is going to be first pick. Team Liquid BH will be second pick here. Falcon Esports batting out the Louis, and then TLBH batting out the Angela.
Yeah,
that's smart.
You're smart.
Where's the chip?
Well, might be the first pick for FCON if they are.
Oh,
Faramis banned.
Okay, so that actually denies the chip because I feel like the two of the best heroes that can counter it, Faramis as well as the Arlet.
Yeah.
It being banned out kinda just naturally tells me that, yeah, sure, TLPH will ban out the chip. Unless they're willing to trade that so that they can get their hands on the Ling.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I don't know. I don't think FCON wants to be the team to ban out both, right? Maybe they play with the idea of even locking in the chip themselves and then, like you said, and then go from there.
Yeah, so that means that, okay, the Terza was the ban instead of the chip, instead of the Ling. TLPH, are they willing to trade for that one? No, straight up, okay. So that means Roger is going to be the first pick here for FCON or Harith. Between the two, I'm very vocal about the fact that Roger might be the priority for me. Okay.
Oh, Ling.
They snatched the Ling. Wow. So you go Roger for sure. And maybe Edith this time. There it is.
Yep.
Okay, so you answer with maybe get the Valentina now if you're FCON. Get the Valentina, you take it away. They pick it up with the Ruby as well, which is great versus the Roger in many ways. And also, it can be played in the gold lane if you're
still flex, yeah.
If you still want to flex it. But then you get Aurora now, right? If you're FCON, Aurora or Valentina fits perfectly for this composition from FCON.
Yeah, because usually, didn't you say that Aurora is the answer to kind of lock down the lane?
Yeah.
Oh, they go Harith though.
Oh, whew. It's a massive surprise to me. But yeah, that locks up the Valentina. All standard here for TLPH.
I believe they'll ban it? Think they'll ban the Aurora?
They should. Yeah, I like the idea of banning that out. Maybe a Kagura ban as well. So that can be picked up by FCON. Force FCON to utilize mages that have big ultimates.
So honestly, right now, looking at both draft here, but before that, we got a game fact here. Carl Teasy holds the second highest average KDA among all players with 17.2. Super Marco has 20.7. I mean, talk about dominating performance.
That is Super Marco, the bulletproof. Marco. Okay, so they don't ban Kagura, they banned Farsa instead. I think Aurora should be a good ban here. But between Aurora and Kagura, I would ban the Kagura because at least with Aurora, you copy the ultimate, although that's not the most optimal one. Because if you're looking at TLPH, there's no big ultimate that you can copy apart from the I'm Offended.
Yeah.
So they banned Vex instead. Wow. Okay.
Honestly, quite a lot of bans focusing on the mid, which honestly I do appreciate because PX7 is very good when it comes to... for me, personally, he's the kind of guy that backs you up instead of like... bursting people down, if you guys know what I mean. Like, he's a control mage, he's not really a damage-oriented mage.
Yeah. Okay. So, you banned the Minotaur. I believe that the best here for TLPH is the Yu Zhang with the Petrify combo. Going up against the Link, that is possible. That's very possible. I think that they will last pick their Carl TZ hero or the Benny Cutie hero, depends on what they feel like. So they will reveal Edith. Apart from that, well, Arnold is bad. They pick up Kaja.
Okay, I feel like that's actually another way to just kind of handle a Ling if you were able to get the timing. But even the Harith, like actually,
I feel like
anyone.
Person for me, I feel like the Kaja is to deny Falcon from picking a hero that wants to frontline, like a Cho, like a Grok. So they're kind of forcing Falcon to pick up a roamer that doesn't stay in the front lines.
In that case, that is Mathilda perhaps, or maybe Florin as a sustain.
Is it good though with the Link?
Not really.
Yeah.
So usually you want to get Cho here if you're FCon, and then the Aurora that we were talking about. You go Kufra. Oh man.
I don't know about this Kufra, honestly.
Yeah,
especially going up against the Kaja.
I think you're game with Beatrix now if you're TLPH. It's a very strong hero. Good combo with the Kaja. You might think about the carry, but carry might struggle versus Kufra versus Ruby, and then you have Aurora as well. Carry also loses the matchup against Harith. So if you want to fight this, but then there's also the Julian. Julian plus Kaja is great. Okay, did not expect that at all.
Okay, so, well, that was the power that flexed Roger, right? You could flex it in.
Oh, yeah.
They lock in the Akai. So, looking at TLPH's lineup, especially with the Edith, it's like maybe the second most picked hero right now, or up there.
Either ways.
Yeah, it's enough.
Either ways, the draft has been completed. Pretty interesting draft coming in from both teams. We got to see if Falcon can win this one. But with that being said, we're throwing it over to our casters.
I have to say, this is one of the very much a bold draft coming in from Falcons Esports. And not to mention that even for TLPH, they're coming in from a blast from the past, nostalgic draft, utility jungler plus a Kaja.
To be fair, I am getting Back to the Future vibes from both because, again, who expected to see the Kufra come out today? And who'd have thought that up until the very last pick, Liquid Echo would swerve us by putting the Roger back into the gold and putting a very comfortable hero into the hands of Carl Easy. He gets his Akai.
I mean, it's a beautiful draft here from both of these teams, both looking to get a win against each other as we go into the second match here at the Land of Dawn. Falcons Esports on blue side, Liquid Echo on red. I'm expecting things to get exciting at level 4, but immediately Sanji losing out his... Whoa, okay, a flicker coming in from Kidex as well. That is rather strange. I guess maybe he had an opportunity?
What you call a face check.
That is called a face check. I mean, Sanji is missing his Purify.
Oh, so he did force it to trigger. That's about a minute until Sanji gets it back. And this is, oddly enough, Sanji forced to respond. He's forced to just hunker down and get his EXP. He doesn't want to go home.
I think at this point of time, there's just... It's too much of a sacrifice to get a TKO so early on into this match, but he does find the trade back.
Bang!
Can they break the passive? Oh, beautiful stuff.
They know. Kid X jumping in, catches JP, and Sanji hitting the basics and the skills.
Oh, this is so rough. This is so rough. From what previously I thought that Liquid Echo, man, without that mid lane, maybe they lose Litho Wanderer. Luckily, Kaltizi is able to win out on that retry. But even worse so, having to recall for the side of PX7 and missing out an entire wave on top of that, he's going to be a full level behind eventually.
Yep, so what Falcon Esports look to start against Sanji, claps back against him. Sanji holding his ground here. And the jump by Kid X! Could this be it? Oh, the bouncing ball keeping him stationary. Oh, the Burmese draw first blood.
Oh, man. It looks like Sanji is a little uncomfortable dealing with this with Kid X right now on this Kufra. To be fair, it has been a while since we see Kufra come back into these types of games. We've seen only one other time beforehand that Kufra came into play professionally here at MSC. But for the most part of it, Liquid Echo, they got a code switch here.
Yep. Now we have the turtle up. Carl Easy holding his ground. Kid X looking for an angle. In retry range. Carl Easy gonna go ahead and get it. Heavy spin on a Kid X, keeping him in place. Sanford gets a kill, and Royal Milk can only watch.
Take the freebies while you still can. Good thing that Liquid Echo is keeping a timer on the battle spells. Kid X still 2 seconds off until he gets it. At the same time, we do see the Ling has been roaming around the map, making sure that he's picking up as much gold as possible. It's really important that you don't lose pressure off of your EXP and as well as your mid lane, because that could result in losing a purple buff. And I mean, Ling and purple buff, they go hand in hand.
That's so Dax. Even if he wasn't playing a Ling, this is the tempo he would like to go at. Up until when he's ready, that's when he's gonna snap the finger, put on the kill switch, and say it's go time. I'm assuming maybe at least 2 core items for him, 2 solid items for the Ling before he actually joins anything, and he's far off, man. Far off.
He's pretty far off. It's gonna take some time. I think this is gonna be a slow burner for the most part of it, unless, you know, we see Liquid Echo kind of like break up apart. But notice them, right? They're moving in kill squads. They're making sure they don't give opportunities. And oh,
nice dodge. Benny Cutie smelt something in his midst, and he lets go. Look at that aggressive first built Sky Piercer.
Yep, he loves doing this, right? He doesn't deviate too much from his build a majority of the time. He usually has 2 go-tos, but as of right now, I think the biggest concern is whether, all
right.
Does he get it?
PX7 gets hit with a stolen ult. The jump in once more from Kid X. Hyperactive. This roamer from Falcon Esports. Carlteasy catches a freeze from PX7 in mid. I think what they're doing is they're forcing a response from Dax here. The pull! Divine Judgment! Benny Cutie scores a kill on a Kid X.
Yeah, I think as of right now, the rotations coming in from Falcon Esports needs a little bit of foresight, right? I like what they're doing. They're kind of like compromising that mid lane, forcing Sanji to not really walk out of it, but the side lanes are coming at a big cost, right? Benny Cutie is a full level ahead at this point of time, and I think that he has a slight gold lead at this point of time. Top side ends up missing 2 minions on that rotation down to the mid, and I think at this point, Falcon Esports really need to consider how exactly do we approach this? Do we take JP out first and then consider going for more, or do they keep targeting Sanji?
Oh, here we go. I'm offended. Putting Sanford in trouble, forced to flicker out. There's the Primal Wrath. Lord still standing. Kid X gonna go down here. Unless Benny Cutie finds 2 in the west. Down goes 1. Kid X taken out. There's the passive on a PX7. Benny Cutie eventually finds his prey. The fight continues. Liquid Echo starting Turtle Pit and all the way right into Falcon Esports jungle.
Yeah, I mean, they're running real fast. Let's look at the replay one more time because they committed so much onto Sanford and was not able to find that kill. As soon as they're out of resources, that's when you see the clap back. I mean, Falcon Esports, it's at this point of time, they need to kind of slow their roll a little bit. Yes, you can use your resources aggressively, like JP flipping forward, but for the most part of it, you're going to need at least 2, like you mentioned, 2 items before they get some real profit.
Yep, so he's got the Berserker's Fury, but something tells me Falcon Esports, they're not happy with the pace that Dax is farming at. Like, they want him to double time. They want him to hustle. Looking at their net worth and their items so far, it seems like it's Benny who's just on schedule. It's just Benny who's been farming up relatively carefree compared to everyone else, and I'm not so sure that's the insurance policy they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, considering that Benny QT was able to join that fight, pick up 2 kills and an assist on top of that, like,
and then come back.
Well, we'll see, because right now, even when we're comparing EXP, like, Akai is pretty huge, and this is the influence we're talking about.
Yeah. Carlteasy, now look at this, asserting dominance. I dare you, Dax, I dare you. You want this purple buff? Come take it. He can't. Carlteasy stole it away. Grand Theft Purple. Carl has 2 stars.
And that's why I consider to be world's greatest jungler of all time. It's so brutal. It's so brutal what Liquid Echo is just doing to Falcon Esports, right? It's not like game 1 where it was about tempo. Now it's about, hey, we've already gotten through the early phase of this game. The real question is, how many mistakes is Falcon Esports going to make?
And it's less about them just tripping up. Liquid Echo are dropping banana peels. Aggressively so. Like, all right, put it here, put it here, put it here. That turtle, the purple fight, right? That was clearly a ego check by Carlteasy and saying, you're going to have to do better than that. And again, this is an Akai. He can just click heavy spin whenever he's ready. Speaking of, it's off of cooldown. I don't think there's much they can do here to secure this turtle unless... Oop, clean take.
Very
yeah, Liquid Echo wants to force Falcon out of here.
I don't think, I guess he's just looking for more information here, right? He does notice where PX7 is, and I think, you know, Carlteasy is at a point, where he is just pretty unkillable at this point in time. They don't have a dedicated tank buster as well, and I don't think Benny has enough items to really take him down. Hopefully the item list pops up, because I'm assuming that Carlteasy is going to opt for some kind of MR. Yeah, there it is.
Here we go. MR on the way, right? He actually bum rushed the blade armor.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's prepping up for Royal Milk's basic attacks. He's prepping up for Dax just in case. Doesn't need it anyways, right? Now they continue. They choke out the purple. The I'm Offended coming in from Royal Milk. The jump in from Kid X, but PX7 falls first, and now it's going sideways. Double kill for the Typhoon, Benny Cutie. It's storming out here in Riyadh. Ooh. Triple kill for Benny, and they convert into a mid lane tier 2 off camera though. We see Benny pushing out. Can Kyle find him? Oh, yes, he does. Gets the basic. Recalls for good measure. Where you going, little boy?
No.
Oh, Benny, he's gonna be fine though. He's all right.
I mean, but they're losing so much tempo off of this, right? Look at this. Now Liquid Echo can start moving around the map freely. The next wave that comes in, Benny has to completely sacrifice this.
Yep.
And without that recall, now he has nowhere on the map where he can like find that farm. And look, they faked him out so hard. They're just letting the minions do the work.
That's right. They undid his hard work. Here's a quick look at the replay. Honestly, in such a small piece of the map, again, this is just the purple jungle for Falcon Esports, so many things happened. Like, there were so many little fights that Benny Cutie had to keep tabs on to clean up.
Yeah, I think, you know, coming from Liquid Echo's perspective, it's like a two-pronged attack. It's like there's purple buff, which is super important for Dax, but all of a sudden PX7 is out of position because of that. And that's why I'm saying, how many mistakes positionally can you make from the side of Falcon Esports when you want that traditional front to back and you get hit from two sides, especially now that the mid-tier 1 has been opened up and even the mid-tier 2 already cracked open. At this point, Liquid Echo can basically walk around effectively and force Falcon Esports into these forced errors.
And look at that, off camera, we didn't even have to see it much happening. They did more than just blitz it. They casually took the Lord. Scored here by Liquid Echo. Now look at the item gap between these heroes, lane per lane. 1,000 between the Ling and the Akai is much more miserable when you think that damage items are more expensive than tank items.
Totally agree with that. But at the same time, right, keep in mind that Dax is one of the only people who can actually extend this game. A mistime offender coming in from Royal Milk, good attempt. But yeah, hopefully Dax is able to continuously proxy these waves to stall things out. Because right now, it's almost a 10k gold lead on the very first Lord.
Yep. Talking about that proxying, luckily, Liquid Echo does not have the likes of a Chip or a Moskov. So their responses are actually all-in responses. They have to commit. And what was that? A forced flicker on Kid X. Oh, he walked into a lethal bush. Now Benny gonna go hunting. Chases him down. Forces a conceal play. Now Kid X coming in with the jump. The full combo, revenge and rage, and Benny Cutie is going to casually scratch away.
These are not atypical mistakes made by Falcon Esports. I don't know. It feels like it might have been a little tilted from game number 1 because this game pretty much feels pretty, honestly, it feels pretty over for them, right?
Scattered.
It's, I don't see an angle.
Oh, Divine Judgment on Royal Milk. He's expired in mid. They're going to jump in, the heavy spin, up and change PX7 zip code, send him straight through, popping his passive and taken down. Here comes Dax, Tempest of Blades right in, trying to clear the waves. They're down 2 men. This is dangerous.
It's very dangerous. And honestly, something's telling me that Sanji in his past life was an EXP laner and only played Ruby or some sort, because he is just hitting every single stolen. I'm offended.
He was once a jungler. Not much I've learned from interviews, but I don't know about EXP laners.
I mean, I don't know. He doesn't seem to miss. Every single I'm offended has been like extending their lead or just game breaking.
That's what ended the last game.
And I think it's going to continue into this one, right? At this point, I don't see a foreseeable future for Falcon Esports to bounce back unless we see Liquid Echo make a huge mistake. And even then, I feel like they could stat check Falcon Esports for the most part, even if it is the penultimate play.
Yeah, that's what makes these utility jungler-based lineups work so well. They're so well-rounded. They're not a coin flip from Assassins where, all right, I made the wrong entry or I didn't burst down the right person. You can find re-engages, and they come relatively cheap. I mean, sure, you have to wait close to a minute when you flub the heavy spin, but that aside, you have so many safe angles to attack from. 20 seconds until this next Lord comes up. Yeah, Dax is close to it, but I don't think he's looking to contest. He's just looking to extend the life that they have here in this game.
Oh my goodness, he's about to get one
no.
shot.
Oh, no.
He doesn't get the Lycan pounce.
Wall from wall. Dax run. Dax finally lands. Not enough energy to go. Tempest of Blades through. Gonna get this sword. Get a few hits. He's burning. He's burning. It's hot. He's burning. He survives. Cyclone Eye out. Kid X trying to go put up the wall through, but Benny Cutie jumps in, tracking. Dax taking him down. Now it's Kid X's turn to get punished. Double kill for Benny Cutie. Wallace while Carl Deasy was taking the Lord. How many stacks does this young man have on his spear, sir?
Oh, that's gotta be so upsetting. Kid X walks out, tries to conceal his boy Dax so that they can both freely walk away with the extra movement speed. They saw the conceal being used by Liquid Echo, so they had no real means to catch up. And now Benny QT has been just taking all of these kills, 8-0-3, and has a GDS. This man is living in the future.
He's running on all fours. Even in human form, it looks like he's in Lycan form. That's how fast he is. Another flicker and a Divine Judgment. Royal Milk taken out by Sanji. The 1 and 2, the alley-oop. Forcing out Tempest of Blades here from Dax. Put in Lord here. At a quarter of its health, a tenth of its health. Taken down. They're alive, but barely breathing. Turret taken down in mid. Top lane as well. It's a bare base left for the Burmese. Are they going to be on match point? Liquid Echo going in with a stampede. Benny's going to try to defend, but it's over. 2-0. for the champions of MPL Philippines.
Oh my goodness, what a brutal game this was. What an absolute beatdown from TLPH. Whenever you're expecting to see Falcon Esports bounce back, they take away their resources. They're giving them leg kick upon leg kick upon leg kick.
And that just stops you from getting up even. Don't even think about throwing out strikes of your own.
Yeah, I mean, your ankle's honestly breaking at this point. I think at this point, Falcon Esports, they need to calm down. They cannot be making these simple mistakes time and time again. And I think, unfortunately, yeah, this is a very tempo-based meta that they have to really consider how to make those first approaches effective.
I'm thinking they should just regroup, start at 0, find that groove back, find the spirit.
All right, well, with that being said, let's throw it over to our analyst once again. Break it down for us. What could have been done better?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to what comes down better, I kind of feel like it starts in the draft because, again, I feel like this Kufra pick going up against Kaja, it's kind of a rough matchup, at least for me.
Yeah, rough to deal with. I like the idea of, they picked up the Ling, and we've seen teams find success with these assassins, but this makes me also kind of go back a little bit and think, man, you know what? Utility junglers like this Old Faithful Akai pick from Carl Teasy still work really well as well.
And the reason why it works so well is that because they knew how to utilize it from, from the early game to the latter portions of the game. One of the traits of the Carl Teasy Akai is that it is never gonna be under-leveled, and typically teams that fail with the Akai get under-leveled so much, get punished so much, but TLPH just knows how to farm well and protect their own jungle. And also, I think Benecutie just is very comfortable with his hero. As well as Sanji. Sanji with the Ruby plays always just keeps his tabs on copying the I'm offended, and was always on point with it as well.
Yeah, I would say, again, Carl is the GOAT. He has mastered the damage dealer assassins. He's mastered the utility jungler assassins because we've seen him actually using the heavy spin. I would say aggressively and defensively. Like we've seen the Kufra engages getting canceled by his heavy spin. So I kind of feel like this is one of those situations where I do have to say that the draft was won by TLPH because they have multiple answers towards the problem that Falcon Esports present.
Man, just looking at this, like Gideon said, it was, a beatdown. It was very rough. Look at just the disparity in terms of the gold gain of the items even. And that's always, I feel like, the coin flip you play, like Leo mentioned. When you pick an assassin and you start wrong, it's already difficult to make it work, but if you start off on a bad note or behind, getting back in position to even things out is even more difficult.
It seems like TLPH, them knowing how to utilize the assassin junglers means that they also know how to counter it. And the answer is always the Valentina. It kind of revolves around, especially when you're given access to the Ruby, because the combo, so it seems, for FCON is Ling plus Ruby, and they also utilize the Ruby plus the Roger, so it's like the Ruby will always be part of the composition of the wish list that they're always doing, which means that now the Valentina is gonna be having a lot more stock, because you counter the enemy jungler, and you also kind of counter the roamer / the EXP laner for this one, so maybe for FCON, ban the Valentina next game.
Personally as well, I kind of feel like this is a bad matchup of rock, paper, scissors where Falcon wants to win in the later stages of the game, but TLPH is very good at ramping up their advantages because, again, 1,000 gold feels like 6,000, 7,000 for TLPH. So they're coming in with the draft and they're coming in with the game plan. Is that, okay, we stall, we try to contest for some turtles, but our main plan is to just win team fights against TLPH. But the thing is, you got to figure out how to slow them down. And I feel like that's the biggest problem. Falcon Esports cannot find a way to slow down TLPH.
I mean, even if you look back at the MPL Philippines Grand Finals, at that point, Falcon's AP Bren couldn't find a way to slow down, Liquid Echo here.
Yeah.
And that seemed to be the case even throughout MSC so far.
Yeah, and honestly, I do feel like they have to make a bit of a risk. coming into game number 3. I'm not talking about letting go the chips or Louis. I kind of feel like that's a little bit too much, but change your game plan, change your mindset to win one lane, either the mid, EXP, or gold, and try to get some kind of advantages in that particular area. Because I feel like if you just let TLPH win everything, you're not going to get to the late game that you want to.
Yeah. I believe that there's some magic as well from what Team Liquid Echo has been doing in this particular case, because they're looking at a composition where the wave clear is much faster on their side. They have the Valentina plus the Kaja. Kaja clears the wave so fast because of the passive as well as skill 1. And then you're looking at the Valentina as well. And the XP side, that's the Edith that also clears it faster because of the onward combo. And then obviously the Akai, surprisingly, one of the slower utility junglers when it comes to clearing the waves. But if you get your Moonton Essence fast, like what he did,
farm pretty well, yeah.
Farm pretty well. So they clear the wave so fast, they eventually get into jungle invasions and they win afterwards. So yeah, that's also part of the recipe.
Yeah, and now we got to look at our Sony MVP, and it's going over to JP using that Kaja, where again, very proactive, but the way that he plays in this game, he doesn't always have to be proactive. He can be reactive as well.
You know, when you look at this, and Wolf kind of touched on this a little bit, especially with that Kaja pick locked in, and then you already pick a risky lineup that's meant to get the momentum going, but if a Kaja just picks off one member here, things quickly fall apart with the lineup that Falcon Esports brought to the table.
Yeah. But again, it was given the go-ahead. By the way, JP, always on point with the snack. He was able to catch the Aurora in this case. PX7 being eliminated early, despite having the ultimate, means that there isn't any lockdown afterwards. So they are, this lineup coming out from FCON is also combo dependent. So taking out one after the other makes a lot of sense why they pick up the Kaja afterwards. 12 KDA, by the way.
Which is amazing, 86% kill participation. And honestly, I look back into the draft, there's not really a good target for Dax to try to assassinate. You can't go to the Edith. You can't go to the Akai. Honestly, even going against the Roger, I feel like Betty Cutie can outplay that. So it becomes a situation where I'm pretty sure he wants kills. He's just like, who? Everyone's protected. You go somewhere, you see JP. You go somewhere, you see Carl Teasy. You go somewhere, you see Sanford. So it's like everyone's a bodyguard. And with that, like, Wolf, can you explain it to us a little bit more with your telestrator?
Oh, yeah. We got Bob here, right?
Bob. Thank you very much, Bob. Bob is the telestrator.
So this happened around the 7-minute mark. I'm going to show you a clip that happened at the 7-minute mark. This is interesting because usually around this time, you're still trying to stabilize the lanes. And one thing that you have to take note about the Ling is that it is purple buff dependent. Right? You want to choke him in the jungle. So if we just zoom in on the minimap for a little bit, right here, you're not going to see it. But, well, you're going to see the bottom lane, which is also more important. Maybe look at the red dots that you might not be able to really just clear out of there. There you go. The waves are cleared in the mid lane, and then in the bottom lane, it is pushed out. So the defense out here coming out from FCON is not going to be enough. So the first step always for jungle invades, which TLPH is doing here, is to clear the side lanes, clear the mid lane, try to go for the engage. Now JP and Sanji are going to be hiding. Only Carlteasy and Sanford are showing themselves. And this really caught PX7 off guard because he wanted to land that stun, and that meant that JP was able to jump on him, and then they go out again, outplay him, and then they go in out afterwards. Carlteasy just focused on one goal, which is to choke the jungle, and once he's done that, he just, okay, I'm gonna head out.
I'm out.
Literally, I'm out here. And by the way, if we just scroll back a little bit, before the actual fight happened, there are so many things that TLPH actually did correctly in this game, which is to identify their strengths. Okay, so if Monsters are elevated, this will be very quick now. Harith is up top. You can see through the minimap, which means that this will be a 4v5 scenario. And TLPH, despite them having they have a 6,000 gold lead at this time, they're still checking all of their check boxes. They're making sure that everything is safe. They go 5v4 in that purple buff. They cleared the lanes. They did their diligence, practically checkmating FCON that moment.
Honestly, that's a very good catch coming in from Wolf. If you want to invade the jungle, make sure that your side lanes, as well as your mid lane, is properly pushed out so that while a fight is going on, even if you don't get the kills, the opposing side will actually have a tougher time because the minions are going to come in. So even if you don't win the fight, you're winning the macro play.
Yes. the worst thing that can happen is maybe one of their members gets killed. Well, probably maybe Sanji, but that's difficult. At this point, Kaltizi is difficult to take out because he's got the Molten Essence and the Blade Armor at this point, 7 minutes in. As the utility jungler, maybe if they go all in, maybe they can take Kaltizi. Still very difficult.
And that's why, too, at that same clip timing, the fleeting time was picked up by JP at that point. So like he was already wrecking havoc with the Divine Judgment, but now that he picked up the fleeting time, and then it's happening more. And that's why also there was no answer to get to Benny Cutie, man. What was he? What was his final KDA? It was 8-0 and something.
803, 804.
With a Warcry emblem.
Yeah.
There you go.
The thing is, honestly, Carl Teasy, no matter what utility jungler he's been using, I guess this is more of a meta update when it comes to his builds. He's actually been rushing that Blade Armor. So apparently most utility junglers now, they can deal-ish with the magic dealers, or this is just a Carl Teasy thing where he's like, I'm not going to be messing with the mid lane. It's going to be JP as well as Sanji's job to deal with them. I'm just going to make sure that the physical damage dealers are dealt with.
Is this the answer because of just, you know, now not priority, but more assassins being picked up? So if you pick a utility jungler, you just rush?
Later, maybe that's the case.
Yeah, because you can literally outlast, and it's not worth it to go for that place. For going onto Akai, for example, not only does he have the heavy spin, but he also has the Blade Armor. So it's always less rewarding to go for the junglers now. Utility junglers, I mean.
Well, with that being said, right now it is match point. If Team Liquid Echo wins this one, not only will they move on to the semifinals, but Falcon Esports, not just do they lose, they have to give their keys to TLPH. So this is the ritual for the knockout stage. It's not that, oh, you hand it over to Sandstorm or Mara, and then no, you have to give it. You have to physically hand it over to the ones that took you down. That's brutal and legendary. And now we're jumping straight into the bans here. Falcon Esports are going to be first pick again. Team Liquid Echo are going to be in the second pick. They ban out the Louis as well as the Angela. Looks like TLBH, they understand the formula. Ban out the Angela, ban out the Faramis.
I'm just really, I'm going to let Wolf answer this, because I'm sure a lot of people supporting here for Falcon Esports also want to know, like, based off those two games and how one-sided it was, what does FCon do to come out and hopefully not get swept here?
If they feel like it's going to be Dax who is their win condition, I think I'm more comfortable for them staying in the assassin jungler route. But don't get greedy and pick up Harith, because that means that you have to take care of two things. If they really love to pick up the Ruby, put it in the gold lane so that you have your base covered, right? I believe that PX7 is very strong with these nuke mages like the Aurora, like the Farsa. So maybe take advantage of that. I think that the first step now, if they want to force a game number 4, is to ban Valentina, which they didn't now, and also don't pick up the Harith anymore. So if they do pick up the Ling this time, okay, with tier TLPH, this is Roger Valentina.
I mean, Ling has been picked up here for Falcon, so I don't know. I just feel like Kid X is very good when it comes to his positioning, when he's using this healer, so I'm hoping for a change. Like, I feel like the Ling is fine. I would almost say go double fighter at this point.
Okay, so that is indeed the Roger Valentina, right, that we predicted. And then there is the, maybe Ruby is the next one, or Aurora for the side of okay, so it's...
This Valentina Roger? Okay.
Oh, this might be flipped. Yeah, that is indeed. Okay. They still go for the Harith. Okay.
I mean, this time they have a Terizla, which is a little bit better, but still.
It's still expensive.
Yeah, it's very expensive, yeah.
Yep. So they immediately go for Kaja or TLPH.
Honestly, for this one, maybe if they pick up the Flora, maybe a little bit better, because I would say the Harith as well as the Terizla can use it quite well.
Yeah. What's going to happen here is that they're going to be giving up the Aurora again. This time, the fourth pick will be different. This is Valentina, Roger, and Kaja. So I think EXP lane is going to be next for...
Is Yuzhong still up, right?
Yep. Yuzhong...
What about Edith? Is Edith still...
Edith Yuzhong, so that's the Vex. So this could be Lapu Lapu ban, and then TLPH will just pick up Benedetta afterwards. That's just like the natural course for TLPH.
Oh, they themselves ban out the Ruby, actually.
So either Lapu-Lapu or Benedetta for Paquito.
Insta pickup as well. Doesn't take time to think about that one.
You gotta watch the back door too. Always a possibility.
True.
Okay. I hope this is Aurora Tigreal for FCON.
All right, now let's see here. Player code. I drank a lot of milk because this is the highest prize pool tournament in MLBB history. From Royal Milk.
I guess this is Aurora plus Minotaur instead.
I drink a lot of milk too.
I like coffee.
Yeah. I'm trying to guess if this will be like Matilda to kind of help them, or maybe Florin.
Honestly, Matilda is not bad. I feel for this
Yeah,
one.
I think Florin.
The only thing is Matilda is definitely going to get caught by the Kaja. I feel like any frontline is going to have a little bit of trouble. I mean, they have an answer with the Terizla, right? So if someone pulls them in, that was almost Zask!
What? Okay. So at least we get the Tigreal. Makes a lot of sense. Zask. Okay.
Okay.
So they still go high. So
you said risk. This
practically,
yes.
Practically the same for Team Liquid Echo. Because they last pick the Akai.
Yeah, they last pick Akai. So this is basically the same draft coming in from TLPH. Now, Falcon Esports injecting a little bit of risk. I like it. But is it enough to win this game? That question, I'm going to throw it over to the casters.
Appreciate it, boys. Once again, we're getting some wilder things coming in from Falcon Esports. Like, I have to admit, the Zask is going to be pretty interesting, and there's also the interaction of his ult being stolen by Valentina once more, as we see almost pretty much the exact same lineup, other than a couple of changes here and there, like Terry Bogard coming in.
Which is something that Sanford did in the group stage that hopefully Falcon Esports watches out for. I'm sorry, I'm still not over the fact that we're seeing Zask here in Falcon Esports' possible last stand, that they have to make this work.
I mean, you gotta respect it, right? The last time I saw Zask being played was Snapdragon Pro Series, but I think at this point, Falcons, they're already pushed into a corner. They need some sort of answer, and I think, you know, as long as the mid lane is under control, which I think they're still going to prioritize this game, that's probably their biggest driving force.
It has an interesting interaction with the Divine Judgment, even with the heavy spin. The aforementioned IMU with the Dominator Descent. I'm not so sure if Sanjay wants to prioritize sealing that, or the penalty zone, or even the implosion, but hey, new interactions and possibly new results here for game number 3.
I think Sanjay is most likely going for the penalty zone or the implosion. But then again, you know, in the previous couple of games where he has played Valentina, like, he can get a little wild with it, right? So I think at this point of time, the early game is going to be so important, right? Fighting for these Lethal Wanderers, as many neutral objectives as possible. The bigger ones, maybe let the first turtle go through, right? Get PX7 in a better position before considering taking these fights.
Yep. Already you can see here Kid X pushing the boundaries of what he can do with a Tigreal. Its passive actually is a little better against a different mid duo because JP and Sanji both deal magic damage. So he's not as chunky compared to, like, let's say if that was a traditional tank roamer, you know, that deals physical damage. Down bottom, you have Royal Milk versus Sanford. I can see why Sanford's kind of struggling.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises here, right? Even Sanford himself is like, okay, I'm just going to have to wait until level 4 before we can really start trading against each other. And more so, he's not looking to win this lane. It's more so he wants to be able to match the lane against Royal Milk and still show up on time. And, well, I personally think that Liquid Echo, they're targeting Dax hard. He goes in, they've got so many different answers.
Which makes his job a little harder. Oh, no! PX7 gets bursted down. Sanji with a stolen penalty zone. Coming in against Royal Milk, wailing away, and they go up. The response from Royal Milk as well with the flicker fade away. All this while they were playing defensively, Carl DC secures the turtle. Kid X able to survive, flickers back. Can Dax survive here? Can Dax get away? He has to give up his small camp. Nope, still fighting for it. And Royal Milk, wow, knocks out Sanford.
I think Sanford's a little upset there. He's like, man, well, I mean, that body of the Smith is tougher than usual. Kartizi should be able to find it. Yep, push him away. Wait.
What? Oh, the body of Smith able to keep Royal Milk alive alongside a combination of his brave smite, keeping him topped up. Dax cleans up Benny Cutie as he tries to get away, runs the opposite direction into Falcon Esports jungle. What's going on?
I think we can safely say that Liquid Echo is feeling a little too comfortable here.
Too comfortable.
Way too comfortable. I mean, I have to admit, their decision-making in terms of punishing their opponents, like Sanford flickering, knowing that Zask is at level 4, without the Dominator's descent, he has no means of escape.
Yep. And I think this is a wake-up call for Liquid Echo. Like, all right, we got to take it easy. Again, they are up now by about 300, 500 gold. And an instant replay. Okay, so he did heal up a bit. And I'm sure there was a level of Body of Smith damage reduction that kept him alive from those heavy spin procs.
That's so unfortunate.
Oh, here we go. One more time. Up top, Kid X pulled in. 3-man kill squad from Liquid Echo.
Was that necessary, Sanji? I felt like that was a bit overkill, including the IMU implosion on top of it all. But hey, a kill's a kill, and definitely kind of tells the rest of Liquid Echo, hey, we're not making any more mistakes. Let's guarantee these kills and get back into this game before we start getting comfortable again.
Whatever gets the job done. Despite the fumbles from Liquid Echo, I have a sense that Benny's playing very, very conservatively, like Benny from Myanmar, right? Because he's down on EXP. I'm not so sure what the gold situation is, but I can smell that Benny Cutie actually is a little bit more pushed forward. Now look at them, racing down to the turtle. As Royal Milk and Carl DZ wail away at it, at less than half health. JP looking in. There's the ult, the implosion coming through. Heavy spin, Tempest ablaze, ult thrown out the window, left and right. Sanji secures a turtle for his team as they all disperse.
Huh? What? How? What? Why is Sanji the one picking up the turtle here? It just manages to survive despite 2 retributions. Sanji, by the way, is the one that picks up that neutral. And at this point in time, everybody's going to start pushing towards the top side of the map. But look at this one more time, right? The implosion comes through, Dax jumps in, and then we finally see the stolen penalty zone actually getting involved. Sorry, Royal Milk coming in with the flicker with the penalty zone to kind of shake things up. And honestly, it's not that bad. I think that Carl did a good job with the heavy spin, but now Dax, he's dead.
Just snapped out of existence. Well, all right, there seems to be a fight that happened here just north of their purple jungle side, and we can only assume what happened. But regardless, that is a huge loss for Falcon Esports. That's a core hero that they shouldn't have afforded to have gone down. I have a theory as to what happened in that jungle turtle fight, but we'll talk about it later. After this implosion coming in, Sanji slain by PX7, serving up a kill.
The overkill on top of overkill. Both sides are like, we need to get the job done. We cannot allow our opponents to be walking away with a sliver of health. Guarantee these kills.
No quarter. Whatever they need to do to make sure that you go down and we find a conversion elsewhere. Because again, a man missing is a spot for Falcon Esports to rotate into. So if Sanji's gone, that means mid can be leaned hard into. And that allows them to keep this gold lead slightly manageable. 1,000 in. Now JP in trouble. Forced into that wall by a Benny. Oh, here comes the Zaman Force. Gets the kill in. That's a roamer. Taken down. But I think, yeah, JP will be back for the turtle, man.
Yeah, he's going to be back for the turtle. And at the same time, we are seeing Sanford actually proxying the wave onto Royal Milk, right? So he's going to be on that turtle first. They can sit on top of it, and we'll see what Liquid Echo decides to do. For the first time, we are seeing that Falcon Esports up by 2 kills, 5-3. But let's bring it back a little bit, right? Because this purple buff is such a big objective for Falcon Esports that Liquid Echo consistently apply pressure.
It's not just an objective, man. It's a necessity.
It's like a mini lord.
For Dax. And if they don't get it on him, then they're fighting half-cocked. Check this out. The ult already spent in by PX7. Sanford checking the flank, making sure nothing comes out. The implosion coming in from Kid X. Royal Milk scores the kill on to Sanji. Now JP, Benny, and Carl walking away. Heavy spin. Oh, they're forced to be on the defense now as Sanford attempts to burst down Dax. Kid X puts up a barrier, checking on JP. Sanford coming back to the scene. Dax scores the last turtle for his team. Flicker out by Sanford. Suddenly, Falcon Esports are alive.
Oh, all right. They're coming back, right? They finally dealt with the tilt. They're realizing, hey, this is our moment right now. If we succumb to pressure, then what does that say about us? Let's show Liquid Echo what we're all about. As we look at this replay here, look at this. Kid X gets 3 people with a flicker implosion, catching 3 of the most important members that could disrupt the combo to begin with. Most importantly, they're still targeting Sanji.
And Sanji is not all the better for it. He's actually down about 200, 300 gold from PX7, who himself hasn't really been having a cakewalk of a time in mid, right? PX7 has been working hard to make this off-meta hero a thing. And Carteezy walks into that bush, gets pushed in, gets knocked up. PX7 looking for the free hits. Carteezy forced to use a heavy spin defensively. He gets taken down by the Alien Dominator coming in from the galaxies. And now JP down to 5th of his health. Revenge strike by Royal Milk. Not enough damage to force a kill on the JP. And they send the cavalry packing. Falcon Esports on the aggressive.
I think that Liquid Echo may have underestimated them a little too much. And again, all of this is just snowballing out of control from the earlier stages of the game, right? If we look at this replay one more time, this was a very interesting decision. I think they weren't expecting Royal Milk to show up for this fight because nobody was visible on the map at that point of time.
Yeah, what this tells me is Falcon Esports have to commit to their flickers. Like, if Liquid Echo haven't been counting flickers down to the second, they have to now. Because so far, back-to-back, those are the team fights that Falcon Esports win.
For the time being, after looking at the goal differences here, Benny QT just ever so slightly ahead of Benny from Falcon Esports. And that's the big insurance policy, right? But that's under a very large condition, where the Liquid Echo could chunk out the members of Falcon Esports effectively. They already have to deal with a bunch of stuff, right? Kid X has his passive to naturally be tanky, and Benny QT will have to wait patiently. PX7 is by far the most annoying hero to deal with for the entirety of the lineup of Liquid Echo. So Sanford, if he's not targeting PX7, he's looking towards Dax and Benny. And for the most part, as long as he's standing around the little alien sentry turret PX7 has, then there's not much you can do. The slow from it is pretty obnoxious.
Yep, and again, the damage that it deals, it's a combination of burst and DOT. So you have to really watch out. Royal Milk here, chunked down by Sanji and Carl. Kid X, check in the corners, clearing these corridors. And now the Lord dance continues.
Interesting.
We've been here about 10-15 seconds now. It's bursting down Dax. Kid X, not really checking that northern part of the fight. Royal Milk, he's burning. Oh, here comes JP with a Divine Judgment. The implosion on the 3 and the pushback. Heavy spin by Carteezy. Here we go. Benny dancing on. Drops the 7-4. Sanford in trouble. Able to dash away. Dash looking for the secure. Gets the kill. Knocking out Terry Bogard. Straight out for Kid X. 1 for 1 so far. Where is this fight going? Lord gets hard reset. Liquid Echo, majority of them at half health. They're playing around their side as Falcon Esports. Oh, they're playing with fire. They're staying here.
I think they can rush this down, right? I mean, it's a 50-50. Good luck, Dax.
Can they? Here comes Carteezy looking for it. Secures the Lord, steals it away, but pays with his life. Oh, wow. You know what? For all intents and purposes, I'll say that's worth it.
I think that's hella worth it. I mean, to be fair, Dax technically shouldn't be in that position anyways. When you're playing against an Akai, you want to be on the outer sides away from those walls. And he's got a 2-level lead on top of Carteezy, which again, very surprising, right? Dax has been power farming and also getting attacked in his own jungle. So coming to this point of time, we're seeing the big item power spikes. I'm expecting a BOD coming from Dax at any second now. But for the most part of it, they have taken off the shades, right? They're not tunnel visioning as hard. Royal Milk is doing one thing with PX7, but even KidX, he's opening his eyes to the rest of the map to see whether Liquid Echo is going to go for that 2-pronged attack in game number 2.
And what makes it all the more dangerous for Liquid Echo is the fact that Royal Milk has his flicker. Benny has his purify, and we're waiting about half a minute until KidX gets his flicker as well. So Liquid Echo have to all the more respect the potential for Falcon Esports to turn this fight upside down. The judgment on the Royal Milk, try flickering into that. Liquid Echo says, as they force a ult out of PX7, this is a tough response from Falcon Esports. Sanji coming with a skull implosion. Underneath gets punished by the turret. PX7 gets a kill. Sanford knocked out as well. Dax picks up his BOD. Now he's gonna hurt a little bit more. The conceal from KidX. Spots Carteezy. Where you going? There's enough damage here. Looking for it. One more hit. Oh, the killing spree for Dax. Falcon Esports are online.
Liquid Echo is overheating. That was such a cool play, but between the Dominator's descent, you basically you put him between 2 turrets, the tier 1 and the ult coming in from PX7. And as much as JP was absorbing a little bit of the damage, they quickly turned it around. Like, great engage from Sanji's side, but was this the correct decision to make? I don't think so. I think that Liquid Echo was just being overly confident that Betty QT could clean things up as long as they are low, but they can't even get that done.
I think this is coming off the back of that trade from Carteezy. The Lord for Carteezy trade is at the same level of that level of aggression underneath tier 1. They did not respect Falcon Esports' potential for a clapback, a massive clapback, and a cheap clapback at that. It cost him just, but Benny's Purify. All the flickers are online.
Yep, I think it's by far very worth it. This allows Falcon Esports to actually have a lot of tempo on Liquid Echo. In this upcoming next fight, they're expecting that JP is going to try and make a flicker play, but they have to really consider their options, right? Who walks out first? And I think it's always got to be Royal Milk. He is the most expendable because Kid X's ultimate on that implosion is so very important here. And if he goes down too soon into that fight, then you're hoping for a lot of Royal Milk in like 1v3 and hold off while the front line gets melted away by Daxon as well as Benny.
Which is a bit of an oxymoron, a paradox, if you will, because if you want to burst down Royal Milk, you got to go all in. He has that passive. It's not like Royal Milk on the Terizla is a softie. So that gives Liquid Echo a lot to deal with. For the first time in this best of 5, they're down on kills, down on objectives, down on economy. So this Lord, I'm guessing Kaldizi can't just willingly throw his body at it again. Not the way that the past Lord has gone, the past couple of Lords have gone.
Well, I hope Dax has learned his lesson here, right? Don't stand too close to the wall. Especially don't be inside of the pit. I think even from the previous match, the traditional Akai versus Frederick matchup, that's the one thing you have to worry about. Now, ooh, okay, Bloodwings coming in from Benny. That's going to keep him alive for this upcoming fight. Nobody has been really able to close the distance on Benny so far, as long as they are playing in a traditional front to back.
Yep, check out this delayed entry by Benny Cutie, keeping himself scarce. I don't think Falcon Esports know that he's there. Here's the dance, a slight pull. Lord here at a third of its health. Royal Milk down to half. Oh no, are we approaching the point of no return? We might even get a full-on reset here. That's it. I mean, this does favor Liquid Echo. This allows for them to reset their positioning and allows for them to do a little bit of wave management, given that Falcon Esports pushed in mid, get a chunk of that mid tier 2.
Rather interesting. It looks like Falcon Esports now kind of probing at Liquid Echo is like, come on. Come on, Royal Milk is like, he's half HP. He's walking up even further. He's taking the true damage from Lord as well.
This is what you want, right?
So just jump on in. And even then, FCon, they are smart. Dax, now with that purple buff, makes all the difference in this fight. They can deal with this and juggle it for as long as they want, and they might even get a split push in while they're at it.
Yep, their waves are a little stronger, better positioned this time around.
Whoa.
And we see here Sanford cleaning up. Kid X spot in the back line. Here comes the Lord, secured by Kaldizi. Penalty zone by Royal Milk, unable to punish Kaldizi as he exits with the heavy spin, gets caught up by the implosion. A Tempest of Blades in as well. A lot of ults thrown in to punish Kaldizi. And now the ult from PX7 moving through. Benny Cutie, check out this angle. Coming in, jumping from the south. Ooh. Collapsing, intercepting. Benny with his Zaman Force, displaced. Liquid Echo don't want to dance here, don't want to fight here. As JP and Sanji fight him through. JP gets his immortality popped in. And he's going to go down here unless they keep going. The shutdown by Benny Cutie.
But he gets taken down in trade, right? They both go down with the Luminous Lord starting to walk on out of here. Falcon Esports, they don't want to start losing turrets for free at this point of time, but they need to start clapping back. Let Dax do his own thing. The rest of us, we got to take this tier 2. We've got some housekeeping.
That's a super expensive comeback from Liquid Echo. Sure, they scored the Lord. Sure, they got a couple kills on the way out. But they paid the price, man. Look, the map became blue because of what they just did, or because of what Falcon Esports did to respond to their short-term comeback.
I think they understand that if they let that Lord start to push out the way that it did and Falcon Esports start walking up, they're going to be able to start stealing away the economy here, right? They can start stealing jungle camps, for an example. And I think that Liquid Echo wants to minimize that damage by trading proactively against Falcon Esports to keep them on their toes. But let's look at the gold distributions here, because overall, we are seeing that both gold laners are basically getting to their full build. I think at this point, 45 to 50,000. Okay, so that means Benny has extra surplus money for item swapping. Benny doesn't have that benefit just yet.
But I don't think Benny Cutie needs it. Looking at the way he's built right now, he just needs a better entry into a fight. Earlier on, he went in where Falcon Esports were clumped up, only half of them at half health. So he's not making the most of the Sky Piercer, not making the most of the Blade of Despair. And I don't know where Liquid Echo can find that angle, because they have to set it up the hard way. Kaldizi is putting the objectives on his back. Like, he's throwing his life and body at these things and is willing to die. So that's one member of yours. There's no other appeal. There's no other real way to fight front to back against Falcon Esports, who can basically draw a straight line through you.
Exactly. And I think that Carl TZ is going to be the big player here who needs to kind of disrupt that positioning, right? But what's the most ideal? You're going to have Royal Milk kind of isolated by himself, maybe even Kid X, right? But at the same time, I think the most opportune moment probably will be having a fight by the pit or in lane. Once you start getting to those choke points in the jungle, as much as Carl TZ is like, maybe I can get like a 3-man like lockdown, I think that is more beneficial for Falcon Esports now that you're in tight corners.
Yeah, I'd reckon maybe fight where there's no objective. Fight when it's actually just heroes. Because the fact that Carl TZ has to think about his opponents and the major objective makes it a tougher call for Liquid Echo, because they also have to perfect the art of the turn. Now Carl TZ here, sandwiched by 3, PX7, Kid X, and Benny. I wonder if he knows. He might just be baiting this out. Royal Mick responds. Look at the back line. Royal Mick catches 3. JP taken down. PX7 secures the kill. In comes Dax with delayed response. The implosion giving Benny Cutie a kill. On to Benny, and Carl TZ now down 3 for none so far. Falcon Esports are soaring.
I think they might be able to close out this game here. They got they've got 2 Ballista minions walking up to this crystal. Sanford, you gotta do something.
Oh no, that's it. Underneath the base, Salmon Force spelt in to live on, forcing game 4.
Woo, boy, all right, we got a real series on our hands here, boys. Falcons finally making sure that their communication is clean. They're able to focus on what is important, and most importantly, they're not tunnel visioning.
I don't know what went wrong for Liquid Echo there. They were doing pretty well for the first half, and then suddenly they just kept going for expensive plays that, honestly, Falcon Esports punished.
They got too comfortable. That's what I'll say. They got very comfortable, and they're probably not as practiced against the Zask in particular, because there's a lot of situations where you're like, oh, if somebody's tanking it, maybe we can go even further and continue this dive. And I think that it's hard to calculate if you don't have a lot of scrims against it. But with that being said, let's throw it over to our analyst to have a deeper dive into that drafting game.
I'm diving.
That's a dive. That's pretty deep.
That's pretty. Either ways, we got a match here because now it's 2-1. Falcons win it with the Zas. Nice. First impressions. What do you think?
Zask, I'm always a fan of these mage picks that come through that aren't necessarily quote unquote meta, and maybe that is part of the equation here. Like Gideon mentioned, maybe they haven't scrimmed against the Zask pick so much, so they were kind of caught off guard from it.
This is the calculated risk that I wanted.
The calculated risk that you wanted, yeah. Okay, so nerding out a little bit here when it comes to like the semantics of the game. Valentina is countered by Zask in many ways, especially in the mid lane, because it's hard to kind of because you're essentially melee if you're Valentina.
Yeah.
So you have to get up close and personal. Zask denies that. You cannot stay. You walk actually very slow. If you don't have your double dash, you're quite in trouble. Assassins generally don't like to play against Zask because you have so many ways to outplay. You can get inside your ultimate, flicker your ultimate, then dash out of there. So it's like a triple dashes if you think about it.
Yep.
And then you also survive. Assassins cannot literally like eliminate this nightmaric spawn that easily. And then come to the late game, you have the Winter Crown that eventually will be a problem. Also, if you have an awkward jump, if you're an assassin that has only one jump that has to reset, which you know is very awkward for Roger. The continuous damage now from the Zask is a problem because before you have to attack someone, right? Now it's like a continuous, it's like a laser.
Yeah.
Right. That's a problem for anyone that it jumps in the wrong way. If you jump and you cannot get out of that zone, you get slowed down so much. You get constant damage, and yeah, it's terrible to play against. So I'm not saying that Zask is the best here because that's the way to describe it. It's like almost perfect, right? But it's annoying to play against when you're a Valentina and if you're an assassin-based composition.
I mean, I would say the instant slow kind of helps the entire team to actually follow up with the team fight, right? But with that being said, we still got to give props to Carl TZ, man. He didn't lose a retro battle.
He made it look so easy.
He made it look so easy.
I don't know.
It's like 1v4.
I got
I'd
it.
win. I'd win.
I'd win. And I still am quite sus about this Akai pickup game number 3, I would say. I mean, it worked game number 2, but in this particular case, it's weird to see Carl TZ in this case, especially when you have Valentina that wants to copy the implosion, and then you have the heavy spin, so it's like anti-symmetry in most ways. I feel that there are other choices for Carl TZ to have gone with this Akai. Nevertheless, he made it look good.
I mean, like, perhaps he just doesn't want to take the risk because, again, looking at the draft, it's more or less the same. But now we actually got to look at our Sony MVP, and it's going to be Royal Milk, starting the game off with 2 kills. I mean, again, with help coming in from the turrets, but still, a kill's a kill. Looking at here, Carl TZ perhaps overestimated the amount of damage that he does and underestimated the body of Smith.
The body of Smith. How many times has that passive with the Trizla saved, you know, anyone playing him? But yeah, again, it was great usage too. Sometimes he wasn't even utilizing the flicker to start things off. He was just really good being up front, battling out, zoning out the members from Liquid Echo.
Yeah. And this means that FCON, all they needed to do was to group up as 5. There was a time where around 6 minutes in, they started to really just clump up together, allowed the Link to kind of de-push if that is even needed at a certain point, then just constantly press the situation. Because now, for the side of Team Liquid Echo, they needed Sanford to kind of split push, because that's the idea for the Paquito. You don't really just get in front anymore. And that meant that Royal Milk on this Trizla. My guess is that this will be snatched out, let's say.
Yeah.
So in game number 2, this was banned by FCON themselves. And then the Ling was picked up. It was Roger Valentin as the answer, which I also predicted. But now that Royal Milk has shown this, maybe it will be Roger plus Trizla afterwards.
Yeah, honestly, this has been a lot to digest, but can you actually show us through the telestrator what else have we found throughout the game?
Yeah, we got Bob here again, so let's look at the play of the second turtle, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is the second turtle of the fight, and we're going to be talking about the box once again, and also there is a lot of, we always have to start with the minimap. We all have to start with information. So if we could just zoom in. First is, there's a lot of information that is already found out by FCON. For example, they know that the Roger is up top. So that's information number 1. They know that they can turtle fight. And then eventually, Royal Milk will now see that the Paquito, so that is number 2, and then number 3, and then number 4, with now PX7 aiming to put the Nightmare Spawn into that spot. So let's play this out for a bit. Now, they spotted the Valentina as well as the Akai, so they know. Then eventually, JP will also be seen by the Nightmare Spawn. So information has been gathered. Now, in comes the interesting part, which I think is something that FCON really wanted to do in the past 2 games, which is to establish their own box. Again, their circle of influence as we're talking about. So this is practically their box that eventually they will be able to set up. And now, Sanford went inside their box. So you'll notice, right? So Sanford went in, and immediately the members of FCON are gonna be grouping up, and then PX7 outplays this. Look at this. He gets hit and then goes to his ultimate. That's beautiful. Now, Sanford is in an awkward spot where he is in the zone of Team Liquid Echo. Now, Team Liquid, they utilize Dax in this spot. You can see here that he is already aiming to go for the steal, and then all of a sudden, the box has been complete. Implosion comes in. You have the damage coming out from the Trizla as well as the Akai. Then, all of a sudden, you can see Sanford. Sanford is not in a spot where he can help his teammates. Let's clear that out. And then and Benny Cutie is in a tight spot as well. So as you can see, Sanford is away from his teammates, right? Always look at the minimap when you're looking at the FCON versus Team Liquid Echo. And then, that's basically it. The box has been set up. Sanford gets outplayed once again. And it's the end of the turtle fight for Team Liquid Echo.
Yeah, definitely looks like the positioning in the team fight is going to be very important. But with that being said, we're going to give teams time to prepare. So we're going for a short break, but after this, it's going to be game number 4. Welcome back. This is game number 4 between Team Liquid Echo going up against Falcon Esports, where the score right now is 2-1. 2 for Team Liquid Echo and 1 for Falcon Esports. Welcome back. My name is Lefel. Alongside with me is Nice as well as Wolf. Now this is a good shot for Falcon Esports. If they win again, could be a reverse sweep.
Could be. I was actually wondering if they had it in them. After seeing Game 3, I think they do. It's just, you guys already talked about this as well for Falcon Esports. The biggest thing is getting that winning draft, getting that winning game plan in approach to a team like Team Liquid Echo. And I think the last one, they did exactly that. I love that combination of the Terizla with the Tigreal, but I just don't think they're going to get their hands on that again.
Yeah.
Agreed.
That's probably not going to happen here, but they can go into something with the same concept in mind, I feel like, to deal with, because again, it's all about momentum, man. You know, momentum in the beginning of the game, and they had it in the previous game.
Which they were, I would say, looking for in the first 2 games. They had the Roger Harith. I think this is the 3rd time they picked up Harith in the gold lane.
The latest.
Yep, so it's Ling Harith, it's Roger Harith. They haven't found their stride because they couldn't get out of the early stages of the game, which we thought will be the problem for FCON. We did say before the game started, before the series started, that FCON has been struggling in the early stages, while Team Liquid Echo, they're the masters of the early game, so that's what they had to solve. Apparently, it just relied on Royal Milk just being very good at the thrills now, let's say. And the Zask, of course, is a big game changer. I would say that the past choices, yeah, for side of FCON, where we're very passive in a way. Ooh. It's Valentina versus Aurora, but this time it's Zask, which kind of applies a lot of pressure in the mid lane.
And now Falcon, they are going to be the 2nd pick. Team Liquid Echo is going to be the 1st pick. So this is going to be very interesting, where Falcon, I believe they can pick up the Terizla. I just don't believe that they can pick up the Ling.
Well, it was banned out, so they definitely cannot pick up the Ling. Chip is available. TLPH.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
It's going to TL.
You know what's the grade? Okay, so there's a chip, and then this is Harith Terizla all the way.
What about Roger Terizla?
I believe that you don't want to give the Terizla and the chip all together. That's gonna be scary.
No, I mean like Terizla and Roger.
Terizla Roger. Okay.
Oh, but it looks like they do pick up the Harith Roger.
Okay.
Oh wow, this is a predicament. Like, this is just the first 3 picks, but what do you feel?
Oof, it's a miss. That's a blunder, I believe.
They should have taken the Terizla.
Yeah, I think so. Because now you reveal too much for FCON. So TLPH are gonna be picking up the Terizla for sure. Maybe Edith along the way. No, they will not pick that up anymore.
What about the Valen?
Valentina, yeah, for sure.
Valen, Edith, Valen, Terizla.
I think Valen Terizla is the best choice here. Or Moskov Terizla, actually, for TLPH.
I don't know, unless they don't want the Terizla. I don't know. TLPH, what if they just don't pick it up? The Terizla.
I think
There's the Edith and Valentina.
Okay.
So they're willing to actually give the Terizla over to FCON.
And after this, just ban out the Moskov? Ban out Moskov, maybe even ban out
if you're
Matrix?
FCON.
Yeah.
For
I would say pick up the Terizla here, because if not, it's for sure going to get banned out.
Yep. I think that's the right idea here for FCON. Knowing already that this is Edith in the EXP lane, you already know your expectations. Maybe the worst case that can happen is it will be a last picked, Esmeralda or Thams from the side of FCON. They pick up the Aurora this time. They don't want that banned out.
Okay.
Whew. Okay.
So it looks like it looks like they're actually going to be banning out this tanky junglers. I wonder if they're going to ban out the Julian as well. Yeah.
Should be a Julian ban.
Learn from your mistakes.
Yuzhong instead.
I don't know how to feel about this one. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys.
Yeah. I do understand. It's a threat. Like Sanford's Yuzhong, that is definitely a threat. Great ban on the Tigreal, despite them having the Valentina. Not going to be picking that up. So, with this, you pick up your roamer now if you're FCON. Or maybe your...
Ruby?
Yeah, that's a flex still.
Yeah.
There you go. Very nicely done. So you go Julian and Moskov if you're TLPH, right?
Julian Moskov.
Yeah.
Sounds solid.
Yeah.
So, if
But
not,
what's the last pick coming in from FCON?
I think maybe Fredgrid could work actually for TLPH in that regard. Like, Moskov and Fredgrid.
But you're going up against Aurora and Ruby, though.
Yeah, that's very true. But then you control both Harith as well as...
What if it's an Akai again?
Yeah, but
I feel like
I hope
they should go for Julian.
I hope it's not okay. So, high pick Julian for sure. Maybe the next best thing should be that.
I got it.
Oh.
That's my 1 point.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you for having me.
You know what? this is our KPI. We need to at least call one.
Yeah.
We've all called it, so you know our KPI is settled. And they're picking up the Minotaur. So again, Natan in the goal lane for TLPH. Harib in the goal lane for Falcon. This is again a very interesting draft. So for the casters, do you guys think this is potentially a 4-4 or Liquid Echoes got it? You know what? We're passing it over to our casters.
Once again, thank you to our analysts. It's me, Gideon, with Leo on the desk. And honestly, I'll be real with you. This is kind of a bit of a curveball coming in from TLPH. I'm surprised that they actually want to go for scaling against a composition that's very much sustainable, but has an insane amount of appeal.
All right, they did a two-prong attack here. They stopped all of the active CC and all of the big-ticket team fight-winning ults from Falcon Esports. And they also put, again, the aforementioned scaling hero into the hands of Benny Cutie, which I think sends a message. They want to make sure that, hey, even if this does go a little late, which, by the way, games 2 and 3, games 1 and 3 went very long. Again, past 18 minutes, they want to make sure that Benny Cutie becomes a decisive win.
Well, I mean, with Liquid Echo on the blue side up against Falcon Esports on the red, I think this is really scary, right? Because even for JP, he's going to imagine, he hits level 4, he's going to drop the portal, and not many people are going to take it, right? I think at this point, JP is going to play a very different role of influencing the lanes without having to call the entire team to make the big play.
Yep, I think you got it spot on. It's not all in, but which members matter at the time, and then they can do cleanup, which really, there is very little cleanup. It's not like they're playing an assassin meta. This is a meta, this is a lineup that could have happened like 6 months ago.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that Liquid Echo, one of the few interactions that could actually be very beneficial, let Falcon Esports make that play, right? Bait out these big ults, get chunked out, but just survive. And once you survive, you start recalling. When you're back at base, that's when JP comes in with a big fight to send you straight into enemy lines.
Which is what they were lacking in game number 3, the re-engage, the potential for the post-big time CC re-engage. And here you see Dax, you see Benny, they're on relatively expensive heroes. Like I'd say more the Harith. The Roger, he wants to snowball, but if he's not able to snowball, there's really not much he can do after he gets the farm, after he gets these objectives, which, by the way, I think, again, another point goes to Liquid Echo. I think they have very good objective control.
Yeah, I do think that, man, actually, I'm going to take that back. I think that Falcon Esports probably has it a little bit better, right? And they can technically hold Liquid Echo hostage around these areas thinking, hey, are we going to fight now? Are we going to, like, drop those big ults? For the first one, I think they should back off here. There's no reason to get involved just yet, especially since First Blood hasn't been achieved.
Oh, here we go. The CC, Cartesi, gets his heavy spin and retribution on point. A freeze by PX7. Kid X in trouble, looking for the burst. JP coming in, the shortcut, who's coming through? Everybody! But too quickly, Falcon Esports has dispersed. Luckily, Benny Cutie can just re-exit.
Nicely done. Honestly, nicely done from both sides, right? I was really worried that Kid X might end up dying there, and I think that would have been a good gold surge for Liquid Echo. But for the most part, in that trade, Liquid Echo come up on top when it comes down to resources, battle spells as well. Majority of them are still up, and at the end of the day, they still got the turtle.
That's right. It's clean as compared to, you know, some of their engages in even game 1 and 3, right? Some of them came expensive. Here, they're playing as clean as possible.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting the Echo Express this time round, you know? The Liquid Express is going to have to take a step back. There's a lot of things that need to go right for them if they want to initiate cleanly.
Yep, the Liquid Stampede only really happens when it's a clear path. You can't go through speed bumps. There can't be no distractions. So they have to set up a solid early to mid so that eventually Benny Cutie becomes that decisive force in the late game.
Well,
speaking of decisive forces, PX7 has been playing a really strong game, right? Let's not forget that naturally, as he scales up later and later and later, the more magic damage that he actually builds up really works well with him, right? Because the CC will be extended even longer per stat. So I think that Falcon Esports, they have a decent later stage of the game, but it really comes down to how many people can they catch in the giant fly swatting composition during the team fight.
Yeah, which they have 3 of. Again, you mentioned PX7, that's one. Another would be Royal Milk, who seems to be a I'm offended specialist. So very fit.
He's very PC.
Yeah, he fits in 2024 on the internet. And then you have Kid X, right? Who we now know is amazing on the Tigreal, but he also now has a little bit of re-engage with the Minotaur, the Minoan Fury, and the Motivation Roar. So how about round 2 here in the Turtle? First objective was scored by Liquid Echo. Let's see if Falcon Esports now, with all of their ults online, if they can try and score this one.
It's not going to be as easy, right? I think, especially, just keep your eyes on like both Royal Milk and Kid X. They're looking for angles here.
Here we go. The shortcut coming in from a JP. Sanford walks through. Big Earth Shatter there. And then the big jump as well. Double Minoan Fury from both sides. Sanji draws first blood. We're having ground beef for lunch, folks. And now Benny, Cyclone Eye through, but the damage has been done. 3 for 9 plus the turtle. Thank you very much.
What? Let's look at the replay one more time. How did this go so badly for them, right? A majority of the members got absolutely blasted by JP's giant stun because they all corralled around him and weren't able to burst him down in time. And not to mention that even for PX7, he was completely out of that fight, but got some relevant CC, and they still lost. I think that they needed to initiate just a wee bit earlier, specifically Kid X. I think that Royal Milk could have taken his time a little bit more, especially since the battle spells weren't up in time. I think that Falcon Esports really need to, if they are going to play this war of attrition, start considering the bigger factors like battle spells and, most importantly, alt timings.
Yeah, I would assume there was a little anime moment between Sanji and Kid X where, okay, I see you ramp up with the Minoan Fury the first wave, and then Sanji just, in the nanosecond after, I also do it, which I think turned the tide of that fight. If there was no response from Sanji, if there was no Minoan Fury after the Minoan Fury, that would have been a Falcon Esports fight, definitely.
Absolutely, and that's something that they need to really consider, right? Have that foresight. Okay, you made the first mistake, that's totally fine. 3 kills go over to Liquid Echo. It's not the end of the world. And I think most importantly, we have to look at Benny. He's already like gone with a quick lane swap down to the bottom side of the map just to make sure that Kid X and even Royal Milk can get involved for the upcoming turtle happening in 22 seconds.
All this while, Liquid Echo asserting dominance in mid. Falcon Esports reciprocating as well, hunkering down with 3. And now the river flows. Faster rotations coming in, and who's going to ride the wave? Sanford and Kid X. Oh yeah, they're all going to try to get this last turtle here. Solid setup though, in the top lane. Liquid Echo just gets a passive push.
Do they really want to do this? I feel like not yet. I feel like Dax is already... Oh,
too late. The fight has started. Here we go. I'm offended by Royal Milk displacing them all. Dax in trouble. Sanji gets the kill. Pushing back Royal Milk, Kid X, and PX7. And that's all she wrote. Falcon Esports dispersed. You get nothing, good sir. Oh, wait. JP, not going to spot Benny. Not this time.
Okay, not this time. He doesn't cancel it out. At least there's still some hope here. Rather interesting decision coming in from Falcon Esports, right? Like, they know for a fact. They're risking it for the biscuit, thinking that it might be a 4v4 and Benny QT ain't going to be there. But they didn't lane swap. They didn't see any rotation. They had no information. This was just pure game sense, hoping and praying that it's going to be enough. And now, because of that, Carl is significantly ahead of the curve in terms of EXP, and Dax is falling further and further behind. He's stuck on a wind talker right now.
That's why Falcon Esports had all the onus in the world to be the aggressive team. Oh, Sanji, anime-like reflexes, dodging that freeze, keeping himself alive, still denying Falcon Esports anything on the map.
Literally just told PX7, not today, kid. Not today.
Nope.
It could go even... Oh.
Here we go, JP From the other side, popping the shortcut. Who's coming through? Frigid Ice. No one home. The Zaman Force and the double Minnow Fury one more time. And there's a KO on the Kid X. Royal Milk and Benny follow through as well. Still nothing on the board for the Burmese. Benny Cutie gets a double on the way out.
And that's going to accelerate him way further ahead. Let's look at the replay one more time because this was a great angle, right? Once that shortcut comes in, the counter engage from Kid X and they realize they don't have enough damage. Benny can only hit one target at a time and Dax is a little too far behind to actually supplement it. Now look, Kaltizi getting disrespectful because he knows how strong he is and the one shot, almost there, almost.
Oh, the time traveler coming in from odd angles, like Tenet up in this.
Oh, man. It feels like they've done this before, and now they're just playing this in reverse, in real time, finally. As the Lord does spawn, I think the only hope that Falcon Esports has is whether or not they can actually catch Benny QT off, and that's under a couple of conditions. One, force him to use that Purify, and somehow Royal Milk pulls him all the way back with a flicker.
Oh, wow. All this while, you were laying down the options. Benny QT just blitzes the Lord.
He just does it himself.
Yeah, he's just like, all right, Gideon, you go ahead, lay down the win cons. I'm just going to take the massive objective. What is the gold lead now? Almost 10K, sir.
Exactly.
Almost 10K.
Yeah, that's why I respect Benny QT. At least he gives me the time to actually talk about it. But now that they have the Lord, hopefully they can get an inhibitor. And honestly, it's starting to look like a checkmate angle.
Yep. Falcon Esports, good news and bad news. Good news is, underneath these turrets, they have all the more better punishing power. Maybe the double Minnow and Fury situation might not be as bad. But bad news is, they're down on firepower. We're going to go back to the problem. Again, chicken and the egg. You get the CC, where's the damage? You don't get the damage in, how do you plant the CC? So now look at this, a trio lane push. Mid's got a wave, top's got a wave, Lord is down bottom, and Liquid Echo have masterfully orchestrated the push.
I think that it's really important for them that Liquid Echo take as many... Oh, Royal Milk's in trouble.
Oh, dodges the heavy spin though, so he will live, but I couldn't say the same for this tier 2 in mid.
But these inhibitors, right, that's the most important part. If Liquid Echo can at least take one of them, that's already a huge win as the second waves is starting to... Oh!
I mean, I'm saying this true for both Bennies, and now the fight continues. The Zaman Force, the Minnow and Fury, they still live. The pull from Royal Milk, Benny Cutie punishes him. 3 defenders left in Falcon Esports base as a wave stands in mid. The flicker onward, Earth Shatter, the full combo. Sanford still standing. Still no one falls. Liquid Echo inside Falcon Esports' base.
They need a wave somewhere if they want to end the game, but Death Timers, Benny's going to be back in time, and same goes for Royal Milk. Falcon Esports has another opportunity to fight back, but it's looking extremely grim.
Here we go, the shortcut coming in. Kid X might get bursted down. Benny Cutie gets the kill served up to him. He says, thanks, 40, thanks. And now the base up next. Kaltizi plants the heavy spin. The base is going to fall. So will the Burmese. Falcon Esports takes the bow. Liquid Echo wins 3-1.
Oh my goodness, what a series here. TLPA just showing why they are above the rest, why the cream of the crop. And you can even see that even Kid X, all he can do was just applause. What a performance coming in from TLPH.
GG, well played to Falcon Esports. The Burmese, they have such a fighting spirit, but against the defending champions of MPLPH, they could not stop the Liquid Stampede.
They couldn't fly above the mountains here. They couldn't see the horizon just yet.
Not on this range.
Not on this range, unfortunately. But man, they do, as you mentioned, have incredible heart. Despite having a bad performance in game number 1, they continue to fight through it and bounce back one time, but it just wasn't enough.
I can imagine all of the Burmese watching. They would still be very proud of Falcon Esports. This does trump the performance from last year's Mid-Season Cup.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It is a better performance. It is a better showing as well. And yeah, there is no disappointment here from this team. They're just going to be walking off feeling good. Hey, they deserve this win.
We saw a few swerves here in this series. We went 4 games, but still the status quo remains. Liquid Echo still on top, and they will be moving forward through the brackets.
And I think for everybody else, this is just a good showing of what the meta has to offer right now and how important these best of 5s are. You cannot lose steam at the very first game. If you are a momentum-based team, it's all about leaving that impression.
You know what I do like about the series?
What?
We got a little bit of a rewind. We saw what worked from the previous meta and maybe even metas from far back. that can make a comeback, that can definitely make a difference in the developing meta that we have now.
Well, with that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to an interview. Let's hear it.
Here we are with the coach of Liquid Echo, Coach Tic Tac. Congratulations. You know, you did amazing game 1 and 2, and a lot of people thought it was going to be a sweep, but game number 3, something happened. Can you explain to us, was it the Zask?
Ayun po, medyo nagulat kami sa Zask peak, so medyo narattle kami doon.
So they were surprised and they were rattled with that pick, but you were able to bounce back, and that's what's really important.
Yeah, exactly. And specifically when we're talking about going from like best of 2s in the group stage to best of 5, there's definitely going to be some speed bumps, I want to say, along the way. But first of all, you made it to the knockout stage after the first best of 5, and now you are here headed to the semifinals. How do you feel after your team's performance? And I want to say continuing your journey and continuing to the second stage of the tournament here.
Ayun, sobrang saya po, nakapasok kami sa semifinals. So, yun, abangan namin yung may manalo sa AP Brand.
He's really happy that they're able to make it to the semifinals. So they're looking out to the possible matchup with AP Brand.
And that is going to be quite an exciting match. But before we head on over to the studio, we told you guys that we have a spicy twist coming up with this knockout stage and with this best of 5 Mara. And I mean, it's, I want to say exciting for them, but it's going to be a special moment, I want to say, here on the stage.
Because you've won, now we have the opposing team. They will give you their key, and this symbolizes your success here at MSC 2024 for the Esports World Cup. They are now handing over the key. Thank you so much. Thank you. Show everybody your key. And how does it feel to be holding this right now from your opponent given to you?
Ayun, sobrang saya po, hawak po namin yung key nila. So, yun.
He's really happy that they're holding the key.
And here's the thing, not only do you get to hold the key, but I believe you also get the opportunity to destroy the key, which is, I want to say, like, this is one of the things that makes this tournament, this Esports World Cup, this MSC quite special. So tell me your feeling about that as well, getting to use the machine to destroy the key.
Ayun, sobrang nakaka-excite kasi first time mangyayaring ganun eh. Opo.
He says he's really excited because this will be the first time that they'll be able to do it. Coach Tic Tac, congratulations, and we'll see you in the semifinal round. Lots of great happenings here at the Esports World Cup, but for sure, you want us to break that down for you, so we'll go back to our panel.
Let me just say, it's just handing over a key, but I gotta say, that feels brutal. Speaking of brutal, let's look at the highlights.
It's a nice key, by the way. It's a cool concept of a key, but looking at the highlights, it's still that same idea here, guys. It's that momentum-building lineup that we saw time and time again. And it's good to hear also from Coach Tic Tac. You know, a lot of the questions about Game 3, the Zask threw them off. And maybe that's something that teams in the future that will be facing against them could use.
You guys see the Benecutie damage, though?
Oh, yeah.
You guys look at the damage, though.
Okay.
Damage. Big damn.
Before you threw it to the casters, I had my reservations because this is again the Harry Potter lineup, which focuses mainly on a lot of magic damage. But there's one thing that we can patent now, which is the Benecutie bomb on this Nathan, which he does so well. It's a skill 1 and 2 combo with obviously the entropy should be activated already. If you have 3 items and then you look for a target, be it a tanky hero or a squishy one, because of the nature of the damage of Nathan, you push back your opponent, make sure that the passive of the plates going back when you get attacked. It's like maximum ratio. It's like it takes less time to travel in a way, so that you deal the most damage in that small amount of fraction of a second. Exactly, with the pushback as well. It's the Benecutie bomb on the Nathan.
This is 11-0, and I gotta say, Wolf, if your lineup only has magic damage, but when you do damage though, I feel like it doesn't matter.
Look at the gold per minute.
Oh my God,
1,005. Yeah, there was a time that he was double laning, and that's the benefit of having the Nathan, because you can just get from one spot to the other, utilizing your entropy. Of course, he kind of it feels like it's a waste because you utilize it for farm, but that's the early game, so you don't need to get that farm as much. And then, of course, the chip makes it so that he knows where he needs to be going. The chip coming in from JP, in this case, is a scout, basically.
Yeah. At this point, the chip is 100% win rate. I believe it's 100% pick and ban and 100% win rate. The only one that's lost right now is Louis, but we're looking at the highlights here. And again, just to remind you guys, it's 11-0. Falcon could not capitalize on any mistakes, if any, TLPH did.
It was 11-0, and it was about 11-minute-ish games, or 11-minute game. And
around 11 minutes.
Yeah. And there was this type of game is where the opposing team doesn't have any room to breathe at all because they're punished everywhere. And even like Wolf mentioned, your tanky heroes are being just deleted by the Nathan.
Your tanky heroes feels like a Diggy.
Yes.
That's how squishy it was.
Yeah. And you'll be surprised at how quick it can be. Maybe Benicute practiced that so much. Maybe for all the viewers out there who's trying to practice Nathan, maybe try to practice that. Just do that combo all the time so that feels very instant for you. Because literally, that's what I felt with how Benicute plays it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, this is what I did, and I didn't notice what happened after that. I blinked and it's like, wait, it's done?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I blinked pretty slowly because it's like, but still, that was fast.
If you can put that in slow-mo, that's basically how it was. When we saw it, though, we were also just like, the health bars were just gone in an instant.
And by the way, imagine this in a professional setting when you're dragging your map all the time, right? When you're a setup tank, for example, if you're from the XP, if you're a marksman, you're like scouting the mini-map, and then all of a sudden you're gonna be gone, right? So drag your map and you're gonna die. That's how quickly it could be.
At that point, I can imagine the reaction is like, okay, the slide meme is like,
huh?
Do you guys know what happened? Like, is my game bugged? Why, how did I die? Right? That's how fast it was. Speaking of which, we gotta look at our Saudi MVP. And guess what? It's Betty Cutie. But again, that damage though.
That damage.
Yep.
No.
Damage. We can see it.
I mean, if you can see it.
Yeah, good luck trying to see it. Look at him.
Okay,
look at his position. I think we need a slow-mo at this point. Look at that.
It's done.
One combo, Benny. B-N-I, I mean.
Benny Cutie.
Benny Cutie. One hit deleted Benny.
Yeah.
That's it.
There it is.
The bomb. Again.
Like,
the Nathan bomb.
How do you outplay that? How do you outplay when you just try to go up front and start a basic attack and then you take like what, 3 basic attacks?
Well, multiply that by 2 because of the passives.
Yeah, but still, you know what I mean.
Yes, I knew exactly what you mean. That's hard to deal with. The answer is definitely tank up, maybe reach the late game. Don't let him like snowball like this.
I was gonna say, this is a huge snowball. That's why. I think that plays a part of it.
Maybe,
yes, 100%, yes.
Maybe just, like, time travelers technically are cheating.
How do you stop a time traveler?
How do you stop a time traveler? 8 KDA, 1,005 goal per minute, 72% kill participation. How do you stop a time traveler? Stop
time.
Take off your watch. I think that doesn't work.
I don't think that works.
I'm gonna try. I'm taking off my watch.
You don't have a time traveler to stop right now, though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So they go for the mystery shop or the bargain hunter. That's why he got the items fast. But again, he was doubling. Hey, a time traveler again.
I mean, it's Sanji, but still, it's like, okay. So the first question, Sanji, are you a time traveler?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
That explains it.
Now our interview is getting much more interesting. So first of all, big congratulations for the win going up against Falcon. Now I do have to say, you were the one that has to go up against the Zas. Was it difficult? Like, because do you guys fight against the Zas often?
No. I think it is difficult because first time I match in lane Zas.
Yeah.
Like first time for competition, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if he finds a Zas in ranked games, I don't think it's that big of a problem.
Yeah. I have a question actually. How does it feel to play 4 games of Valentino?
Why were we thinking the same question?
Right? So how does it feel? And then winning in the other afterwards. So, sure, go ahead.
You can speak in Tagalog, of course. I understand.
Yeah, Lefel will translate.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, sobrang saya kasi comfort ko siya eh.
Yeah, I feel like it's just my comfort, so it's okay.
Well done.
Well done.
Well done.
Good. I translate for a living.
Yeah, and how do you how did you master some of the other heroes? Because we're seeing with the Valentina, you play Roger, you play Ruby, you play Tigreal.
Yeah.
So you master all these heroes, right? So any tips that you can give to all the viewers out there if they want to play the Valentina?
Maglaro lang sila ng iba't ibang hero sa RG, tapos yung mga skill pag-aralan nila, ganun.
Yeah, you say it's not that hard. I don't understand why you guys are having a difficult time.
A little bit off. But yeah, basically just practice it in RG if you want to for all the people that want to play the Valentina, and then really just learn the abilities of the other heroes, right?
Yep.
So, Sanji, do you like Gord? Do you like Gord?
You can lie. You can lie. It's okay to lie in interviews.
Gusto mo si Gord?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you
all right.
Enough.
There you go. Now for all of the Clippers, you guys can clip and say, Sanji loves the gourd. Don't say like, say loves. By the way, now that you guys have won against Falcon, do you guys feel this is a good momentum going up against, potentially going up against Falcon CP Brand? Or do you think that Falcon CP Brand will not be able to win their match?
Iniisip namin na kahit sinong makalaban namin doon, bigay lang namin yung best namin.
It says that whoever they face, they will just gonna give their best, and hopefully it's up against Malaysia.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
He mentioned Malaysia specifically.
Honestly, when you're translating, it's okay to lie. You don't have to give out all the details. But with that being said, we got to look at our STC prediction update to see what you guys thought was going to win. And 92% said Team Liquid Echo was going to win. 8% says Falcon Esports is going to win. How does it feel when everyone trusts you guys this much?
No.
You can lie.
Sobrang saya po kasi nung narang MSC kami yung yung down sa voting na ganyan.
So he was very happy because last MSC, they were the recipients of the opposite end where the votes were low.
Against them, yeah.
What, really?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean,
he said it.
He said it. So if he said it, then of course
I just translated, bro.
So here's the thing, Sanji. Even though just now it was actually Coach Tic Tac that received the key, but as the winning team, how does it feel when the losing team gives you guys the key, and then you guys are gonna physically take the key, and then after this you're gonna see it getting crushed? Like as a player, how do you feel?
Wala po.
Nothing?
Feels nothing.
Even I could have. Okay, let me translate for him. You know, he said that as a player, I do not care what happens because in this game, it's the nature of competition. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. When you lose, you know the consequences, and the consequences are you're gonna lose the key. So it's not my fault that you lost. So I'm just gonna take it and I'm gonna crush it. That's what he said. Is that accurate, Sanji? Yeah. He said yeah. I mean, the mic wasn't up to his face, but he said yeah. Can you guys confirm?
Yeah.
Said
sounds about right.
Yeah means usually yes in Filipino.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't he like yeah, po?
Yeah, po.
Because po is just to be a little bit polite. I'm just letting you guys know in case you guys don't know. I've been to the Philippines. They say po when they want to be polite.
Yep.
I have a question. I have a question.
Thank you, nice.
Yeah, I'll sum off there. Sanji, you guys know if let's say you're champions of MSC because you're one step closer.
Yeah.
You get to pick 3 teams, keys, correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You get to pick 3 keys. Have you guys spoken about which keys you guys want, or what teams would you want? What 3 keys would you want in your trophy?
Sa akin po yung tatlo namin tinalo.
Okay.
Oh, whoever that is. Yeah.
So the 3 teams that they beat.
No, he said like Homeboys SRG and whoever is the other one. They said that.
I love that you've picked up the translation skills.
Yeah.
Because even I was like, oh, I thought I heard Homeboys, SRG, and etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, etc. But with that being said, I do want to say thank you very much, Sanji. Again, congratulations to your match. Look at the camera, and then is there anything that you want to say to the fans?
Shoutout sa mga fans namin dito sa Riyadh tsaka dyan sa Pinas. Supportan nyo lang kami lagi. Tsaka shoutout na din po sa family ko tsaka sa girlfriend ko po.
Do you guys want me to translate one?
Last one. You can translate it.
Yeah, I said thank you to everyone for watching, for supporting us. Thank you to our family and friends at home that supports us. Anyways, capture moments.
The girlfriend.
The girlfriend, of course. Sorry, I missed out. Thank you, girlfriend. His girlfriend, not mine. I'm married, so I don't have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Capture moments like a pro with the 6-axis hybrid gimbal stabilizer equipped camera. Thank you very much, Asus ROG, for sponsoring. You guys are great. Speaking of great, Sanji's great. Sorry I missed out your girlfriend, but you know what? Next time for sure, you're gonna shout her out. But with that being said, we gotta say, for you guys at home, your opinion matters. So make sure you guys scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. What do you guys think of us so far? The knockout stage is, of course, still live. But again, your opinions matter because we're gonna eventually go to the grand finals. With that being said, up next is gonna be the matchup for Selangor Red Giants going up against Fireflux Esports. That's our Jamil Motorsport match of the day. Sanji, what do you feel about that matchup? Do you think Selangor Red Giants can win, or is it going to be Fireflux?
I think 3-2, Fireflux.
Whoa! Do you want to translate that? I didn't understand.
He said homeboys will, they will homeboys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know what? I believe you. I feel like Homeboys has got it as well. Either ways, this is going to be indeed an amazing matchup. If he goes all 5 games, that's, you know what? Am I ready for all 5 games? Because here's the thing, no one has taken a game off of Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. It's been over 100 days.
100 days?
Over 100 days.
A series, right?
For a series.
Yeah, for the series.
Yeah,
Like, we don't count public holidays. Honestly,
he's good at math.
Honestly, we don't even count private holidays.
Yeah. I don't know what's the difference between a public and a private
A private holiday is like your birthday. It's like, it's your own thing, but people don't go for...
you can't ask off for work for it's your birthday.
Imagine though, it's like, excuse me, but I need a vacation, it's my birthday. You know? Maybe honestly, that sounds like a 2025 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But either ways, we do have to say, we got to look at our upcoming match. Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib upcoming match. It's going to be Selangor Red Giants going up against Fireflux Esports. You guys heard it from Sanji. It might be a 3-2. With that being said, we're going for a break. After this, it's going to be an intense match. We'll see you guys then. Welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at Esports World Cup. My name is Ophel. Alongside with me is Naisu as well as Wolf. And you guys are about to witness the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. It's going to be Selangor Giants going up against Fireflux. Very quick, gentlemen. We've heard from Sanji that he's actually favoring Fireflux. What do you guys think?
I'm favoring Selangor Giants. I think this will be a 3-2 duel. I do agree with that. Yeah, I think so. And I'm saying this not because SRG is weak or because Fireflux is strong. It's I think because of the playstyle of Fireflux, where they can force out these long fights. Because SRG, they want to play very fast, very aggressively.
Yeah.
Fireflux want to take their time. They want to group up together as 5. It's going to be an interesting clash of styles.
Yep. It's going to be a battle for legacy. Because I feel like for Fireflux, in terms of protecting, they got to protect their legacy because Fireflux is basically a homestay when we talk about international tournaments. SRG, technically, they're the one emerging because it's only been like, what, the second year for them?
Interesting. Yeah, and I mean, SRG, I think a lot of people that have been necessarily haven't been following the entire journey, but they got word, man, they're undefeated, you know, coming into the MSC 2024. Yeah, and so people want to know, how long is it going to go for? Because the biggest question was, how will they perform on the international stage? I think it's already proven a point. Now, can they continue the 100-day streak, I would say?
Yeah, and hopefully that will be after MSC, right?
Yeah, hopefully if they're going to lose, might as well just wait for the next MPL season. Right now, we have a special graphic for you guys here because we're going to look at both these teams. We're talking about the mid lane duel. It's going to be Rosa going up against my boy Stormy here.
Very interesting because there's a lot of start changes. I think the Valentin as well as the Louis is just being part of the shared hero pool is natural because these are meta heroes anyways. But if you're looking at their unique hero pool, it's totally different, right? The playstyle. Xavier and Aurora wants to sit back. That's for Stormy. But then if you're looking at Rosa, that's going to be Farsa as well as Faramis, both with mobility tools so that they can get into the fight. But the KDA favors Rosa instead of Stormy.
Honestly, I want to look at the damage per minute. Stormy almost doing 3,000, but Rosa doing over 4,000 damage per minute. That shows that Rosa is the main carry for the team. I would say Stormy is more of an enabler.
Yeah, and whether they get, you saw the shared hero pool tool, I think Valentina is still going to be a big contention for both of them. I'd love to see them get their unique hero pool for this matchup. Again, it's a best of 5, so, you know, we can see those adjustments happen here. But yeah, I think it's impressive to see what Rosa's capable of on these key hero pickups and pump out the damage early on.
Yeah, I got to say, this is going to be an intense match. A battle for legacy. Selangor Giants going up against Fireflux. Fireflux for sure wants to break the win streak of Selangor Giants. With that being said, this is going to be an amazing match, and we're going to throw it over to the stage for Mara Aquino as well as Dawood Sandstorm to introduce both teams.
The vibes here have been immaculate at the Amazon Arena as we continue with our second series of the day, and we continue our journey through the knockout stage.
It's been nerve-wracking, both for the fans and the teams, as only one will get to move on to the next round. And a lot of people have been commenting online, showing support for their favorite team.
That's right, because starting with our second series, the Beast from the East is going to be going up against the Best of the West in our second Best of 5 series for this knockout stage, and we are about to continue our journey.
Much like the stakes earlier, this battle for legacy is do or die. Win, and you get to continue the journey to see the world. Lose, and watch your key get crushed.
And now the question remains, who will take that one step closer to being crowned the champions of MSC 2024 here at the Esports World Cup? Let's find out as we welcome our next 2 teams.
Introducing the Red Hot Giants from Malaysia. Their strength allowed them to go over 100 days without a single match loss. Let's welcome Selangor Red Giants. It's Cram, Sakai, Stormy, Yums, and Innocent. They're looking to continue their undefeated run. Their versatile and systematic ways under the guidance of Coach Arcadia makes them extremely difficult to take down.
And their opponents on the opposing side, the bastion of Turkey themselves. Their first step may not have been the best step to take on this stage, but now they are on the road to redeem themselves as their fire only burned brighter at the MSC. Welcome to the stage, Fireflux Esports! The Bastion of Turkey, starring Alien, Tienzi, Rosa, Apex 47, and Sunshine. Every single one of these people is geared up to establish their legacy against the undefeated Giants.
It'll be the battle between the best from the West against the beasts from the East. Only one will get to keep their key in the end.
And the others will get destroyed. So boys, get yourselves ready. Lock eyes with your opponents because it is time to take your seats and do battle.
You may now take your seat. Of course, they're going to be doing their ping test with Asus ROG, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 mobile platform.
That's right, it is the official sponsor, Asus ROG, the official gaming phone of MSC 2024. And Mara, I think it's time for us to get started.
This is the second best of 5 series of today. One shot, no second chances. Time to give it your all. And it's also time to go to our panel. Panel, time to shine.
Thank you very much to both Maracino as well as the Wood Sandstorm. Now, I gotta say, this is gonna be an intense matchup, but before we even talk about that, I wanna talk about the dawn of a new landscape here, because this MSC is really shaping up the landscape of competitiveness in the MLBB scene. We're looking at a dawn of a new landscape here. We're looking at the Kings, we're looking at the Contenders, as well as the Slayers and the Protectors.
Oh, just looking at this kind of breakdown too, I'm still kind of wondering, the Protectors, like, you know, protecting, I guess, the legacy is what they're after, and solidifying their footing here. But for, you know, all of this, the Slayers even, I think a lot of people were surprised with what's happened with See You Soon and what they've accomplished.
True Slayers, man, true Slayers.
That's very true. And if we're just going to be looking back at the past few years and few seasons of international events, I think it's, you can even count both SRG as well as NIP Flash as you know, it's like they're contenders to the throne in a way that they're also emerging regions.
Yeah.
And I think you share this sentiment. Even when we've known that Malaysia has been here for quite a long time, both Fireflux and SRG, they have something to prove. This is the furthest, I would say, that Fireflux will be if they eventually win. That's also very true for SRG. If the furthest that they have gone through after a very long time. So I think it's safe to say that they're both emerging regions as of now.
I mean, here's the thing. For teams to perform, you need a lot of support. And speaking of which, it does look like Eterna has a special interview, I believe, with the family of Stormy. So let's check the interview out.
Hey guys, it's Eterna here, and I'm with Stormy's family. So let's get them to quickly introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Haris. I'm Stormy's brother. We are from Malaysia.
And you?
Aryan, and I'm Stormy's cousin.
All right, so I've been hearing that you guys flew all the way from Malaysia and Stormy didn't know. Yeah. What made you come here, all the way here?
Well, it's basically a surprise plan. It was a last minute plan, to be honest. And he was not expecting us to come as well. And his face says it all. You guys can check it out.
So we just came here to support him, you know. We all know that we support one another and stuff, and it's good to see him on the world stage right now. And I'm happy, and we're all happy to see him achieve his dreams, you know? Yeah.
Yep. He's right here, right now. He's in the world stage. That's it, baby. Let's go.
That's super sweet. Do you guys have any messages to him? Because earlier on, I think you kind of exchanged like a few words, but not a lot was said.
Yep.
But if he's watching right now, what would be your message?
Do your best. Don't crack under pressure. Just be yourself. Enjoy the game. Let's go. Let's bring it home this time. Let's bring MSC home. Yeah. That's it.
Do you have a message?
Don't choke.
Don't choke.
Don't choke.
You got it, guys. You got it.
All right, thank you so much, guys, and hope you guys enjoy the show. And of course, good luck to Stormy and of course the Selangor Red Giants. Sending back to the studio.
Big shout outs to Harif and Iron. Like, Harif has been there every single time.
Really?
Whenever, yeah, he's there every single time. The only thing is, I feel like this time, Stormy's mother is not able to come here. Usually she's there for every single match. So, again, very sweet. And Harif gave a very special, I would say, advice that no one has ever given to me. Be yourself.
Be yourself.
No, to be fair, I get it. Me being myself, bad idea. But speaking of that, we got to talk about the STC prediction here because you guys, what do you guys think? Is it going to be Selangor Red Giants or is it going to be Fireflux Esports? Make sure you guys head on over to stcplay.gg right now and give your predictions. So what are we looking at here? In case we want to help the audience at home.
You can go first.
Okay, I'm gonna go first, and I think I'm very vocal. I have been very vocal about it all throughout MSC and even before MSC SRG. I think specifically against Fireflux, although Fireflux will push it to 5 games, because I also feel that Fireflux have found a different footing in the meta game right now. I think that they are legitimate contenders to the crown or the trophy. I believe that SRG have established their macros so well and their chemistry that they can take this, even if it goes game 5.
I'll keep it simple. I'm going to say 3-1 SRG. I've been vocal about it too on my media, and I've been rooting them on. I can't wait to see how this unfolds.
I've learned that I'm not casting, so the curse doesn't apply. So I gotta give it to SRG. It's my boy Stormy is there, and again, his family is here. And I like that Iron said, don't choke. It's easy.
Yeah.
Very easy.
Yeah. You're just playing on the world stage. Like, what's the big deal? Don't choke.
We haven't really talked about the Stormy versus Rosa matchup. I think that's very exciting. Stormy's your boy, but Rosa, you definitely impressed during M4.
Yep.
Remember when he was playing the Farsa actually,
and the Lilia as well.
And the Lilia. When I remember saying that he is at the same level, if not better than Haji during that time, which was, the peak of the performance of Haji as a position 4 player. Right now, he's playing almost the same. And now that Farsa is back in the metagame, we also have the Faramis. There's a lot of choices for Rosa. They're playing this Turkish Delight
kind of
style.
Yeah.
They're still playing it. They're still playing it. So this makes me very excited about the performance of Fireflux. So that is why I feel that this is probably the series that will go 5 games.
5 games? I think it could. I did say 3-1, but I think if there's a possibility, I would say, of 5 games.
Expect the unexpected.
Yes.
Right?
That's it.
It could go 6 games.
That's
it's something you won't expect, but who knows?
Yeah.
Too bad we don't have like an overtime, There's no...
I think, yeah.
I've imagined every single bad scenario that could happen. Just not gonna say it. I'm just saying, I've been working for a while. I've seen things.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, we have to see this game.
Yeah.
We do. I feel like for this one, it's good that we shout out the 2 mid laners because again, it's going to be very challenging. Because the thing about Selangor Red Giants, the way that they actually been winning the fights is that Innocent as well as Cram, they're amazing side laners. But the fact that they transition from early to mid, it's all about that mid trio. And I believe even in interviews where it's either Innocent or Cram, they say like, the reason why we're strong right now is just because the chemistry between the mid trio makes it so that you actually transition to where the side lanes are starting to impact the game a little bit more.
I like that you pointed that out because during the roundtable with them, I actually had a chance to ask Stormy what makes them so strong. Why have they gone 100 days, undefeated and everything else? And Stormy's answer was, it's just everybody involved. Of course, Coach Arcadia as well, but the main point
Shout outs to Becky as well, this is the coach,
Yep. They just, like, all together, this lineup has locked in their roles. They know their timings on everything, and I think that's a big point, too. Like you mentioned, the side lanes more than ever coming together also in the course of the game, especially now that we're seeing these average game times be, I don't know, sub 20 minutes for the most part, right? Sub
Definitely
18
sub 20,
even. A team like SRG that can utilize their aggressive play style, but at the same time can go the long game if they have to. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, do recall that Stormy said on stage that this chemistry and whatever that they have built was actually due to their head coach, Coach Arcadia. He made a special shout out. And let me just raise one from my boy, Coach Arcadia, because I believe that after his departure from Echo, before, that was pre-M4 when he actually was part of RQ, lots of criticism from the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Never really recovered from that. Everybody was just talking badly about Coach Arcadia. And now that people are starting to see SRG, then SRG themselves attributing their success to Coach Arcadia, that says a lot. And I think that we should not sleep on Coach Arcadia.
Let me just add on to that a little bit, because I've been able to talk with the team, and the biggest thing that he appreciates is that the owners, they trust him. Like, even bringing in Innocent and Cram, a lot of questions came in because other people, you know, went for the trials. Like, why aren't you taking this guy? It's like, just trust me, I want Innocent and Cram. And then the management is like, you know what? We trust you, and here they are today. And now we're looking at the pick and bans here. Selangor Giants is going to be first pick. Fireflux is going to be second pick here. Looks like Fermis is going to be the very first ban for Selangor Giants.
Ooh. You know what I am excited about? This will be a slow draft compared to the previous game. This previous game, it was a blitz draft between two teams. They're just getting everything. SRG, Coach Arcadia, known for really taking his time, thinking about the picks. And I think that's also true for Fireflux. They're not going to be rushing this at all. So that's the chip. Okay, so it will be very slow. Maybe Louis is going to be the ban for Fireflux eventually. Angela for SRG this time.
Okay, they're already targeting down on some of these unique heroes that we talked about already, especially in terms for Fireflux Esports here. And I think also when you kind of look at both these teams across from each other, they're very distinctively different in terms of playstyle. And that's, you know, oftentimes so far throughout the MSC 2024, we've seen like a lot of teams just kind of adjust to the style of build momentum as quick as we can and just like try to duke it out from there. And I think for Fireflux Esports, they still kind of tend to have a little more time where they want to build up. You know, and I think for SRG, like I said, they're probably going to be more of that lineup where let's just go in, build the momentum going, get the ball rolling, and end it early. So this is going to be interesting to see how those two play styles really clash here. And Louis and Chip being banned out both from Fireflux Esports, you know, they're already kind of checking those boxes.
Okay, so SRG might ban the Ling, or oh no, they're not. This guy plays it so well. So
he plays it very well. Like I just want to mention here that Selangor Giants, it looks like they want a prolonged team fight. They're banning out the Firemen, they're banning out the Angela. So I feel like whatever composition they're gonna have, at least one person is gonna have a lot of bursts, and they want to take out all this burst deniers. Banning out the Harif as well. Perhaps the Roger first pick.
Roger, they want to eye for the
Roger or Link.
I believe that Fireflux will be better off just banning out the Link, just because they are a team that kind of groups up together. They want to always be there as five. Link kind of denies that, not because it is a counter to that kind of playstyle, but the thing is, Link can resolve to that playstyle if necessary. So, in order for SRG to prolong team fights, and also, of course, Sakai plays it so well, so I think it just makes a lot of sense of banning.
Honestly, I agree. If you guys want to group up together, then your side lanes is going to be vulnerable. Even if you don't win the team fight, you can always grab the objectives, and then eventually, and this is just going to go crazy. So, the Moskov bad here.
Good ban.
So Selangor Giants.
Roger or Ling.
Roger or Ling, and then Fireflux gets the other. I would say maybe even grab the Roger, try to challenge Fireflux, saying that there's no way you guys are going to grab the Ling with your playstyle.
Yeah, not only that, but at least with the Roger, it's flexible. Ling's not you know, you know where Ling's going. So
you've never seen a mid Ling.
Hey, you never say never.
Oh, you know what? My bad. SRG has been undefeated in all tournaments for 103 days. Will they extend that record today?
We'll see. Well, it will start with the Roger, unless they want to pick up something crazy like Terry's the first pick, right? Because it is the glue to almost everything. So it is indeed the Roger. I believe if you're Fireflux, I wanted to get like Valentina enters at this stage, or maybe
I agree.
Maybe get the Edith as soon as possible because they do want to prioritize that.
Or just wait for the mid pick, just in case if Stormy picks up the
Valentina,
you just pick up the Farsa.
Exactly. So it should be.
The only problem with that is that if Selangor Giants picks up the Link, then the Farsa is going to be having a little bit of a difficult time.
That's how you want to pick up the Valentina as soon as possible. So I am guessing Valentina plus Terizla or Edith, you know? That combo, there it is, Valentina Edith. Got it. So
a Ling, like honestly, he could still pick up. Or one of his specialties is the Nolan. But again, it's either or.
I think it will go Farsa Terizla. All honesty here for...
We have options for the jungler.
Yeah, so I have 2 Valentinas and 2 Ediths here. It's a mirror.
Little mirror.
Yeah.
Little mirror action.
Just kidding. But yeah, why do I think that it's going to be the Farsa? Because eventually you will definitely need that... Oh, okay. Oh, it's different.
They still go the Ling, though.
Yeah. So you flex the Ruby from EXP and Roam.
I guess they have a lot of confidence for Stormy, wanting to make sure that they see everything first before really committing with the Farsa. Now, I do have to say, Stormy has shown off-meta picks like the Kagura. Perhaps there's something else that Coach Arcadia is hiding.
I think part of that, too, is maybe they leave it to kind of get some of those bans out. These last 2 bans now, you have a choice. Do we ban out the Farsa so we're not giving the Farsa over? We have seen Aurora also pop up, you know, from just not only today, but even the deal with the Valentina. So there's still a lot left, and it could be just a play from SRG and Coach Arcadia to be like, you know what, let's get those bans out towards the mid lane from Fireflux.
If you're a Fireflux, despite you having the Baksha, I think it merits...
There's one.
Ban on the Terizla, but now they banned Vexana. Perhaps a Farsa ban afterwards, or maybe a Kagura ban afterwards. Now for SRG, what they can do is just to limit the marksman options, right? Because you've already revealed the backshot, so it means this will be a physical damage carry. Claude, for example, Beatrix, heroes that Fireflux will be picking up. I think that the limitations for Fireflux will be incredibly high. Like, do they go back to the carry at this point? But both Claude and carry will be banned, so this is the only spot where Fireflux's problems will arise. Instead, they ban Florin.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of how they feel, because we got to talk about the Turkish Delight. It's basically a different form of Ube, right? Where you will have some kind of healing. That's why I've been thinking in my head, maybe if it's something like a Minotaur might get banned out and this Edith will just go to the EXP so that they have a lot of crowd control and they still have some form of healing.
Yeah.
Oh, they actually banned out the Cho last ban here from Fireflux. Interesting, again, because the Ruby still kind of flex, so... Last ban, will it be the Minotaur? I think that could actually be a good ban from SRG.
Yeah. Or Tigreal.
Tigreal as well, yeah.
But I think you ban the Claude now, or carry for SRG, so that you really limit the choices for Fireflux. So there's a chance that Fireflux just picks up the carry.
Oh, they ban on the Grok.
Wow.
I don't know, personally for me, if I have the skills of Innocent, I'll tell the coach, I don't care who I face up against, I'm going to be able to do it. I have my Roger, I'm good, you know?
Yeah.
Carry Claude for Fireflux, unless this will be different like a Nathan. But Nathan plus Edith and Baksha typically doesn't work. Although, it was Team Liquid Echo that showed us that it doesn't matter if it's full magic damage, you can still win.
I feel like that takes a, you know, you couldn't do that all the time and get the win off of it.
That's scary.
You know? Usually you want that rounded amount of damage.
Yeah.
But Fireflux goes with the Kaja pickup.
Yeah. Okay, what is good? I think Aurora is good for SRG. Farsa is also good. And then maybe they snatch a Tigreal themselves. Apart from that, the Terizla still open, by the way. So, I mean, for SRG, it's either Barretts or Terizla, I would assume.
Yeah.
Then get the Aurora or Farsa.
Yeah, it's really tricky when it comes to the mid. Because I'm really wondering in case they have a legit different kind of pick here for the mid lane. Because Stormy's even showed the Hellcrit mid. I don't think he's going to show up here, but, you know, just for reference.
Yeah,
That's a best of 5, so
it is.
maybe.
Oh, there's
See,
Eve.
Eve.
It's Eve.
Becomes the Eve as well as the Terizla.
Hey, you were talking about the playstyle of Stormy. This fits it really well, the Eve.
He's an enabler for the team.
Oh man, you don't want to play the carry, so the carry Kaja is not that effective.
They go it anyway, Wolf.
They go it anyway because, again, this is a wombo combo of snatching and killing, or a cheeky meta. But anyways, SRG picking up the Eve. Even though Wolf didn't like it, Fireflux picked up the carry. So with that being said, casters, you guys seen the draft. Now it's your turn.
You're absolutely right, analysts. This one, it's kind of tough to say. They've basically broken all of Wolf's rules, every single one of them, and yet their composition is basically just looking to fight in that kill box.
speaking of the box, we've only really seen Eve make a showing in the group stage once, and that's not even as a pick, it was a ban.
It makes a lot of sense, right? A lot of ways to kind of get in and out of the fight from the side of SRG if you had to compare it to Fireflux. And I think at this point, right, I don't know how the carry is going to get like effective damage in if every single time you have to deal with the real world manipulation. But with that being said, we're going into the land of Dawn once more for the second best of 5 between SRG Salango Red Giants on the blue side up against Fireflux Esports on the blue side. On the red side. Am I colorblind? No. Let's get into it. Both on purple.
Colors.
They're hard, man. They're real hard.
The Pride of Turkey rocking a lineup that I personally like, especially when you're able to just say, I'm going to be aggressive, I'm going to dive in. The Swiss Army Knife of Salango Red Giants box could work out. Maybe if they're able to get it online and if they synchronize fast enough. Which is weird to ask from a team that has been winning for the past 100+ days. But also, people have to consider, they're a relatively new team. Like, compared to Fireflux Esports, who have been together for like 2 years now?
Yeah.
The synergy from the Turkish here.
Yeah, I think, you know, for the longest of times when we're looking at the overall philosophy of SRG, it's about, yeah, let's get the chemistry down and then let's start laying the foundation for something even bigger. But in these early stages of the game, I'm a little worried, right? Because they supercharged TNZ, making sure that they got Apex 47 to leash him on the opposite side of the map to reduce the time it takes to actually clear his entire jungle to keep up the pace with Sakai's.
Which is a total switch up in core priorities, because Fireflux Esports, it's clear, it's Rosa and it's Sunshine. For Salango Red Giants, it's Innocent and Sakai's. TNZ running through 2. Sakai's pushed back by Apex. And they jockey for position here with the turtle spawning in just a wee bit.
Yeah, as you can see, right now, Ling barely does any damage to TNZ on this Boxia, right? At this point of time, I don't think the first turtle should be contested. If not, at most, it should be a drive-by. But game fact, Rosa leads all the players with the highest damage per minute at 4,419.
That's most HP heroes from early to mid. Rosa can burst them all down. Oh, wait, check this out. Apex forcing Sakai's to respond. There's the retribution. Now Turtle should all be but secured for Fireflux.
Yeah, and I mean, Sakai's, he's just trying to get the flicker out of it. Ooh.
Here we go! The Eve just dashing on through, pulls the first blood from the NZ. Yooms gets punished, though. I guess that's a trade for both. I mean, Pyrrhic victory here for Fireflux, but wait, Alien still standing. Cram gets hit with the onward. He does take down Alien, and he pays the price with his life.
So close, they might find another trade.
They're still going, sick guys. Jumps on through Stormy, can he survive? Gets the Terrify, oh no, he dodges it. Sick guys, is there enough damage? There's the jump. The Boxer Unite, TNT finds him. Can he get one more? Stormy's gonna live.
Oh my goodness, both of these teams refuse to lose out on this trade. Technically, SRG on that very first 1-for-1, they were trading upwards, right? Let's look at this replay one more time, because once the fight really does extend itself, and especially since it's like below 5 minutes, the death timers are super short. Let's not forget that TNZ, especially with that shield unity, is able to cover a lot of distance.
All this while, up top, Innocent and Sunshine are still at their weigh-in. They're still staring each other down, doing fight poses, and talking smack because they're not ready for the fight yet. I think this is the right way to deal with a Roger. I think all throughout wild card, group stage, and now in the knockouts, we've seen Rogers try to do things early because again, that's what early Skypiercer spells out, right? Like, you gotta fight early. But no, I think there is a tempo, there is a beat that you have to follow, and that's what Innocent here respects, and that's why Sunshine's farming up too. So guys, what's he doing? Did he steal the buff?
Yep, he tried to steal the buff knowing that TNZ is going to be showing up on the opposite side of the map, and I think at this point of time, right, Fireflux, they've got a lot of tempo onto SRG's side. At this point of time, I think we can also talk about, oh, wow, wait, hold on, that doesn't seem right, but he's already got 2.7. Early Thunderbelt coming in from Innocent?
Oh. All right, so he wants to get the hybrid. This is a fighter, Roger. Now wait, the crash on the Stormy. Tempest of Blade stolen away, knocking out the Eve. That is one man down. Selangor Giants missing a member. Fireflux Esports making a beeline straight for the turtle. Early puissance, can Humes deny?
Oh, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to deny this, especially without the back. Oh!
Divine Judgment by Apex 47 finds one. Cram flickers away. Sunshine moving forward, flickering. Or rather, no, just dashing on forward. Humes goes down too. Double kill for Sunshine.
This is not good. This is not good because these kills are getting funneled into both Rosa and as well as Sunshine. The cores, right? And I think that SRG, if they have to adapt their plan right now, they've got to slow their roll. They're going to need a lot more items before they are relevant. And most importantly, right, they need this Rizla to be in the middle of this fight. Great play coming in for Apex 47. This is why tempo is so very important.
Oh, wow. It's giving turn, man. It's giving massive turn. They understand that we have to win the fight first before we can even consider getting the turtle, despite Fireflux being ahead at the time. Now they're 3K gold ahead.
I mean, if we compare Sunshine to Innocent, it's been a while since we've seen Innocent be down on gold. And I think it's great for Sunshine with this huge injection. This is going to help with Fireflux Esports' trajectory coming in towards that mid game. But at the same time, their priorities isn't even just taking this turtle. It's about how much they can fish out of SRG.
Yep, Sunshine won the way in. Another Divine Judgment welcomed by a penalty zone and the pull. Humes very low, Tempest of Blades up into the air. Humes taken out already. Rosa scored in by Stormy. Aliens in trouble. Penalty zone by Cram. Stopping the exit. And that's a win. Selangor Giants 2 for 1.
They trade up on this one, but in the meantime, wait, Sunshine getting some really great damage onto that structure because SRG want to make sure that Cram is going to be there first for the next upcoming turtle fight, right? So Innocent, he's going to be chilling down on the bot side of the map.
Oh, Apex just defending this the hard way. Oh, he's taking his time with his ballista. They're going to lose the turret. And will they lose his life? He's still up. Innocent gets a few bits on him. TNZ with the Baksha Unite. It's a 2v4 potentially. They're still going. Popping that Puissance. Here's Alien just up the corner. He jumped onto Humes. Forces one. There's the onward. Looking for the Earth Shatter. Primordial Wrath up defensively. Nice bait by Selangor Giants.
Really good stuff here. It's kind of interesting to see that Innocent is trying to minimize as many mistakes as possible, right? Like, he definitely had an angle to kill Apex 47 there, but decided not to do it, thinking that maybe the Divine Judgment is coming up. Let's not forget the Alien was missing off the map, so he could be rotating in. He's calculating all the possibilities.
Oh! Flicker Divine Judgment catches one. Humes gets the Immortality pop. Stormy swiping away, Humes. Oh, gonna get that. I'm offended and lives. They walk away from it. Rosa finds one. Trade for Cram, 1 for 1 so far. Down goes Rosa. Double kill for Innocent. Kai's falls. Couple of pinwheels chasing down. Innocent with the shutdown. Triple kill for Cent.
Oh my goodness, what a nasty play there. Sometimes you just forget that, hey, Innocent still has Flicker, and honestly, if he missed that skill shot, it was basically over for him. So they started off dropping down the RWM after the engage, the initial pull, and that was the whole idea having this Eve. But just look at the way that they played this, right? Innocent targets down their low targets. Sakai's unfortunately dies, but at the same time, Innocent is very aware of the low members, the low cores from Fireflux Esports' team.
He went from target to target, man. Found Rosa, next. Target, next. Oh, man. This is a build that I would like to study more. I want to see more of this.
I mean, video on it.
Fight continues. Rosa with a stolen. Oh, RW. Another one goes. Stormy falls. And just like that, they forced out a Tempest of Blades. Selangor Giants. Whoa. Turtle turned into a Lord. This is amazing. The Turkish are doing it. Can they blitz it? Oh, massive win. Divine Judgment one more time. Sakai's falls. Selangor Giants are fighting out of their breath.
I mean, they're adapting too much. They're responding to everything they see from the side of Fireflux Esports. And I think they need to just calm down and honestly slow down this game. As much as they want to accelerate it, let's have a look at the gold, right? Now, much more even. Wow, Skypierce on top of the endless battle purchases coming from Innocent. He is strong, and at the same time, the Trinity build from Sunshine is almost complete. Mid lane is where you see the biggest difference here, because one is Bloodwings, the other opting to go for the Ice Queen's Wand to play as utility. So Stormy, he's not the main carry here. He's just the emergency eject button.
Not just the mid lane duo. Because you'll see there's more than 1,000 between Apex 47 and Yums. That's why there were 2 Divine Judgments that happened in that fight. He was rocking fleeting time.
It's nasty, but now they're,
The flicker and the DJ one more time. The RWM coming in from Stormy. They're fighting inside SRG's kill box. That's why Apex 47 is going to fall, as well as Alien. They're punishing the Turkish. And down goes Cram. Sunshine gets 1, 2 for 1 so far. They do lose out on the top lane tier 2 and as well mid lane tier 1. And oh no, Sekais needs this. Grand Theft Purple, Fireflux Esports.
All right, it's tough to say that SRG traded up now, losing that purple buff. It means you lose a lot of influence across the map. The upcoming fights, I don't think they should take it just yet, but if they can crack open this, man, they are just trading back and forth. Look at this.
Oh, Rosa forced to use a stolen Tempest of Blades. I'm offended. Coming in from Yums, Tienzi crashing and leaning hard into this engage. Apex 47 with the conceal. Which target is he looking for? All right, I'll take this one right here. Yums gets the knock up. Sunshine served up a kill.
Yeah, I think that SRG right now, Yums, he might be overheating a little. I think he's making too many calls and he needs to calm down because Fireflux Esports, because of this fleeting time, it's really making the difference because he's been able to assist so many kills already. 8 out of the 13.
Huge here for Apex. Oh, Sekais, where you going? Looking for the knockdown, looking for the stun. Oh, the Ignite knocks him off the wall. Sekais is on the ground and now underneath it.
This is rough. This is really rough for SRG. They're not going to be able to get to the late games on time at this point. And I think that Fireflux Esports, they know it as well. That's why they're applying so much pressure. Keep trading with us. We're going to always trade back.
They're willing to fight it tooth and nail. And it's not like macro is thrown out the window. If anything, it always results to macro.
This is so different compared to when we saw Fireflux Esports play, you know, last year, right? The Turkish delight, as we like to call it. This is such a polar opposite, even.
Oh, well, that wasn't their full lineup. If I'll recall, and I'll remind people, Rosa was out busy doing, you know, real life things. Rosa was getting an education, and now. The Queen is back, and now they're going as far as they could, maybe even stopping SRG's streak. But I don't want to say it anything too soon, right? Check out the river control here from Fireflux, Tienzi, and Alien. This 4-1, technically 2-3 lineup from Fireflux Esports working out so well. Look at this, the sandwich play from down bottom. Apex 47 catches Yums after the conceal. Does not pull the trigger.
I think it's not a good idea to pull the trigger onto Yums now that he has the immortality, right? It just means that the fight is going to be extra extended and you're going to be sitting under the bombardment of the RWF. We saw the damage dealt and start right now, Stormies is currently on top. If we're looking at the gold lead, it's only 3,000 despite all the blood and structures that have collapsed. It's surprising that this is only a 3K lead for Fireflux.
Yeah, what this says to me is Selangor Giants, they know that the game isn't over. We're just about entering late game, and Stormy, Sekais, Innocent, they can still build more items and they can find better engages.
What is this angle?
Oh, that's a scary angle. They forced the flicker away from Stormy.
Oh, luckily, Sekais spotted them out just before the engage actually connected, relaying the information back to the SRG to tell them, hey, we got to start backing off here. We get flanked, it's basically over for us because Stormy, keep in mind that the RWM only goes towards one direction. It's not like he has a 360 coverage like Farsa.
Yeah, you can't relocate where you commit that box to, which so far has been on point. And now Tienzi, jump in the walls. Checking these rivers, checking these bushes the hard way. I mean, they can afford to. I'm offended. Apex 47 in trouble. The RWM, the answer. Back Cram coming in with the penalty zone. Sekais finds Apex, cuts his wings, takes him down. Traded out for Cram, 1-for-1. Yums gets his immortality pop, still alive, but just barely. In goes Alien to the backline. Sunshine's down. Yums as well, 2-for-2 so far. Tienzi and Rosa chased down by Innocent. Alien playing footsies with Stormy. Oh, this is a bad look for Fireflux Esports. Alien might fall here. There's the knockup. Where's the damage? Down goes Alien. Oh, Innocent still alive, but just barely. The Rose Queen keeps on going. Stormy still alive. Sakai's with the kill. Could this be a wipeout? TNZ still standing, but not so long. Double kill for Sakai's. All fall down.
An unofficial wipeout. No. So bold of them to actually continue to rush this down. But Sakai's, he's already maxed out on EXP, right? He's got all the levels in the world. Uncontested. Can't really stop this situation at all, as they're going to be able to find another pick.
All right, Apex 47. Had a dream, had a hope. Maybe with my passive, maybe with my Ring of Order, we can get it. But too little, too late. Massive objective scored over to SRG. Let's see that fight one more time.
Yeah, we saw all the flickers come out of Fireflux. As soon as all the flickers came out, the RWM, well, Stormy didn't have to do much after that, right? I think the engagement from Cram could have been just a little bit better. It was just a little bit more to the left. It would have hit so many more targets. But I think that Innocent, this Thunderbelt, is really proving a lot of dividends. He's taken a lot of chip damage unintentionally, but it's not his choice. And yet, he's still so close to outplaying even the Thorn Queen.
Yeah, he's allowed to just walk around. He's allowed to, like, take hits normally and keep his like and pounds for when it really matters.
It's ridiculous. Let's look at the items here to see what we're working with. Because so far, I'm surprised that he's not taking as much damage as he could be taking. Sunshine also in a very similar position. He's pretty strong as well, but the Sky Piercer's honestly making these fights much cleaner for SRG now that they have it, and not to mention has stacked it as well.
Oh, I see the interaction now. Check it out. Thunderbelt goes through the Wind of Nature. And with that, it'll also go through via Sky Piercer. So regardless, if Sunshine pops the Wind of Nature, he will still die.
You got it right on the head. Right on the head. And I think that Fireflux Esports need to recognize the way that they manage their fight really boils down to how many resources can we get out of them. And that's why you see they only fight once, especially at this stage of the game, when their battle spells are up.
Yeah, now the foot's on the other shoe as Selangor Red Giants are ahead now. Be it for the map, be it for the kills. And Fireflux Esports not going to let that stop them. Not going to let that be a detriment to their aggression. TNZ and Apex 47 going hunting. Pop to conceal. Finds the weird angle again, but wow, Selangor Giants adapting to the situation. You see this now?
Yeah.
They're not allowing for them to get sandwiched anymore.
Exactly. They're cut literally in half. It's a parallel between the two, vertically controlling opposite sides of the map. And now this tier 2 op on the top side, as soon as somebody shows themselves, and especially if it's a core, that's when you're expecting Fireflux to then take the space back.
Oh, and because of how SRG is controlling the correct side of the map, at least for this moment here, the sequence, they're able to seal away an orange.
I mean, look at this. They've got so many, like, technically rear view mirrors, making sure that all the little gaps that maybe Fireflux could look to find that flank are covered. So great coverage, great vision from SRG's side, great ideas from both of these teams.
They got eyes on the back of their heads. And to be honest, Fireflux Esports, it seems like they have a extra set of appendages as well, right? Because of how aggressive they are. It's like, where are those punches coming from? But that was the early game. That was the mid game. Now in the late game, now that SRG is a little more aware and their footwork is just more than fancy. I'll say it's exquisite because, again, it's been a while since Fireflux was able to find the kill angle. This Lord is, I'll say, 60-70% favorite to SRG.
I don't know. It's really, really dangerous here because we have to consider the amount of CC, right? Like, Divine Judgment, Earth Shadow coming in from Alien,
Unite.
maybe the Fear from... Oh, yeah. I mean, but you're already on top of that Lord, so I don't think you can... I mean, there is a possibility. Let's not count it out, of course, with the Shield Unity. But then Yums has multiple 2 forms of CC. Penalty Zone as well. Ooh,
Forced out the flicker from Cram.
Are they going to do anything about this, though? I see the conceal from Yums.
The response from Cram was just to lean forward. I guess SRG made the call, right? You baited it out, feign the response, and now they knock up Yums. Fireflux Esports looking for the re-engage. Tianji coming in with the Unity. False engage from the back. I'm offended from Yums. Lord here at half health.
I think they want Alien to use his ult. They want him to use the Primal Wrath at some point of time. But they're going to creep around the right side.
Lord here at the 10th of its health. Can they force something here? Rolls it from the backside. Cram with the penalty zone. Already, the Lord secured. Demon's Blade stolen away. Down goes Innocent. This is looking bad. Hume's taken out. Cram gets the immortality pop. Look at Sakai's going straight for the proxy. 3 for none. Gideon 3 for none. I mean, they did score the Lord, but can Selangor Giants even capitalize?
I mean, they can't. And I think that Fireflux Esports, the fact that they took out 3 means that, honestly, they don't even have a response back, right? Let's look at this fight one more time, because unfortunately, they did not clear the lane push down on the bottom side of the map, right? And that's why Innocent got caught in the first place by Apex without Apex having to use his flicker. So that was already the very first mistake here we see from SRG, a blaring mistake, in a matter of fact.
Oh no, Sakai's in trouble. Tempest of Blade. Can Apex 47 get it? He does have a divine judgment. There it is! Shut down! Stormy trying to save his teammate. But he can't do that. He can secure the purple for them. But SRG, oh, the flippity flop. The switch up one more time. Turkey on top.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Again, great chemistry, great decisions being made from both sides. Even though, yes, SRG did make the mistakes, we saw the instant response. Hey, let's minimize the damage that could potentially come towards us. We got the Lord at the end of the day. And even for Fireflux, they're like, okay, next time we can make these angles actually work for us. We just got to keep working them slowly.
They're more acute now. It used to always just be Apex and Tienzi, or Apex and Alien, but now even Rosa can come in now. Oh no, Tienzi's in trouble. The early puissance, the penalty zone, the answer back, Crab's in trouble. Down he goes. Tienzi might get his immortality pop. Nope, he's still alive. Clean pick-off for Fireflux.
Very nice pick-off indeed, and it's proving to be so valuable. Alien does so much damage in that primal, with the primordial form. It's ridiculous how much he's getting away with this right now. And I think that even for SRG like Cram, there's so little that he can do about it. He wants to find these big engages, but Fireflux Esports are distancing themselves from each other to make sure that penalty zone doesn't get 100% efficiency.
Yep, and you're talking about efficiency, you're talking about effective damage. Stormy has dealt a lot of damage. I mean, #1 in the charts, but there were very few times that SRG was able to capitalize on that, to make the most of those damage, turn them into actual kills. And that happened in the, I'd say, late game. Now we're approaching the ultra-late game. Now that Fireflux is in control once more, Sakai's gonna struggle to get his purple.
He tries, unable to close the distance enough to get a clean retry on it, but
he peeped.
He peeped. But with that being said, 25 more seconds until the next Lord spawns, and I think they need to have some kind of game plan here. Let's look at the items and maybe we'll get a better idea, because I'm seeing the GDS coming out from the side of Sakai's just to make sure even after his ult, he's able to create some form of distance.
Yep, and now we have barefoot gold laners. That means they're just throwing out the movement, because all that matters is as long as I'm in the fight, I get there, I need the extra oomph, I need the extra damage, and that's what Sunshine and Innocent have invested in.
But Innocent did decide to go for the DHS, which is really important here on top of the Malefic Roar, right? Because now Tienzi and Alien can't just be, Tienzi and Alien can't just walk up anymore, right?
Not easy.
They can't just hold their ground like Carl Teasy in the previous game.
Yep, they're gonna feel it for sure. Sakai gets spotted here, forcing out an early Tempest of Blades, because again, anytime Apex has that green, anytime Apex has a Divine Judgment, it's trouble. Oh no, Alien flickering out, get caught by the I'm Offended. Immortality pop through. Sunshine gonna go down here, pop in the Wind of Nature, gets the Immortality pop. Look at the back line. Innocent found out by Tienzi. Sakai takes out Sunshine. Currently the trade 2 for 1. Can Fireflux Esports equalize here?
They're gonna try. Sakai's just gonna get out of there, but I think Yums should fall down. Wait, Tienzi, wait, hold on.
Oh, he got cornered. Forced to use the Winter Crown. Gets a juggle. Still alive, but not for long. And that might be it. Another Winter Crown trigger. And an Immortality. And the juggle. Rosa flickering on out. And Sakai spots the Queen after the stolen Tempest of Blades. As soon as they land, they get taken out. Apex 47 left. This could be it.
I mean, they're still street fighting. They're still brawling. It hasn't ended in an RWM to break immortality as they're cracking on the inhibitors.
Oh, the flicker by Apex 47 saving himself.
Alien
He's going to need every little bit of kit. Oh, the concealed play. He gets bursted down, and so will the base.
How was that an end angle? How is that even an end angle? Who can even foresee that far ahead?
Maybe synergy isn't what SRG has. Maybe they're just clairvoyant.
I can't. This game has been action-packed. Usually, when you see those later stages of the game, they start chilling out, right? They're waiting for, super long death timers, big consequences, and they're like, discard that, fight.
They want sure engages. They want something that I'm sure it's gonna pay off. I know this is the right angle, but no, they were playing on the fly. They were just like, here, kill, no, kill, and then boom, trades until the 20th minute.
I mean, if this is just a taste of what is to come in the rest of the series, I cannot wait to see more. Let's throw it over to our analyst, break it down for us. That was one hell of a match.
Few things I want to talk about. First of all, that was close.
That was
Second of all, even though Fireflux lost, but I feel like Kaja is now starting to become a staple in this meta.
It's, I think the threat of it, especially when you're talking about assassins being locked in, is great. Pick-off potential, obviously, too. But really what stuck out for me as we look at the highlights here is just how well the timing was from SRG. A lot of the kind of overlapping, the overlaying they did, and dealing with the Winter Crowns, the Immortalities, the Primal Wrath even, was just on point how they dealt with it.
Oh, this was one of the most important ones. As Innocent proves to us why the Thunderbolt first pick item was perfect. And by the way, there were so many outplays. And I have to give it to Fireflux, honestly. Even after losing this, because of how they drafted in this game, they have to play perfectly almost all the time, which I would say for the first 21 minutes of the game, they played perfectly with the composition they had. TNC was on point, Sunshine was on point, even Apex 47 is choosing the right decisions. It's just that in the end, SRG just naturally won with this lineup that they have the Eve, very strong against the carry. You have the Ling, which is also not a problem. You know, also a problem, I mean, for the carry. And then Innocent Roger just making it so difficult for Apex 47 to decide, because surely the Kaja is great versus Roger, great versus Ling, but if they're together, Ling and Roger, that's a difficult decision, difficult spot to be in as a Kaja.
Stormy did 108,000 damage. But I feel like the reason Slangred Giant was able to win that one was just whoever was the one that said, we fight now, gotta give props to the guy, because one of the last teamfights that we saw was when Sakai's found out that the Valentina and the Kaja was down bot.
Exactly.
And then for some reason that was like, you know what? The Valentina is here. Why don't you guys pick a fight? And then they did, and then eventually they won the fight.
And Apex 47, Alien was caught. That was the main front line for the team that was caught. And then you all already have the damage, can go in and out with Roger as well as the Link. That's how strong that duo is right now. And yeah, Stormy at the end, because of access to a lot of items already, he hurts a lot. And eventually, if you get the Winter Crown, I was kind of hoping that the Winter Crown and Real World Manipulation will be seen in this game, but apparently it wasn't needed.
Yeah, honestly, like, that was an amazing matchup, but nice. So after seeing that, I do agree. There's a big possibility we could go all 5 games.
Oh, I think so, because I was actually, based on how, like Wolf said, this 21 minutes was going, I was thinking this game 1 was going to Fireflux Esports. But going back to it, I think that was the thing for SRG. The synergy was there, and just the timings. I mean, even with the whole Sky Piercer, like if you really look at how they kind of, Sakai's, he had a rough start, but once he got locked in and then he was able to pop the Sky Piercer at the right moments because the way Innocent, it changed the dynamic even with the build that we saw Innocent bring to the table.
Either way, I kind of feel like for now, the knockout stage, something that we do have to see is the Kaja, because again, Kaja is one of those picks that we haven't seen around for a very long time, just because no matter who you pull, it seems like you're going to pull the wrong person. But nowadays, picking up the roamer seems like a good call. The jungler is going to be an amazing call, especially if it's not going to be a tanky jungler, as well as the gold lane.
Yeah, there
was options now.
You have a lot of options. There was a time where he pulled in the Yums, and it was instrumental for them getting the neutral objective. There was one time that they gave up the Lord in lieu of killing Innocent, which also allowed them to get 3 kills afterwards. And definitely, this Kaja pick is going to be more famous in the next few matches that we have. Obviously, you have to always think about the combo, right? And in this case, it's the carry. Makes a lot of sense, right? But I felt like it's difficult because the thing with carry is it's a combo. It's almost a skill-based hero if you think about it.
No, I agree.
So you have to pop the ultimate to get 1 kill. If you don't have the ultimate anymore, then you're not going to be able to kill the others.
Yeah, I agree. But for now, we got to look at our Sony MVP. It's going to my boy, Stormy. Stormy with the Eve pickup. Dealing the most amount of damage, 108,000 damage. Honestly, looking at this game, once the Eve got picked up, even in my head, it's like, how is he going to play this?
played it with the Teresa, which, interestingly, they kind of de-synergized in the first few minutes. Not gonna lie, it looked really dicey at the first. Like, they're not connecting their shots. But once they found their groove, when eventually maybe the coffee kicked in for SRG, now they're all together, and it looks beautiful to combo the penalty zone into the Eve ultimate. And of course, Stormy also utilized the bare form of the crystals, right? Even without the ultimate, he's actually killing people.
Yeah, I think part of that is just utilizing the death box that we call real world manipulation.
I would call it the real world penalty.
Real world penalty zone?
Sure, let's
real
add
world
a
penalty box.
Penalty manipulation.
Penalty manipulation.
Manipulated by penalties.
real world pain here, guys. But either way, Stormy with the Eve pickup again. Looking at itemization, it does look like more of a utility kind of build, having the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Ice Queen Wand. Now, we got to talk about how great it is, even with a utility build, seems to be able to still dish out quite a lot of damage. So, Stormy just increasing his hero pool for Fireflux to be careful of in the next game.
Yeah, that's why you pointed out too in the draft, Wolf, that you were surprised with the carry pick. Yeah, because like you said, it's kind of it comes down to skill base because also you're working against very short range.
Yes.
So once the purify's down, that's why even just the base, the base hits there, proccing the Ice Queen Wand was sometimes enough to go ahead and start that up.
Eve is naturally the counter to carry from before. Like, even Farsa, they kind of make it difficult for carry to walk around.
True.
Especially with the Ice Queen Wand Eve, wherein you can purify the real world manipulation box with the stun, but the following skill 1 and skill 2 pokes, you will now survive from that.
With that being said, we've actually prepared a special video here where we're able to talk to Sakai. So let's see what he has to say.
Perasaan saya rasa tipu lah kalau tak happy. Of course happy.
Red Giants drag the Sky Kings out of their throne.
First of all, untuk audience Malaysia, community Malaysia, sebab kita tahu tournament international yang lepas, like M5, Malaysia tidak dapat slot ke playoff dua-dua tim Malaysia. So saya bersyukur sebab tournament international kali ini tim Malaysia dapat ke babak selanjutnya. Kita tahu yang tim Oni adalah one of most strongest team in the world. So saya rasa diorang maybe ada problem dekat sini, like tak biasa ke dengan weather kat sini, ataupun diorang kekurangan preparation, ataupun kita orang more prepare daripada diorang. So saya rasa macam tu sebab diorang cakap anything pun diorang still the best team lah. So for carry, actually he is my jungler idol. So even though I defeat him, but I still respect him. And actually I'm very proud because I can defeat him. Also, this is my first international tournament and I make good run. I like Oni very much because we know the carry is like the most good jungler, or we can say assassin user. I also love to play assassin and I idol him so much, so that's why I love Oni. Untuk fans Malaysia, terima kasih kerana support kita orang dengan Homeboys. Kerana tanpa korang, kita orang tak dapat jejak ke sini atau dapat ke babak selanjutnya. So teruskan support kita orang.
Nip lawan Siusun. Menurut gue mereka berdua udah improve banget sih. Dari draft pick, gameplay mereka. Cuman yang sekarang tuh kayak beda banget. Apalagi dari Singapura sih. Kayak improve banget. Terus juga dari hero-hero mereka lebih banyak. Hero pool lebih banyak. Terus mereka kayak kelihatan banget lah kayak improvementnya sama Siusun. Beda banget sih. Siusun yang pas gue lawan juga. Teamwork mereka dapet. Lebih kuat juga. Juga kayak bingung sih mau pilih siapa kalau mereka berdua lawan. Dua-duanya kuat banget lah. Turki Fireflux ya, lawan SRG. Gue tetap SRG sih jauh. Gue udah sering lawan mereka juga di Scrim. Baru udah lihat turnamen mereka. Baru lawan mereka juga lah. Terus SRG tuh kayak potensi buat juara turnamennya tinggi banget lah. Seiki, Stormy sama Yoms ya. Trio mid mereka lah. Kayak itu tiga-tiganya kuat banget. Individu mereka dapet. Connect juga kayak teamwork mereka bagus banget. Kalau buat Fireflux, perbedaan yang gue ketemu kemarin ya lebih berani sih mungkin mereka. Kayak lebih berani mainnya, lebih terbuka lah. Jadi kalau menurut gue Fireflux lawan SRG, masih SRG sih lumayan jauh. Yang terakhir buat semua yang dukung kita, maaf banget lah. Karena hasilnya tidak sesuai ekspektasi. Terus kita bakalan kembali lagi dengan sekuat tenaga lah. Kita bakalan alin lagi buat turnamen selanjutnya, buat next turnamen lah. Jadi tetap doakan kita, terus support juga. Semua kita bisa baik lagi, terus lebih kuat lagi banget lah. Nah.
Honestly, amazing video.
Yeah, loved it.
Amazing video, a lot to unpack. Like, Sakai's, even though like he's in this position, but he's still very humble, saying that, you know, it doesn't matter that I won against Onyx. I still respect Kyrie very much. He still says that Kyrie is one of the best players in the world. Still saying Onyx is one of the best teams in the world. And hearing from Keyboy as well, he's able to talk about the scrims and no problem for him. But when I talk about it, then it's, you know, it's whatever, you know. But still. It's nice to hear from Keyboy saying that if See You Soon going up against NIP Flash, even he can't predict the winner because both teams have improved so much. Fireflux, compared to before, now they're more open. Now they're more brave to go and actually initiate fights. And honestly, that's what we saw against Langray Giants. They are more than prepared to start a fight and finish the fight.
Yeah, again, that game one definitely could have been theirs. And I think, you know, as we go to game two, possibly if they go even with a different game plan or even the same one as game one, if they played the way they did and it came down to that one team fight like you mentioned, Wolf, that could be something very easy for them to fix to make this a 1-1 in the series.
I would say as well for Fireflux, although we're very happy to see them play their own comfort play style and their own comfort draft, their own heroes. I think that they kind of have to adjust at least, because we saw that the way they won in the group stages was when they gave the meta heroes and then they played their own game with Lolita as well as Novaria to eventually counter the Louis. 100% sure that works in the group stages, which, you know, really caught off guard the people. But then again, SRG, they're a team that can also like look back to the VODs, which evidently they did. They got all of the good heroes. They pick up the Eve. This is a trump card that they have already revealed going up against Fireflux, which I'm pretty sure Fireflux weren't, you know, equipped to deal with. They did not practice that much going up against the Eve, especially because they picked up the carry afterwards. It kind of makes me feel like they're just trusting on their own skill. So to sum it up, what I just said is, okay, have some little respect to the metagame, although it's respectable that they are picking up their comfort playstyle. They kind of have to adjust maybe just a little bit.
And now we're jumping into the draft here. Langray Giants first pick, Fireflux second pick. So same again. And SRG, they're betting out this Faramis. Again, Rosa is amazing with this hero. And we saw how Langray Giants plays around the team fight. Again, don't know who's making the calls, but someone has an eye for opportunity, saying this is the team fight that we want, and then they burst them down very, very quickly. So I feel like Langray Giants, they understand their own weaknesses. Like, we're playing a burst composition. We can't let the Faramis as well as Angela through.
Yeah. It might be the same, maybe Roger first pick for SRG.
Okay.
I understand the backshot though. I really love that they're playing the backshot going up against the Ling. I will just hope that they will pick up a different roamer now. Maybe go back to the Tigreal, although the Kaja was amazing. But if I recall correctly, and I have many fond memories of this, Apex 47 is great at AoE crowd control, like your Minotaurs, your Tigreals, your Grok, you know. So Kaja, although he played well, I'm not saying that he didn't. It makes out sense. There's a Thursday ban. Loving it already from Fireflux.
I guess that's why they banned it out, right? I mean, even like, what was it, the last ban from SRG previous game was Grok, right? So that kind of, I mean, they were looking to really narrow the choices down for Fireflux Esports, I would say, from the previous game. But I agree with you. I think as good as the Kaja is right now and how he's popping up more and more and more, these AoE roams are great to choose from. Boxer being the last ban from SRG.
I love that ban coming out from SRG. They don't mind. And at this point, Fireflux are forced to give up the Luyi. Maybe give the Luyi, ban the Ling, because this backshot is definitely the answer. Oh, okay.
Ling first pick? Oh, wait, Luyi. What am I talking about? Actually, no.
Honestly, I think they will pick up the Ling. Actually.
Yeah. The Ling can go up against the Luyi.
Yep. I think this is Ling. And Fireflux is a team that have ignored actually picking up the Luyi many times during the group stages, right? Even if they have access to it. So if I were to guess, this is Ling first pick. There it is. Ooh, tough spot now for Fireflux.
I feel like the Edith was fine. I feel like Alien on the Edith was pretty good. Now we got to look at a player code here. Malaysia used to be in the top 4 in M1. For 2 Malaysian teams to make it out of the group stage, I feel very proud, but we will not be overconfident. This is coming from SRG Ozaravecki, which is their assistant coach.
Okay, so it's Valen Moskov now for Fireflux. Even more merit to pick up the Farsa now for SRG.
Yeah.
And
Is this going to be one of the games that Louis is completely ignored?
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I do agree. Honestly, the Farsa pick right now is looking very good.
And the Yu Zhang as well, if Cram wants to play it, since the Teresa's banned anyways.
Or CC, one of his favorite heroes as well.
Yep. CC Ling, although, is very greedy, I would say. I would guess Farsa and Yu Zhang here for SRG.
Yeah, the Teresa getting banned out. Or they could just wait for Cram's heroes and pick up something. Oh, they're picking up the
It's not going to be
Never
slept
mind.
on.
The Louis as well as the Ruby. So, again, looks like the Louis is going to maintain the 100% appearance rate here in MSC. Are they going to pick up the Fredrin or Akai before he gets banned out?
Yeah, Fredrin or Akai. Or maybe Arlet, which we have not seen yet. It
Oh,
was
true.
Banned out. Not actually. Yeah, not even
this series,
considered.
no, yeah. I don't
Yeah. Arlet is okay versus Louis, I would say. Maybe they get the Yu Zhang now for Alien to pick up. Yeah, Arlet. Makes a lot of sense. Arlet, Moskov, good combo. Arlet is theoretically okay versus the Louis. It always will be dependent on execution. Just because you can use the final slash against both Chip and Louis, so there's that. SRG, they might be thinking banning out Tiger and Lolita, even when Lolita is not a meta pick. Fireflux has shown us that it is actually an okay pick going up against the Louis.
Yeah, looking at Fireflux's side, they're going to be banning out Innocence Hero. Banning out a carry, perhaps banning out a Claude as well. Although looking at their lineup, I kind of feel like they can handle the Claude.
Yeah.
Fireflux handling the Claude?
Yeah.
And the
I
thing
feel
is,
like they can do it.
Yeah.
SRG, Fireflux cannot double down or triple down on marksman bans because this Ruby can be gold lane for all we know.
True. Honestly, Innocent has used the CC gold lane as well. Again, not sure if that's going to be the pickup that they want to go for, but historically, it has been an option.
Yeah. That's absolutely right.
I mean, I feel like just a fine ban here, just banning out the Claude, because I feel like for the Ruby pickup, it's too 50-50. I mean, like, if you want to ban a Roamer, do you want to ban out the Cho again?
Yeah.
So if it's a if this is another marksman ban,
And at the same time, Cho has great synergy with both Louis as well as Ling.
True.
Because he just can send out that Cho. Yeah, I think
Although I
that could be
feel
a
like
ban.
if Yumes doesn't get the Cho, I think he's fine picking up the Grok.
Yeah. Snatching it, the Grok Louis classic combo.
Oh, Harry, forgot about Harry.
Wow.
A lot of focus on it.
We forgot about Harry.
Yeah,
Oh my
I actually
goodness.
thought it was banned.
Yeah.
a whole lot of focus on Innocent. I mean, so is this possibly just a Claude pick for him? You know, still going to be open. Pick up the Claude.
Yeah.
Changa goalie. Okay, maybe. No, not for this one. Not for knockouts.
How about Yu Zhang now for Fireflux? And then they close it out with an Akai jungle. That's completely shutting down the Louis. Arlot, Yu Zhang, and Akai. Both, all of those 3 heroes are just great versus the Louis. That could be a direction for Fireflux. And at the same time, you have good synergy with Akai plus the Arlot.
Outside the Grok is not going over to Apex 47 again. And like you said, well, if this Arlet is flexible, is able to go to the roam position, they could pick up their jungler now just to keep it hidden for a little bit longer.
You think they still need to go utility then? Yeah, Akai.
Yeah, I think Akai. Well, you saw Echo that. You saw how.
I mean, would they play in Hayabusa?
Tigreal.
Oh, they pick up the Tigreal, showing that the Arlet is going to the EXP, so.
Yes, sir. I love it.
I mean, if they want, they could go Hayabusa, but I don't know how much practice they have with Assassin jungler.
That's right. Okay, so you're looking for maybe a gold laner for SRG. XP going up against Arlot. Teresa is out. Yu Zhang still looks really good for SRG. That's a massive pickup for sure. And then if you're going up against Moscow, you go what? Beatrix, or in this case, you go for Clint, perhaps.
Say, bring out the cowboy.
Yep.
Claude's still there too.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
It's about that time.
Okay. The suspense is thrilling. I do hope it's Yu Zhong actually for us. Bruno CC.
What?
I mean, I did call out the CC, so that's my KPI of the day.
Man.
But
Remember,
greedy man.
Remember when it was us casting the Bruno game from XYG?
Yeah. Oh, Amon!
Amon, all right.
Is it the vessel?
Yeah, it could be the vessel skin.
It's
I mean,
the
like,
vessel.
it's up to him which skin he wants to use. But honestly, this is a pretty spicy matchup here because we're seeing a Bruno, we're seeing an Amon. The Amon we haven't seen so far. So for the casters casting this game, good luck for this one because I don't know who's gonna win.
Well, boys, I'm going to say, not going to spoil what skins they're going to be using just yet. For the most part, we're seeing different priorities in where and how they want to actually attack the map from both of these teams. It's an interesting spread of resources. Once again, on the desk is going to be me getting Q with Leo doing the play-by-plays. We head into the land of Dawn. Get excited because after game number 1, I have high expectations that game number 2 is going to be just as bloody.
2 games into this slobber knocker, and already we're pulling out the deep cuts. Amon on Atienzi, who was also known as Cura back then in MSC 2023, used to play this very hero. They used this hero to score 1 against then third placers, now defending champions of MPL Philippines, Echo.
It's wild.
It's there, right? And then you also have now an old favorite, Bruno, being played by this very gentleman right here. This is innocent. I mean, you mentioned, you whispered under your breath earlier, he wants to win the lane.
Yeah, that's what I think he's trying to do, right? Why else would you want a Bruno other than smashing structures open and smashing your lane, right? Those are the 1 or 2 things that you want to do. But I think the hardest part now that other things have come into the meta, like the Harith, like the Roger, of course, now that we've really taken the first layer off, what's revealed underneath, it was probably either Brody or Bruno. And both of these B&Bs are doing very, very well, especially when you're up against a Moscow who can't really trade with you in the early game unless you have an Inspire, which I don't think they took.
Yeah, and now I'm also wondering what SRG's thinking with the CC in the hands of Kram. He was definitely instrumental in turning the tides in game 1 as the Terizla, which has a big ticket ult, right? Which has the penalty zone, which changes the dynamic of team fights, the flow of actions that you're allowed to take. But with the CC, it's more of a sustained and I don't know, conditional amount of control. Like, all right, I'm going to stand here. I'm going to keep hurting you, but not killing you. But if you're going to hurt me, I'm going to hurt you back. And it's going to take a while. So they did that alongside picking the Bruno. So they know that they want these fights to last long to the point of no ults, just basic attacks. Let's see who stays standing.
I think the theory, there's 2 points in this theory that I have here. With the CC pick, I think especially with the Elder Current call, when you do lock 2 people down, right? Keep in mind, like they've got a lot of dashes. If you lock down, for example, the Moskov next to Rosa's Valentina, it hinders both of them when they play the game. And even if you lock them to just an Arlet or maybe even the Amon, right? The extra movement speed, you get no value out of it because you're just anchored down by somebody else. I think based on how they're going to play this game, it's simply going to boil down to how Royal Milk played the CC as well. Zone out that backline, limit their mobility, and if you want to play as 5, that's perfect.
We'll see if Apex 47 falls for it because I think he's one of the prime targets. Rosa here, put down a third of his health. Stormy just wailing away. Something to note, a save for Stormy, right? Save for Stormy. Apex 47 can make the most out of his passive as a Tigreal. Like, he is just tanking everybody for free. Like, he has a little Dreadnought armor on in minute 1.
Yep. I mean, there's plenty of physical damage dealers on the side of SRG. We're going to struggle a little bit in the earlier stages, but hey, let's see.
Alien in trouble. Tempest of Blades up. Gonna fall here despite being underneath his tier 1 turret. And now Apex 47 fighting the good fight. SRG starting it quick.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum and especially the rotations are really, really fast from the side of SRG. And I think that Apex 47 got the read just a little bit too late. But let's see if they find the trade.
Here we go. TNZ pulls the trigger under Retribution. Pops Innocent. Gives a kill over to Sunshine.
Unfortunate. And I mean, that's just the way it goes, right? Unless you have Flicker, that's the only way that you can dodge that ult. But with Purify, you're just going to have to tank it.
All right. in hindsight, I think Fireflux Esports walked away with a better trade. An XP laner for a gold laner? Sign me up. Now that Turtle has spawned, it looks like they'll just continue the pressure on Alien. Like they're gonna deny, or at least delay his level 4.
Well, let's see how it goes out, right? Because again, it is a trade for like, yes, eventually you're going to scale into the later stages of the game, but do we need the power now or later? And I think that SRG kind of needs the power now, especially when they're trying to fight around these turtles, right?
Yeah.
That's the only way that Fireflux Esports is willing to kind of walk out into the danger zone.
They need it and they want it, especially if they want to secure this first objective. Cram, put down to 2/3 of his health, gets a good amount of damage, and now Tienzi trying to burst him down. Turtle at 1/3 of its health, Tempest of Blades up by Sakai's, all of the swords. Oh, he goes down! Alien says you're welcome! And the pull by Yums. Gonna get taken down by Alien though, despite all of that. And Stormy blasts Apex 47 with the turtle still standing.
Yep, I mean, that was, I don't know what to say, but this is pretty profitable for Fireflux Esports, because now look, Tenzi is able to power farm while all of these fights are going on. He's already level 6, and now maybe he has an opportunity to start turning the tides for the rest of his team, and maybe another gank on top side. But let's look at this, right? Because Stormy, technically he would have cleaned up this fight if he had more items. You're limited by the number of shots that you have in your pocket.
Yeah. Interesting how Stormy had all of those free hits, yet despite that, Alien survived, and Alien got a couple kills on the way out too. Again, I give full credit to Brave Smite there, and of course just the innate chunkiness of one. I'm abandoned the pole, Tienzi goes down! No clapback, no retaliation from Fireflux Esports here. Now 3-3. SRG definitely has the advantage here in the turtle take. Still standing. Cram and Yums holding it. In goes Sakai's. Alien gets the vengeance. Procced in. Apex 47 down to 1/4 of his health. Getting hit by Stormy's spells. And now the turtle finally gets the attention that it wants and it needs. And there's another pull. Rosa in trouble. No. Rosa's gonna go down here. Yums gets the kill. Turtle still up. Sakai's with the retry. Secured. Apex 47, where you going? SOD by Sunshine. Will he proc it? The answer is no. Down goes Apex 47. Stormy gets a kill. Yums as well. And Sunshine presses the button. But goes down just as quickly.
I'm so confused. Why did he decide to take that? Why did he decide to take it? Was it worth that one kill? Nope. And I personally don't think so, right? I guess, yes, you are. You're technically 2-1-0 as of right now, but Innocent is going to get a lot off of this. Luckily, at least for Fireflux Esports, there is some kind of level of compensation, right? We don't see Innocent hard shoving that lane, but Cram now even further ahead. Yeah, please, Alien, keep trading against me. Until you get that Thunder Belt, I don't mind.
Yep, and we'll see exactly in the replay one more time how that happened, because I also need a replay. I want to see how quickly that happened. So where's the SOD? Why'd he click it?
Right here. Because I think he was getting frozen out of his lane, so he needed to participate elsewhere to get that gold and be part of that fight. Kind of interesting how, well, indirectly Innocent is still part of the fight.
Yep, now Alien gets hit here. That's 2v1, man. Oh.
They're generating a lot of momentum for Cram, but it needs to translate into something. And most of the time it is the Turtles. We'll see whether or not they're going to start swapping the lanes now that the gold plating has expired.
Item check here. That's the Berserker's Fury already on Sakai's. And, Queen's Wings? Blood Wings, yeah.
Blood Wings. Yeah, I think it's rather interesting, right? He's not thinking about damage. He's also thinking about the survivability when he gets into the middle of these fights.
This is the most roundabout way of building a sustainable Amon.
I mean, it's one way of doing it, right? Until we see the concentrated energy start popping up. Maybe even like something even wilder would have been like the Clock of Destinies, now that it's been changed. But for the time being, we are expecting to see a lane swap actually happen. And SRG, you can see the rotations from Cram to be part of this turtle fight.
Yep, he is going to be helping Stormy clear the wave here. One thing we haven't really seen is the use of diversion, all right? Everything that Stormy's been doing has been very fair, has been in your face. So maybe they are going to try to set up for a checkmate angle on this turtle. Again, we're only getting 2 turtles. Oh, flicker there, committed by Alien. No one home, very defensively used. Apex 47 spots Innocent in the back. All right, Tienzi, he pulled out too far.
It's a little tough to get into this fight here. Ooh, not to mention the level difference.
That's a soft reset. Turtle, barely out of range, gets the pull in and the implosion. Both tanks pulling no punches. Tempest Blades up. Sunshine gets the SOD. Still no one home. Yums goes down. Tianzi served up a kill from Alien's final slash. Down goes Sikais. That's a double for Tianzi. And then another one falls. Cram, 3 for 1, traded for Rosa. And Tianzi keeps going. Stormy. Oh, he gets it. That is a maniac.
That's huge. That is so very huge. But now, I mean, Innocent, he's going to have to try here.
Uh-oh. Alien tracks him, finds the final slash, serves it up to Sunshine. He's not going anywhere.
The Thunder Belt makes him real tough to get through. Let's look at the replay one more time in this fight because honestly, Apex saved the entire situation. He caught both Sakai's as well as Yums, and both of them were on top of Tianzi. Had they, well, I guess maybe if just the Ruby got pulled away, I'm pretty sure the Ling would have been able to take care of Tianzi. But now look at that, the momentum switches back.
Here we go, Tempest Blades up. The implosion saves Sunshine, but only for a second longer, turning it into a trade.
It's not bad, but they're still trading effectively from the side of Fireflux as they continue forward. Tianzi now reading out even more with a Holy Crystal. Look at that build. He's full of damage.
Apologize to him now. Okay, I'm sorry, Tianzi. I don't know your game, but now I do. 3-1 and 3. All right, he's done good work to use that shield to its most efficient. Oh no, Innocent gets bursted down just when we were talking about him.
It's unlucky. It's unlucky. It's like Power Spike just achieved. Innocent is like, yes, I got the Berserker's Fury. Maybe I can clear this wave fast. Yeah. Gets one shot instantaneously, right? And now you're seeing how Fireflux Esports have adapted from game number 1. Instead of like, oh, we're going to crush down on the mid lane. We're going to keep on trading proactively. We're going to play around our mid laner, and that should be enough. But no, we're attacking your gold laner. Innocent is punishable. He is human.
And that's what our analysts mentioned. Fireflux Esports perform the best when they play with a little bit of their own flavor, right? When you force out the Amon and you play it up against public enemy number 1, Ling, beautiful things happen. Apex 47 taking this amazing bush. And now the implosion catches Innocent, but only for a second longer. The final slash by Alien. I wonder if this is enough.
Oh, no.
I'm offended. In comes the Kais. Down goes Alien. Apex 47 might be up next. The diversion set up by Stormy. He goes through. Cram takes out Apex 47. It's a disaster for Turkey.
Wait a minute, Tianzi. They have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there. Rosa just needs to get some more information. Here they go.
SOD, and in the back line, Tianzi bursting down Cram. Turtle still standing. Lord, that is Innocent scores it. And now Tianzi's gonna go down. Sekai's taken out by Rosa. But here comes Stormy, the forward flicker. The gambit from Fireflux Esports doesn't pay off the way that they want to. They took 2 on the way out, but the Lord still goes over to the Giants.
Man, what a tough decision to make there. Do you continue to put Innocent behind, or do you look to maybe get something off by killing Sakai's? At the end of it all, SRG still walk away with the Lord, which is the biggest problem, right? Despite trading upwards, Fireflux Esports can defend this, don't worry. But I think that Sunshine, he needs to scale up fast. Oh my God.
Rosa with a stolen I'm offended. The implosion from Apex 47. Yums down here as well. And all SRG was thinking was, we're going to stand behind the Lord, go in and push. They didn't expect to lose 2 so quickly.
I mean, I wasn't expecting them to lose 2 so quickly, but even more, that could have been 3. That honestly could have been 4. Let's look at this replay. Hopefully they catch it right at the moment. Look at Innocent here. We see the implosion canceled straight away right on the frame.
Innocent skedaddled as he should have. And then, again, damage control. SRG knows that, hey, this is a losing fight. They make nothing of that Lord. They didn't even get to push top lane tier 1.
I mean, that's the whole story between Fireflux Esports and Slime and Red Giants. They're just nullifying each other's proactive moves with their own moves. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh matchup that you wouldn't have expected, man.
Oh, here we go. The diversion play into that pixel brush. They try to spot out TNZ, but he knows better. Oh, wow, you're right. It's like one of those...
You've fallen into my trap card moment.
Yeah, or like a 2 equally matched dojo masters, you know? Like they both own their schools of martial arts, and then they just like this 2-minute long fight sequence where nobody gets hit in.
I think let's take it a step further. I think they're 2 very, very young prodigies of their times in martial arts masters. I mean, let's look at the game facts here. As of now, of MSC 2024, I did not catch that in time.
All right, but there was a fact.
There was a fact there.
You guys can scrub back.
Yeah, we'll scrap back in just a little bit, but let's look at the in-game items and see whether or not anything is a little different. We see the full Trinity build come out from the side of Sunshine at this point of time, but even so, we do see the Alien. He's 5-3-3, and honestly, he's pretty sustainable now that he has the Queen's Wings and the Thunderbelt.
Oh yeah, that's good. He is, I believe, on his way to an Oracle, not mistaken, and yeah.
But then why would he need to? Never mind. I think at this point, whatever he gets is going to be of value, right? He could opt to go for a little bit more magic resist if you really wanted to. I think the best one by far, the most cost-efficient item that you could go for at this point is probably just the blade armor, right? Because Innocent, he's scaling up pretty quickly.
Just mad chunk. Tianzi picked up the winner crown there, and he also picked up a Sky Piercer. That's what I picked up. That's what I saw there. So he wants to greed out again. Oh, sick guys. Respect it. Tempest Blade just for the iframes.
He heals back up.
Whoa! They find one. Humes gets hit by the implosion. Still alive. Alien gets the dash in, the final slash. On to Stormy. Innocent down here from the flank. Kicks a few balls. Alien and Rosa's way. Now Cram gets spotted out. Up against the wall. Gets bursted down by Genzi. 2 for none. Fireflox Esports calling the shots. Makes it straight to the Lord.
Oh my goodness. Tianzi is so stacked up right now. Unless the guys can make the super play and just steal away the Lord by a drive-by, I don't think it's happening. Fireflox, they push the momentum into their favor, and better yet, Selangor Red Giants now getting a little hesitant with the way that they approach these fights.
It's the cleanest pick-off into a Lord take I've seen up against Selangor Giants in a long while. This rarely happens.
I have to agree with you. And now we're seeing the beauty of this Amon pick. Amon throws the ult on towards Sekais after taking one single auto attack. Sekais has to use his own ult to survive.
Yep, Sekais isn't playing his game. He's playing Tianzi's game when that happens.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one to crack. And I think that Fireflox, they need to be able to set up a check. Oh, well, I mean, they've missed the checkmate angle, but they need to put a lot of damage here. They're not going to take that diversion, right? Yeah. Okay, just giving some extra information.
And now, all waves synced in. Wow, Sunshine up top, 3 in mid, the massive Lord down bottom, and there is about 1/4 left. Oh, forcing out a Wind of Nature proc from Innocent. Lord crashing into that turret down bottom, and Fireflox Esports will continue to take away all the resources from SRG's jungle. And now they penetrate the base. Oh, I'm offended. Onto Apex 47, forcing a response. Implosion on the 2, and the final slash. Pop in Hume's immortality.
Oh, and now they're going even harder. Sekais, he needs to reset off of this.
Oh no, they do get one on the back foot as Cram gets punished, overextending the diversion play. Can they find it? That's 3 sent over. Sunshine's in trouble, knows that there's danger afoot. Oh, Sekais gets bursted down one more time by Genzi. Sunshine takes out Stormy. 2 defenders left versus 3 out in front. Humes gets taken down by Rosa, stolen Tempest of Blades. And with that, it's just Innocent left. Innocent versus 3 members of Fireflox Esports, and Innocent pushes him out.
The item swaps to deny the kill. Tianzi refuses to give away the stack, and the one shot on top of it. It doesn't end. Tianzi is coming out big time.
All right, Tianzi has about 2 HP left. Cram the only one to defend. There's a big wave. Can he stop this, or are we going to game 3 at 1-1? Fireflox Esports equalize.
This has to be the greatest series of all time. That was wild. How many times did we see the weight shift from both of these teams? How many times did we see them both just duke it out when it matters? The timings, the tempos, everything is just lining up perfectly.
Even Alien agrees. I saw him just walking away clapping. Sekais can't believe what just happened. I'll agree with you, Gideon. This is so far the best series out of the mid-season cup just yet.
The worst part is that there's even more after this in the days to come.
You mean the best part?
The best part. With that being said, we're throwing it over to our analysts, Wolf, Nice, Sue, as well as LaFell. Take it away.
Series of all time. It's definitely one of the series of time.
It's
of
definitely
knockouts. Of knockouts. It's definitely one of those series in knockouts.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the series that I've seen.
Oh yeah. Dude, I mean, like, here's the thing. I get where he's coming from, right?
Yeah.
This is a back and forth. This is a 1-1.
That last item swap was was great.
I think Sunshine's honestly the members of Fireflux are at a different level now. I love the fact that they got Tigreal this time and Yums with
He was
words
saying
of
I love you.
affirmation.
Saying I love you, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so I think it all went wrong around the 7-minute where was actually a great clash where TNZ showcased the power of Amon and obviously Sunshine, although after the teleport coming out from Yums where he did the long play, you know, if you get my meaning.
Yeah.
It did not
Dude,
make
that was
any
amazing.
mistake afterwards. And even in this particular case where he was already dead, he's dead to rights actually.
Yeah.
But because of this
right here,
destruction, he managed to do it. And then there's the item swap. Well done. And then they're gonna punish him afterwards. I mean, Innocent will be punished afterwards.
Honestly, if I want to nerd out a bit, the thing that I love about this draft is that you pick up a Tigreal, forcing out any kind of hero that has to use a Purify in the goal lane.
Yeah.
And then you pick up the Amon. Like, how are you going to avoid the Amon's damage? The Amon, in terms of Brutal, he just basic attacks you until you're forced to slide away. And once the slide's out, then you can just use your ult.
Yeah.
There's no outplaying that if you don't have a flicker.
All you got is Purify, you know, at that point. And that was 70. So I believe it was 77 unique heroes
Yes,
now
correct.
that we've seen for MSC 2024. And yeah, I think Apex 47 on this Tigreal, man, on point, really providing just a lot of that crowd control alone for the lineup here.
Dude, Sunshine on a Moskov, 51,000 damage dealt. TNZ 916 gold per minute that he was able to earn. I feel like both teams are gonna ramp up the numbers in terms of unique heroes picked, because what's next? A Hanabi for the Deceit of Rage skin?
Maybe.
Maybe
they got both vessels.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Hanabi. But
I can tell that Wolf doesn't like that one. He's like how do I rebut this? No.
How do I make sense of this? Yeah, but who knows? Maybe Innocent picks it up. Innocent can play Chang'e. I'm sure he can play Hanabi. Right?
Maybe.
I can't reveal that. But anyways, honestly, looking at the matchup here, really, like, we got to talk about Rosa. Like, no matter who eventually becomes the Sony MVP, Rosa in this matchup, both games, really show up as a playmaker.
It's difficult to explain, but yes, definitely. I think that he managed to get the right ultimates at the right time, obviously with the IMU. And then he managed to get out of sticky situations with the Ling ultimate, for example. And his targeting with the second skill, first skill, second skill. I mean, if you look at the Valentina, you're always thinking about the ultimate, right? But sometimes it's just much about how you manage to find the right opening so you can one-shot people. Because Valentina with skill 1 and 2 combo, skill 1, 2, 2, 1, technically speaking.
No, I get
that. If you land that combo correctly, that's a ton of damage. As Nice would say, that's big damn.
Big damn.
Big damn coming in from the Valentina. And again, amazing showcase here. Right now, in case you guys just tune in, it's a 1-1, where Selangor Giants won the very first game. However, the second one, Fireflux was able to pick up that one. And again, we heard from Sanji they could go 5 games, but he said Fireflux might win this one. And I got to say, for both games, even though Selangor Giant won the first one, Fireflux looks like they're mostly controlling the game.
Yeah. What is it? 21 minutes of the 22 minutes for the first game.
Exactly.
That Fireflux was pretty much controlling. There was a couple question. I even heard the casters mention it, like with Sunshine using that Spirit Destruction and then following through with it. There was a couple mistakes that they made, but one thing's for sure, Fireflux Esports, they know how to adapt on the fly and adjust the play from there.
With that being said, we got to look at our Sony MVP, and it's going to be TNZ on that AA mod. And be careful when you're going up in rank. Because the draft pick, you might see a few Amons.
That was the winning play. TNZ getting into the orange buff, even after there were already 2 members down. Magically, it was it Stormy that got the Lord afterwards?
It was Innocent.
It was Innocent, magically. And then look at that play. Alien just converting for another kill. And then eventually they will see Cram just casually walking.
Why was Cram there?
Yeah.
Like not respecting the because they saw every member of Fireflux there.
Yeah. Well, let's ask Cram later if we have a chance. But yeah, that really costed them the Lord afterwards.
And again, Apex 47 is coming in with the engage with the implosions. Like I would say, Fireflux, they look much more brave because of the engagements coming in from Alien as well as Apex 47. And again, TNZ, 7.5 KDA, 916 gold per minute, 65% kill participation. But again, if you want to ramp up that goal, he was able to farm out while I would say the rest of the players, they were all screaming against each other.
Ooh, interesting. And here's a very nerdy answer to that, especially with what TNZ did. There was one time where, naturally, when you are a roamer, there is a sweet spot where you want to take the mid lane minions, right? So you can get to level 4 come the first turn of the fight. TNZ timed that perfectly, and that is when he went to Innocent's lane and got the kill because it was a 2v1. And that really tells us how TNZ really, how his mind operates when he's playing these assassins. He wants it to go for the right timing all the time.
Honestly, while you're telling that, can you actually show us using Bob as your Bob helper now?
Yeah, this will be a little bit different because this is the first turtle fight, which we could see the strength of TNZ and the way that they are trying to really fight against the second turtle, because the second turtles usually, this is where you're going to see a lot of like information gathering first before they are able to really spot it out. So there will be that initiation coming out from Mr. Apex 47. You're going to see him catch 2 members, but Innocent is just holding his ground. He knows that Innocent and Sekai's, all they need to do is to wait for the implosion to happen and then enter afterwards. So let's play out the clip and they will eventually get it. But TNZ already used this burst. Now, what's gonna happen here is that Rosa as well as Apex 47 are gonna do the best things, and which is they allowed TNZ as well as eventually Sunshine in here to get in and out of the fights, right? So look at the kiting coming out from Fireflux. You flicker out with Apex 47, in comes Alien, and then in comes TNZ. They get out again. Sunshine comes into the fight. Whenever they don't have the attack speed anymore, they will get out. Great in and out coming out from Fireflux. And this is a visualization of what Fireflux was trying to do all the time. Eventually, they will get the killing spree, despite the turtle being in favor of the side of SRG. The in and out coming out from Fireflux is good stuff.
I would say, yeah, I completely agree, where the way that they play around a team fight is making sure that you try to deal as much damage while avoiding a lot of damage. So it's kind of like a boxing kind of, what do you call it?
Boxing maneuver?
Boxing?
Maneuver?
It's like a boxing kind of concept where you float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Actually.
See, I know stuff.
Yeah.
I know synonyms.
Synonyms. I think you mean synonyms.
Okay.
You know, but when you watch that clip, Lafel, part of that too, you get to see how I get what you're saying, because they usually, if someone is low for Fireflux Esports, they set up a wall to kind of protect them, cut them off, and then they re-engage.
Yeah.
And that's a great, what do you call it?
Synonyms.
I don't see the problem here. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato, same. Synonyms. Synonyms.
They're similar because they're synonyms.
Thank you very much. And with that, we got to focus on the second game now. It's still 1-1. Why are you guys laughing?
No, dude.
We're just happy.
Just be yourself.
Just be yourself.
Just
be yourself, my friend.
No. I've made that mistake before. Never again. I'm never being myself ever again.
Yeah.
I'll always be fake in the eyes of the world. Either ways, SRG, we got to talk about this a little bit. SRG currently has the highest Lord secure rate with 90%.
Wow.
Is that right?
Is that?
90.9%, while 60% turtle control rate. And Fireflux so far is maintaining 69% Lord secure and 58% turtle secure.
Wow. Doesn't matter if they give up the turtle, apparently, in the first few stages of the game. As long as they get the imported Lord. Well, I mean, if you're going to be asking, when Lafel asked the question very early today, who's going to slay the Lord?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Like it's Fireflux. For Fireflux, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, there was times when, was it Innocent that got it?
Yeah.
You know, on the Bruno?
Yeah, he kicked the ball, and then the ball slayed the Lord.
Yeah.
Ball's hurt.
Well, it is a ball that's technically on fire, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on fire.
You know what? I agree. Like,
Bruno is a superhero.
If you want to increase it, just kick a bowling ball. On fire.
Yeah, if you have the mecha legs, maybe you can.
He does have mecha legs.
Yeah. That's the passive.
I know. I too analyzed the game.
Good to know.
Right.
Yeah.
Want to keep talking about hero lore? You could be,
Hero lore?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
Well, we don't have the historian here.
yeah. Leo, you need Leo for that.
Yeah.
No. As much as it's cool that you can call a horse and then swipe every enemy down, we don't need Leo more in this conversation. I feel like
Hey.
we just focus on Bruno. Yeah.
Don't say that as if it's final. Maybe a Leomore can pop up in this situation. TNT is
Yeah.
playing here.
You know what? You're right.
78. Make it 78. Wait.
Yeah.
No, Leomore.
Oh, we saw Leomore. Yeah,
Leomore
that's right.
was
That's
picked
right.
before. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you want to increase it even more, the Hanabi.
Why do we keep going to the Hanabi?
Yeah.
Because there's a new skin. We have to sell skins, Naisu.
Okay.
We have to sell the skins. But either ways, Fireflux this time is going to be first pick. Slangour Giants are going to be the second pick. Fireflux themselves, even though they're the first pick, they ban out the Faramis, SRG, banning out the Chip. It looks like Fireflux, they don't want to see this Moscow going in the hand of Innocent.
Maybe they're the ones who wants to get this Louis.
Or Roger.
Yeah.
Roger. Obviously. I think it's I think this might be the game where SRG will just get Ling almost all the time. It kind of feels like Fireflux are daring them.
I was gonna say, is that the right choice though? Like, if you're SRG, do you want to get this Ling every single time that it's open? It feels like in a way they're kind of struggling a little bit here and there.
There's another hero they could use, which is more riskier, but
Hayabusa.
Fanny.
Oh,
yeah.
That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty risky, I'd say.
It's the hero that puts Sakai's on the map.
Yeah.
But again, it's very risky. Like, no matter how strong you are with that hero, it's pretty risky. The Valentina gets banned here. And honestly, I really like this Valentina ban because I feel like it really puts SRG in a very tough spot when it comes to the draft, especially for Yums and Stormy. So now without the Valentina, now they don't have to worry that much.
That's very true. So, that means that Rosa will have to pull something out of the bag. Again, another Baxia ban. Very good.
Louis is open.
From SRG. So Louis as well as Roger. I believe that Fireflux don't necessarily want to pick up the Louis first pick. So this might be Roger or... yeah, it is indeed Roger. So you go Harith Ling if you're SRG? Or Louis...
Now, since... Do you want to risk it? Right?
The what?
Risk it. Like, don't pick up the Louis thinking that Fireflux wouldn't pick up the Louis.
If you get the Ling, yes, because you have the answer to that. So maybe Ling Arlet actually for SRG at this point. Does Yums play a lot of Arlet?
He can.
Oh, Angela's open.
I mean, it has been open for quite a while. It's just that teams haven't had a good success with Angela. So the only question is it going to be Stormy or Yums?
I was going to say, is it going to be Rome mid?
Oh, well, I think that they have to keep that up until the last pick.
So pick up the EXP soon. Oh, Arlet Ruby.
Talk about I was going to say sweeping and pulling, basically.
And it's
a whole lot.
It's still flex.
Yeah.
You don't know which one's going Rome. You don't know which one's going to the EXP. And you're denying the pick from SRG.
Yeah. It
This
could also
Charizla
go
ban is looking
gold
better.
Ruby.
Oh yeah,
There's this ban, unfortunately.
No, I feel like the Charizla ban is genius when this is your play.
I think at this point you don't want to go Louis anymore, right? Because you're global anyways to the Angela. So you just get an Edith perhaps so that you have a stable roamer that can also be flexed in the EXP lane. Apart from that, maybe get the Harriet now because, I mean, what's stopping you, right? You have the Angela Harriet.
Oh.
They go Claude instead.
Isn't this a little bit risky because you have two heroes that want to farm?
Yeah.
It is.
But I think also part of this is just the fact that, like, because if they didn't pick this up right now, then those bans would still focus on narrowing down those choices for Innocent because they already took out the Moskov, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like after probably how much he struggled with a Bruno in the previous game, this is more so like, all right, let's give a better opportunity to Innocent to just to farm up and then, hopefully pop off later on.
That's right. Interesting. So, with this...
Ban out the mid?
Yeah, ban out the Rosa heroes. In this case...
You want to do the farce?
Oh, you know what? Respect.
You don't want to deal with that anymore.
Rather use Zhang. Makes a lot of sense. Apart from the Amon, I do love to see them battle Rosa heroes like Farsa, for example. However, since this is Angeling, what else do you pick up actually?
Vexana?
This? Maybe actually Aurora.
Oh yeah.
Maybe you're left with that as.
It would be crazy if Fireflux pick up a Zask.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder if they do play that. Does it look like a Rosa hero though? I think.
The thing about Rosa is it doesn't have to look like a Rosa hero for Rosa to do well with it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Kadita actually for Rosa. I don't know if that is a thing.
What about Kagura?
Oh, against Angeling.
Oh, Julian.
Okay.
Imagine, you're saying like, imagine Kadita, and then it was like, oh no. he just baits you and it ends it all just like, yeah, no way.
Yeah, no.
X-Borg getting banned out. So it looks like for SRG, still respecting the jungler pick, and for Fireflux, making sure that Cram doesn't have a good hero to play.
Yeah. You know what? I think this is nearing the Leomord zone now for Fireflux. If this is not a lockdown hero for SRG, because they banned out both X-Borgs plus Yuzhong, right? So you're forced with like Edith, perhaps, for SRG in this case. That means that the Leomord will have a great time. There it is, Edith. Oh man. This is Leomord and Gord, perhaps?
No way.
Yeah.
I know you're trying to make me feel better.
There's
Kagura down. Well, if it's okay.
No, yeah, the Kagura is really good, actually.
Oh, is it now?
It is.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the Aurora.
Yep. Leomord. TNZ, you've been playing it before it was meta. And now that you have the chance,
boom, Akai.
Pick it up. Yeah, that would be like, actually like Fredrin, you know?
Yeah, I'm thinking Fredrin.
End of the day, it's like, yeah, like Fredrin the Varia.
Just because something super normal?
Yeah, so something super like
normal.
Vexana, Fredrin,
Yeah,
right?
Vexana, Fredrin.
Oh, God. I mean,
it's a good pick. Florin.
Farsa, okay.
Florin Farsa. It looks like it's going to be a Roger jungle.
Gold Ruby. Okay. So they're all in on TNZ now. That means...
This is going to be annoying for SRG because they're the one that doesn't want to fight a prolonged team fight.
I wonder if Cram likes to play the Paquito because that's a great hero. First Roger and Farsa.
Honestly, I'm even thinking if you want to go all into the backline, pick up something like a Vendetta, but I haven't seen Cram use it so far.
Ooh, how about a Uranus?
I do love Uranus.
But you have Edith.
Wait, what about the Minotaur?
What if
Grok?
What if they are the ones to pick up Kadita?
Oh, wait.
They need a little bit of front line. Lapu. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got him.
So it looks like the Edith is going to the roam position. Lapu is going to the EXP.
Oh.
For the casters, right now, the draft has been settled. I wonder if we're going to jump into the game with no issues here, but so far, a Florin for Fireflux, which is what SRG wants to avoid. But SRG, they have the Angela, so this might be a long team fight. And with that being said, we're tossing it over to the casters.
Thank you, analysts. Once again, back on the desk with Leo and as well as me, Gideon Q. Yeah. We're going to be taking care of you guys because this one, it's going to be a little different compared to the first two, right? Both have pretty similar curves in terms of power spikes, but at the very least, the synergies between Ling and as well as Angela is going to be the main driving force here.
Now more than ever, I think SRG and FF are aware of each other's power spikes, are aware of each other's tendencies, and hopefully, my fingers are crossed, and I think I say this on behalf of everyone watching in the Amazon arena and everywhere around the world, that doesn't stop them from fighting the way that they did in games 1 and 2.
I totally agree here, but we got to talk about the later stages of the game between Fireflux Esports on blue side up against SRG on the red side, because I think towards the later stages of the game, I would imagine that Fireflux Esports scales better.
Yeah, I mean, mainly because Rosa can actually pull out 2 feathered airstrikes between engages. And again, you can only really Hearthguard once for the shock value. So after you pop out, if the fight doesn't last longer, then, you know, you're just out there like, throwing love waves.
You're just gonna exist, you know?
Yeah.
You're just a heart guard, you're a heart guard bot, right? Everything after that is just a bonus. For the time being, let's have a look at the emblem so far, because it looks like Alien is going to take a more defensive approach with common emblem, making sure that he has plenty of armor to keep himself alive on top of the tenacity.
Something to note as well, the triumphant return of Lapu Lapu, who isn't like in the top 3 XP laners right now, but he's what you need when you're trying to stop Rosa from, you know, throwing out those volleys of magic damage. Tianzi playing footsies against Sekais, Yumes, and Stormy. Here comes the response. All right, goes and shuts down that Litho Wanderer. Interestingly enough, we're still 20 seconds out from the first turtle. I think it happened, man. I hate to jinx it, but I think they slowed down.
Yeah, I think both sides really want to make sure that, you know, they don't give each other much space. And now with Sunshine on this Ruby, hopefully they're going to be able to get everything done. Because when it comes down to that big team fight at the end of the day, right, I think Cram, he's going to be fine, but he's going to be very isolated from the rest of his team. They're technically taking these fights a man down.
Yeah, but what that means is Selangor at least has a solution bank, right? As soon as Rosa goes crazy, all right, I'm gonna come in, bravest fighter. If I can find Apex 47, even before he pulls the trigger on the Bloom, all right, take him down.
And Cram just jumping into the bush, bravest fighter. Not 100% sure what the decision behind that is gonna be, but in the meantime, this very first turtle, honestly, gonna go real slow because again, both Roger and as well as the Link would much rather just power farm.
Okay, luckily that again, theoretically mistimed ult that shouldn't be punished too hard because neither junglers are making their way towards the turtle just yet. And there you go. It's off of cooldown now, so he's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the Bravest Fighter is a very short cooldown. It's pretty expandable. You can kind of just throw it out whenever you want. But let's see whether or not Fireflux Esports are going to be able to get this turtle, right? Previously they were, but SRG have, well, I hope that they've thought about the situation now. How exactly are they going to approach the fight? They want to take out TNZ, but at the same time, have to dodge damage from Alien.
Here we go. The jump in from Cram. The answer from Rosa. Flicker back after the Fettered Airstrike. No one home. And now the pull from Sunshine. They back off. Again, folks, note that this is indeed a side lane Ruby. So the true cores for Fireflux Esports now is, again, in true rope-a-dope fashion, as Fireflux likes to do it. Now TNZ and Rosa. It's not Sunshine and Rosa.
They're taking their time with this, both sides. Hopefully, good reaction time from TNZ. Whoa!
All right. Interestingly enough, they want to commit hard on that, and that's 4 sent over to take down TNZ. The response from Fireflux Esports is a better airstrike, but Selangor just lean hard into the aggression, taking down Rosa. One more time, maybe even able 47, and they indeed do. 3, 4 none straight into that plate in mid lane. And Alien trying to do some damage control, stop the bleeding. Yumes gets pulled in. I'm offended. The onward, the takedown. Alien gets a kill, keeps going. The vengeance. All right, Fireflux Esports out of their breath here. Oh, another one! Stormy so low! Misses one basic, and the blazing duet. Can Alien survive? The answer is yes. To their strike, pushing back SRG.
I'm glad that both teams' tendencies is to continuously trade. Although I will say that SRG did find a chink in the armor here, because once they guaranteed the engage onto TNZ's side, they knew for a fact that Rosa does not have his flicker just yet, so they can run him down. And we know that Florin is going to need a lot of time to get to that late game stage before her heals are extremely relevant.
All right, it's true that these teams are taking it slow, but when the fight can begin, when the fight happens, they will not let go. They are not shy to lean hard into it. But with that said, Selangor Giants now up by about 2,000 gold, 5 minutes in, turtles spawning in the upper quarter. Interestingly enough, I don't know how this 1-3-1 setup for Fireflux is going to go, man. It changed their dynamics so much.
It does. It does. It makes them very reliant on their battle spells to get a majority of things done, right? Even when you're looking for those big engages, Alien, probably, unless, you know, somebody face checks a bush and, well, it happens. But at this point of time, hopefully SRG recognize that they can honestly play as slow as they want to, but as soon as they find that very first kill, it's about how much gold you get against Fireflux Esports when it comes down to their economy whether it's jungle camps, ideally when it comes down to neutral objectives.
Luckily, Fireflux Esports, despite, stepping up to get into these fights, aren't letting go of that prime objective, that prime priority here in the early game is to farm up, get some items on you, because good news for Alien is he already built his Thunderbelt, so he can just start getting the enhanced basic attack, smacking his opponents, and building up those hybrid defense stacks.
Yeah, I think that, I'm pretty sure that Alien is going to go with the same build that he did in the previous game. Thunderbelt into the Queen's Wings, and then eventually maybe even into the Oracle. But for now, let's see whether or not Yomes is going to find that engage.
All right, Turtle secured here by SRG. Whoa. And the knock-up, forcing a response here. Tempest of Blades now. Heart Guard waiting to be cast. Sakai says, never mind, I am safe. SRG happy with the major objective pickup, now approaching 3K ahead.
Yeah, no disrespect from both of these teams, right? Really playing it slow. Okay, it's just a small objective, not the end of the world. As long as our structures are up, maybe we can do something with that. Because these rotations are basically man-to-man defense from both sides, right? If somebody leaves the lane, we have to follow.
Which is, again, despite it sounding counterintuitive, the man-to-man defense against a 4v5 with the Angela inside one of them is actually the winning combination. Up top, Alien going 1v3. Yume, Stormy, and Cram want to fight, forcing out a flicker from Alien for his own good.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Oh, down bottom. The stun on Innocent. How far can they dive? In goes TNZ. Tempest of Blaze knocking up TNZ. He's taken down. Sunshine takes a few hits. In comes Sakai from the back. And Sunshine healing up a bit, but no, there's not much Apex 47 can do. SRG trade out.
Man, I love it. I love the micro mechanics there, because Stormy, he knows who exactly he wants to give that heart card to, but he doesn't want to put the indicator on top of the person, right? Which is very visible to everybody on the map. So you can see that even TNZ is like, oh, they probably have it, but there's a good chance that it might be able to get the execute before that happens.
They're weaponizing the information. They don't want to give Fireflux Esports that level of a tell. And here we go. Sakais goes for the Grand Theft Orange. Pushing in mid. That was just Cram and Yumes. Yumes and Cram. Now the answer. Fair strike. I think Rosa needs a little bit more firepower.
Yeah, I mean, Rosa's been taking the brunt of the punishment here, always having to use his flicker every time he gets compromised on the position of his feathered airstrike. And Stormy, on the other hand, is like, I don't have to worry about any of these things. I just have to be a good team player. However, I will say that Cram quite ahead in the game. He may have lost his tier 1 on top side, but so far, he's been winning out these trades against Alien as soon as he uses that Bravest Fighter.
All right, let's see again, another 3v1. Stormy throws out a Love Waves. From the back line, in comes Rosa. Tempest of Blades, taking down Alien. Now here comes the Cavalry, and by Cavalry, I mean the rest of Fireflux Esports. All right, deterring any further aggression. All this while, SRG was just bursting down the Lord. They got even us distracted.
Oh man, great diversion here. It's like, I'm gonna dive, I'm gonna look maybe to take this tier 1, but at the same time, oh wait.
I'm offended. Cram, can he survive? Damage reduction and iframes in check. Yes, the answer. Continue, Gideon.
Yes, these diversion plays, it's great because now it's like SRG saying, we've learned from the previous game, you gave us 2-prong attacks, and worst yet, our draft didn't exactly give us answers. Oh my goodness, where did he go? Wait, how far ahead is Innocent?
Got the 2-man onward Earth Shatter, and then the rest was history. Tempest of Blaze defensively out. That's just how far ahead SRG is, man. 6K ahead, 6K gold. That's, what, 2 items on each core.
But that's what I was thinking. It was coming from Sakai's, not Innocent specifically. I guess he was max stack on top of it. We'll see in the item list in just a little bit, but hopefully, Fireflux are able to defend their inhibitors. They can't just give away these for free.
This is uncharacteristic. I am not comfortable with the way SRG is dominating Fireflux Esports. Given how games 1 and 2 went, it's as if SRG is a whole nother team. It's as if Fireflux Esports forgot everything that happened in 1 and 2, because those were very close. This is far from it.
Yeah, and a majority of the lead is actually coming from Innocent. He's got 8,000, he's 3,000 ahead of Sunshine at this point of time with a full Trinity build.
Huge. I mean, oh, here we go. We'll talk about it later. The fight happens. Yumes gets taken out, and suddenly in the back line, they die. Apex 47, Sakais, and Stormy. Stormy and Sakais. Tempest of Blaze in the back, looking for TNZ. Alien has already fallen. A 1-4-3. Massive gains for SRG.
Huge gains, 2 to 10 so far as the kill score. 8,000 gold lead. Damage dealt Klon as well as Lapu Lapu. Both of the side lanes right at the brink.
All right, so we were saying how that's a huge 3K, 3,500 between Sunshine and Innocent. Mainly because you're a fighter, right? You can afford to build semi-built items or halfway built items compared to Innocent, who has to build his Trinity, which he now has. Hence why he's dealt so much damage.
I think that Fireflux Esports, if anything, they need Apex 47 to scale up quicker right now. Like, TNZ, he's struggling to get the farm, and yes, the do is gonna, it's helping, right? His auto attacks really make the difference in these fights, but you're getting stat checked by people who are 9,000 gold ahead of you at this point in time.
Yep, and here you'll see it again. Yeah, across the board, the only closest one we got is Rosa and Stormy. And that's a support mid laner on Stormy. So that's how far ahead SRG is now from Fireflux.
It's kind of wild, though. Maybe there is an I don't know. Maybe going for a safe build, getting it like an early Winds of Nature, just to kind of protect yourself to drag this game out. But then again, you're deviating from getting it like your core items, which is too important to give up.
All right, that is a definite possibility, and I think it's worth the money, right? The Wind of Nature, because really, what's the only thing that goes through your Wind of Nature proc? Quick Lord take here by SRG, Stormy skills. That's it, Stormy skills and the CC on Yumes. But that aside, if the goal is to just stay alive, then the Wind of Nature is the answer.
I mean, it's more manageable compared to like I'll take like 5 lap taps compared to like getting 1 crit by Sakai's. Like, that's how much of a difference it's going to be. At this point in time, both teams still looking very calm, but calm before the storm. We'll see how they're going to try and pry open these inhibitors, and I think Rosa, he's gonna be so careful with how they approach this.
You mean calm before the storm? Me.
Oh.
This is very similar to his MVP performance in game number 1, where he was very low-key, very quiet, and he's the one that really tilted the scales, tipped it over to SRG, and now he's doing the same. Again, as you mentioned, he doesn't want to reveal where the heart guard's going. So that just makes it all the worse. Instead of it being a 1+4, it's a 1+4 +1+1+1+1. Like, it can be on anybody.
It really can. And that's the Feather Airstrike to clear both mid as well as bottom waves. They still have the Lord crashing on that top side. And I guess their wave clear isn't that great. Their sieging isn't that great either. If they want to siege, that means they have to dive. And that's too big of a commitment.
Oh, well, Cram seems to be eager about it. Yumes flickering on out. Cram in trouble. Goes ahead, pops the heart guard, pops that inhibitor up top. Mid, next up on the docket. Lord wailing away at the base. Another feathered airstrike. Rosa cleaning up house. Fireflux Esports still in this.
Yep, and SRG make the smart choice. Just we've already got one inhibitor. This was the very first Lord. Let's just back off. There's no need to do anything about it. And that's a purple buff going over to Sakai's. And at this point, right, SRG, it's about denying economy from Fireflux Esports. Because if Fireflux Esports get to that late stage game, they're going to outscale SRG entirely.
Yep, and it's not enough that they're ahead. They have to put the opponents down. Because now you're looking at what? About 11K ahead? SRG? And they're taking away even the smallest of camps, man. Even this little rock boulder. It's like, right, you're mine. But they're taking their time with it too, look.
He's just
because they're freezing the waves.
Yeah, they're freezing the waves. And Innocent wants to hold the stacks just in case somebody decides, hey, I'm gonna be a little cheeky and face check this. Instantly gets hit by all the shots coming in from Innocent at full Art of Thievery stacks. It's not a fun time. We've seen him like 3-tap somebody earlier.
Yep, not while your items are like barely built up, right? Fireflux Esports currently only at 35K. You see the majority of them are about half built. So that's raw. That's what they call it. It's raw.
It's very raw indeed. Fleeting time as well as the Flask of the Oasis already out for Apex 47. Hopefully you get some value over the fleeting time, because in terms of like trading back and forth, we're not seeing Fireflux Esports actually securing those kills. They get low, but not securing the kills.
And with that, I'm wondering if Fireflux Esports, by some way, somehow, man, survives after this Lord and keeps on going into the late game, will they eventually get secure? Will they eventually get the end and do something to SRG that's, you know, decidedly a good thing?
I suppose, but it's already starting to look like checkmate angle, right? They've hit the... Wait, they want to fight this. Do they want to fight this? I mean, they've already used the conceal.
They are going to try to rush out an angle from Fireflux, but yeah, no. Fireflux able to retreat and respect that engagement, especially from that weird angle, fast enough.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. At least Fireflux Esports, they can play from high ground, and that's okay with them. Coming back to the main point here, I think that SRG at this stage, with the lead that they have, they hit the checkmate angle under 2 conditions. 10,000 gold lead and a broken inhibitor. Now that the second Luminous Lord is starting to walk by, right, essentially SRG can technically overwhelm the base and go straight for the crystal if these minions start to bleed in.
And they will bleed in. I think it's just a matter of time before even Rosa's ult will not be enough to clear out these waves. Cram and Yumes catches a few hits, and no, interestingly enough, I think we're approaching that fulcrum, that apex of Fireflux Esports' power spike, where maybe they do survive. Maybe it doesn't cost them too much to actually just clear the waves and force out an odd angle from Selangor Giants. In comes Cram and Yumes and Sigais and the Blazing Duet inside the base. Innocent takes down the turret. Alien put down a quarter of his health, so is Apex 47. The Heartguard onto the Marksman. They keep on going, clearing the waves. Fireflux Esports still alive.
Honestly, great stuff from Fireflux Esports. I knew that they had decent high ground defense, but better yet, if SRG tries to do some funky business, trying to get overly aggressive, starts to overextend their hand, that's when you see Fireflux snap back at them. That's why Sunshine is so very important, as well as Alien to kind of follow up upon each other while generating space for Tianzi and Rosa.
And it's not like anything changed. I mean, there's still a gaping 11K, 12K gold lead for SRG. Nobody died, and it's not like they got anything changed in their kit. But wait, here we go. A concealed play from Yumes, trying to spot out Alien, answers the final slash. The Heart Guard in the back line, the feathered airstrike from Rosa.
And now they're jumping back with the Heart Guard is going to keep Sakai's alive as they disengage from this fight. I mean, unless we're seeing something aggressive from TNZ, despite having the do, I don't think he wants to go further than this. Lord's coming up in 48, so better not to die.
Is this it? Is this that moment wherein after everything from Selangor Giants and Fireflux still standing, does Stormy just exist?
Yep.
All right. Now what, boss? Now what?
I mean, it's the wallflower time, right? You're just kind of there, right? You're out healed. You're out healed by Apex 47, and at this point, Fireflux have stabilized. The only disadvantage that they have is the fact that they're missing 2 inhibitors and they have to constantly deal with that. A timing of which SRG can take away the Lord, but they still struggle to close out these games.
Hey, as long as you maintain your wave management, the sins of the past should not haunt you in the present, okay? Because these fights, again, clearly Fireflux Esports is now playing with fire. They're now hitting a power spike wherein SRG have to respect them, and I guess the keyword here is sustain. They're able to out-sustain these initial engagement, and now look, they're thinking to contest. I didn't think we would see this, not so soon. I mean, 18 minutes is approaching the ultra late game, but this took a while.
It took a very long time, and that's why Yumes is just absorbing the damage while Innocent is maintaining his stacks.
Oh, the flicker onward Earthshatter combo. Sunshine answers back. Blazing Duet onto Innocent after the Heart Guard, and they do take out Sunshine. Alien falls as well. The jump in from Cram, and that's about it. TNZ falls as well, and it's just Rosa standing left. The Queen shall soon see the base fall because SRG have set up a wave in mid and in top. What can Rosa do?
I mean, Rosa is going to have to try, right? Feather Airstrike should be coming back up at some point, but nah, it's over. That's it. That's too much momentum. GG, well played to SRG. And what an incredible stance from Fireflux. Despite the entire game getting beaten down, they managed to stabilize, and just one singular bad fight and an incredible engage coming in from Yumes just to put them out.
The invincible Titans of Malaysia are now at match point, and I think you're right. Yumes did the very perfect thing of taking them off of their footing. Like, for the first time, Fireflux Esports in this, almost 20-minute game, found their footing, and Yumes said, nuh-uh, there's a crack right there. Like that moment between Bruce Wayne and Ducard from Batman Begins 2003.
Ooh, that's a hot reference there. That's a hot reference. I was gonna say maybe even a leg sweep, but that's way better to describe it. I think at this point, right, I think that SRG, it was a very small margin for them winning and losing, but I'll leave the analysts to break it down for you guys. Analysts, take it away.
What if you don't want to? Yeah. You could just watch this silently.
No, let's bring it back to them.
But yeah, we got to talk about this game. We got to talk about how Selangor Giants, they were able to actually increase the tempo very, very fast early and mid, but somehow Fireflux was able to slow it down But again, Slangway Giants, they just feel like they have the advantage and bursting that Lord very, very fast throughout this game.
Yeah, the Angela was a great pick, of course, for both the Ling and the Claude. We saw this in many of these skirmishes, many of these team fights. But, you know, I got to agree with you guys and also the casters as well. The fact that Fireflux was able to defend for so long and still show that their defensive play can be really good was very impressive here. It's just SRG, once again, able to get the upper hand in a lot of these exchanges.
Great jump coming from Yums. This was actually the final nail in the coffin, right? Because you had to pop the Bloom very early, and you pick up this Florid to counter the Claude, because when you pop the Bloom, the Blazing Duet is essentially nothing. But during that last moment, when Yums was able to initiate, that prompted Apex 47 to pop the ultimate very earlier on. I mean, even when we know that it's a counter the Claude, it didn't work this time. And unfortunately, I would say, this game for Fireflux is the game that they got outdrafted in many ways.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like there are counters to what SRG was trying to do, like for example the Florid versus the Claude, or the Farsa versus the Angela in the mid lane, but overall they were outdrafted here. I think the Lapu Lapu is such a great last pick coming out from SRG because it answered so many things. Ling Angela, the fact that they got both Ling and Angela in first phase, that also goes to show how good the trade was for SRG in this game.
I would say usually like we don't see the Angela do well or the Foreign doesn't do well just because the opposing team is able to dive towards the support. And usually when you have Angela in your lineup, you're building a full composition that relies on the Angela, right? And in this game, he was untouched. Stormy was untouched.
Yes, and that's mainly because the dives that came from Fireflux were onto the side lanes, like when they tried to kill the Lapu Lapu, when they tried to kill the Claude, which failed horribly. I was wondering why TNZ decided to really overdive in the early stages. It went 0-3, and it was his mistake trying to take out the members of SRG early on, especially when the heart guard is up. I think it was the wrong decision to go for that. To be fair, Fireflux, they have great defense. Imagine if they hadn't faced the disasters of the early stages when they didn't overdive. Maybe this game could get totally different.
Honestly, like personally for me, I don't like it when carry-oriented mid laners are forced to use something like an Angela that supports your team. But honestly, with Slangway Giants having an amazing carry coming in from the jungle as well as the gold lane, makes it so that is actually a pretty good option. So even though Stormy is more of a mechanical kind of player, he doesn't have to be, right? He just supports his team.
I think a lot of people, whenever this question comes up, because we even asked it in the draft, Angela in the roam or in the mid? I still think most people would still say roam. They'd like to see it in the roam, but this time around, like you mentioned with Stormy, I think it's mostly also just the way that they're able to rely on Stormy playing that role if he has to on an Angela in comparison to what we've seen from him in the past. So either way, he's super effective, you know, whichever approach he goes with.
At the same time, it's a Link plus Claude, so you don't need any more damage. You're already dealing the damage with your Ling as well as your... And then if you think about it, Edith as a roamer can also output the damage anyways. It provides the sustain that they need. It provides us front line. And you also have to take note of the Lapu Lapu. That XP laner hits hard, actually. Especially if you're always able to land your shots, which in this case, again with the Angela, another good vehicle for that hero in many stages of this game. So I think that this is really how you draft the Angela and the Ling. I think that it was a great understanding coming from SRG, and despite having Claude that's greedy, they had a good fight.
Yeah, honestly, if you have a Lapu Lapu and your items are Hunter Strike as well as Malefic Roar, you should be doing quite a lot of damage. But now we gotta look at our Sony MVP, and it's gonna be Skies, the jungler coming in from SRG. The Skies is talking, and I gotta say, him on his Ling, how is it that he still gets the
this is 3 for... Is this 3 for 3? Yeah, this is 3 for 3 now. 3 Lings. Wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't, if he ends up picking the end even for Game 4.
And I think Fireflux are really just dancing with death right now. I still believe that the Florin Farsa is not the best closer for them. I would have preferred them go for something different. Maybe put this Ruby in the roam role, then get back to the Roger. I think that they needed some sort of damage from TNZ and carrying prowess from Sunshine. Both Sunshine and Apex 47 changed their playstyle come game number 3, which is not going to be the best when going up against a team like SRG.
Well, 14 KDA, 100% kill participation. He was full build at the end of the game. He even got a Sky Guardian helmet I believe it was after he died.
Got bursted.
He got bursted, so he sold his immortality. But either ways, we're going for our 4th match of this one. But for now, we're going over to a break. We'll see you guys then. Welcome back, everyone. And this is, again, the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. It is between Selangor Giants going up against Fireflux Esports, where the score right now is 2-1. 2 for Selangor Giants and 1 for Fireflux. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Naisu as well as Wolf. What are we looking at game number 4 here? Do you guys feel like, just like in a previous matchup, it's going to be a 3-1, or are we looking at a 3-2 situation?
Man, I still... Okay, now that I've seen through the series up to this point, I think there's a possibility for a Game 5 to happen here. The only way this doesn't, and this ends up being SRG 3-1, is I think they get the Ling again, and somehow they just snowball out of it. Maybe the Angela again.
Yeah.
So there's got to be an answer there.
Yeah. I think I have to agree with Naisu. I think the only way it goes.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off there, but we have a content piece with Apex 47, so let's check it out.
Adım Furkan, nickname'im Apex47, 23 yaşındayım. Fireflux takımında dolaş rolünde oynuyorum. 2 yıldır profesyonel olarak oynuyorum. Aslında grup aşamasında ilk gün istediğimiz performans sergileyemedik. Biraz buraya alışamadık diyebiliriz çünkü zamanımız çok kısıtlıydı. 2-3 gün gibi bir zamanımız vardı. 2-3 günü yetiştiremedik. Ondan sonraki gün kendimizi toparlayıp daha iyi oynamaya başladık. Alışmaktan kastım aslında öbür takımların çoğu bootcamp yaparak geldi buraya. Çoğu takım Endonezya, Filipin'den geldi ama biz direkt Türkiye'den geldi. Herhangi bir bootcamp yapmadan geldik. Ya 2-3 günlük Asya'daki takımlarla oynayıp alışmaya çalıştık. Bize yeterli bir zaman olmadı bu. Ya biraz daha fazla zamanımız olsaydı ilk gün belki bizim için daha farklı olabilirdi. Bu sorunu nasıl aştık? Bu sorunu aslında güncelleme biraz bizim işimize yaradı. Bence EVOS takımı güncelleme tam olarak alışamadı. Yeni gelen güncelleme biraz işimize yaradı. Disiplinli bir şekilde oynayarak EVOS'u yenmeyi başardık diyebilirim. Biraz güncelleme sayesinde de diyebilirim. Bence Endonezya takımları güncellemeye tam olarak alışamadı. Ya aslında çok heyecan vesaire yapmıyoruz çünkü kaybedecek bir şeyimiz olmuyor. Öbür takımlar dediğim gibi çok gelişmiş yerlerden geliyorlar Mobile Legends konusunda. Biz Türkiye'de çok fazla pratik yapmadan geliyoruz, yapamıyoruz daha doğrusu. Orada yapabileceğimiz takımlar yok. Maçları kaybedecek bir şey olmama korkusuyla çıkıyoruz biz. Hani Sarcı rakibini çok tanıyoruz. Geldiğimiz günden beri de sık sık pratik atma vaktimiz oldu. Bana göre de Sarcı Malezya'nın bugüne kadar en iyi takımı. Onlara karşı bazı planlarımız var. İyi hazırlandık. Yani yenebileceğimizi düşünüyorum SRG'yi. Bence en önemli faktör bizim takım 2 senedir hiç kadro değişmeden beraber oynuyoruz. Birbirimizi daha iyi tanıyoruz. SRG rakibi takımı öyle çok uzun zamandır beraber oynayan oyuncular değil. 1-0 öndeyiz o konuda.
First of all, thanks for the update.
Thanks for the update.
Thanks for the update.
Thanks for the update. It really helped out Fireflux here. I mean, like, you got to take the good and the bad. According to them, they couldn't have a lot of practice time, especially in Asia, but the update helped them a lot.
Imagine if they had the chance to actually bootcamp together and play together. How strong will Fireflux be? The fact that they are not practicing as much as the Asian teams, they didn't even get a chance to get to the Philippines for bootcamping, unlike other teams that actually went to Asia just to bootcamp. This team is phenomenal despite them not having the advantage. So I'm scared if Fireflux eventually, decides to bootcamp in Asia and get ready for the actual tournament.
I mean, again, next tournament, M6, who knows, right? Who knows? But we're now in the pick and ban phase. SRG is going to be first pick. Fireflux is going to be on the second pick. And yeah, I was going to say something as well about them not having the practice time.
Yeah.
Maybe with how good they're looking, perhaps Turkey is actually a pretty competitive region because without training, they're this good, right? Maybe their own region, like, don't talk down your own region. It might be an amazing region.
I think that's why part of really what stuck out with me from the video there was that they've stuck together for 2 years, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a lesson that teams around the world that might not even be in these developed regions for Mobile Legends can take note of. Stay together even if you don't have the ability to go and practice against everyone else, but learn to play together, get that synergy down. And that's what we see so far from Fireflux Esports against, again, a team who right now stands undefeated for 100 days.
I guess the argument there is that
Ling Ban by
individually the members of Fireflux are actually pretty good. Like, I think that's...
And that's what we see so far from Fireflux Esports against, again, a team who right now stands undefeated for 100 days.
I guess the argument there is that
Ling Ban by
individually the members of Fireflux are actually pretty good. Like, I think that's... if you stay together as a team and some of you are already struggling, maybe that's when you can break up. But this team, they're actually individually really good. So that's what really excites me about Fireflux. And eventually that is going to be the Ling Ban. This is the draft configuration that SRG, I believe, will take the Luyi.
The thing is, Skies is amazing on the tank junglers as well. So I feel like even without Ling, he's not forced on the pick like Hayabusa or Lancelot. They have options. They're banning out the Valentina this time, and I feel like, again, it's very good because you got to give respect to Rosa because the playmaking capabilities coming in from this mid laner is truly terrifying. They should ban out the Luyi here. If not, I'm guessing they're going to ban out the Roger, and then SRG would just pick up one or the other. Or you want to let both of them open and ban the Moskov.
Yeah, Angela's still open too.
I mean, without the Ling, though.
Without the Ling, but like I think it could still fit into some compositions. True. Especially if, for example, SRG's plan is maybe to pick the Claude again for Innocent here. Okay, whoa, Fanny. Okay.
I mean, again, like I said, it puts Skies on the map.
Yep. So this is definitely the configuration that you first pick the Luyi if you're SRG. Or maybe not. I think knowing that Fireflux is not a team that actually prioritizes that, so maybe they can get Harith or Roger first.
I feel like they want to pick up the Moskov for Fireflux.
Oh yeah. I agree. Especially if Roger was the first. Actually, in both scenarios, Moskov looks good. So it should be in that.
I mean, they could go greedy and pick up Roger or Moskov, right? Forcing Innocent on the Harith. and then eventually picking out something like Aurora to fight back.
Yeah.
SRG is thinking hard about this one.
Yeah, as they should. But I believe if I were to guess, this will be Harith. Oh, Harith or Roger. It's going to be Roger this time. Fireflux, they're not going to be picking up the Luyi, so this could probably be Terizla Harith or Angela Terizla.
Oh.
Ooh.
So they want to go with Angela this time.
Okay, I love it. Yeah, in this scenario, with no Valentina, no Faramis, you go Edith instead of the Terizla. Makes a lot of sense.
So now having the Angela as well as the Edith here, does it make a lot of sense just for Fireflux to just pick up their, say, a Fredrin early so that they can actually pick up the tempo? Because again, that's their playstyle. The Turkish Delight, right? Moving together as a team and then eventually pick up something. Actually, no. If they don't pick up the Moskov is definitely going to get banned.
Yeah. I think they're the third pick Moskov in this scenario. Or maybe just the Claude. Good combo with the Angela as well, right? And so is the Claude. So this is what? Terizla and Arlet perhaps for SRG? Or Cho. Oh, whoa!
Nolan.
Immediate Nolan.
I mean,
immediate Nolan.
I feel like we haven't seen Nolan in a while.
One of Sky's here, and yeah, like we talked about, the Moskov gets picked up here. And so the general game plan for SRG, this is what they do when they have the Nolan and give Innocent the Roger, is that mid trio distraction. Actually, I should say mid duo distraction. Nolan farm like nobody's business.
Yeah.
Innocent waits for 2 items. After 2 items, Yums, get yourself low, get the enemy close to Innocent, and then Innocent is just gonna wipe them clean.
I think you ban Luyi now if you're Fireflux. Especially if you want to go utility jungler. The way I'm seeing Fireflux operates is that if they go Moskov, because it's very farm dependent, you pick up a utility jungler to go with it. Fredrin, for example, is going to be the case. Terizla is also another option if they do want to pick that up. But I'm thinking of a bold claim here. If there's isn't an additional crowd control that will come from SRG, this might be the last picked Leomord now for Fireflux because it has Angela. So that's that's actually a combo, and Fireflux they have been known to pick that up, so could be an option here. That being said, though, I think you still ban the Fredrin if you're SRG.
Just cover that base.
Yeah, cover that base.
Again, because part of it too is interesting alpha.
Yeah.
Part of it too for Fireflux, there's a Luyi is also just kind of withstanding some of that burst with the Nolan.
That's right.
Even most likely Nolan will just go ahead and farm up majority of the time, and then like LaFell mentioned, then you let Innocent pop off on the Roger.
Yeah.
So going some utility might work Fredrin. Whereas like now I feel like Fredrin's kind of like, I don't know if a 50-50, but he's definitely not as tanky as before, but he still serves the purpose, especially with the lineup, especially with the fact that you have an Edith here for Fireflux. But I would actually like to see the Leomord.
Yeah, Leomord,
Make it a little exciting, you know?
That will be exciting. How about a Tigreal for Apex 47 or a Grok, actually? A Grok is probably the safest choice here. And then put the Edith.
Alice!
Okay, yeah, Alice Angel is also a combo.
Oh, I mean, like Apex 47 said, they've played against each other before the knockout stage, so they know the hidden strats.
Oh man, I want the Leomord or the Joy. That would be great, but don't pick the Joy.
Open.
Yeah, Julian's great. Julian's great also.
Yep, there it is,
Julian.
Yep. Don't don't be too creative. Just go for the solid plays. Like it a lot. It makes a lot of sense actually.
You know what they say, right? Creativity kills the cat.
Creativity.
Yeah. There you go.
So cats are not creative.
They are.
They're just curious.
They do want to play the Kadita Johnson, right? SRG.
Oh, that's a little too creative. I don't know about that one.
Okay.
I don't know. If they
There's
do,
an idea.
It's my turn.
If
Wolf?
they do,
No.
sure, but I don't know.
Matilda Barretts though. Oh no, they need the mid lane for that. Kadita and Barretts, I think.
Vexana's still open. I mean, it's not great against Julian. Kagura?
Farsa's great versus the Moskov.
Oh, Aurora.
And
Aurora
Tigreal.
Tigreal.
All right.
It's a lot of lockdown. with the implosion, with a frigid glacier.
Yeah.
You have a ruby. You know, SRG is. This is a lot. This is a lot to cover here for Fireflux.
I mean,
Esports.
again, they need a very strong mid duo just to create chaos and give time for Skies to just out farm.
Yeah. Having said, you pick up a you probably pick up a very active XP laner like a Lapu or a how about a Thams?
Now that I think about it, SRG's draft, this is the draft that they've been using in MPLMY to get 0 losses.
Yeah.
0 game losses. I'm not sure if they lost with this draft so far. So now Fireflux.
Okay, CC maybe? For they put the Edith in the rope, get the CC.
Yuzong.
Alright, yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, for the casters, you guys have seen the draft. SRG, I kind of feel like they've gotten a very comfortable draft here, but Fireflux, picking up the Julian, Yuzong, Moskov, as well as this Angela, there's a lot of potential, and this is an S-tier draft coming in from both teams. And with that being said, Leo as well as Gideon, it's your turn.
It's a fire sale between both of these teams, taking some of the best heroes in the meta as we know it right now. But with Julian and the way that Fireflux have designed this composition, they could potentially bait SRG into unfavorable fights.
Especially how on fire TNZ was on the Amon. This is just a more in-your-face type of mage that can burst down SRG. Can they take it down the wire? Can we see this series go 2-2? This is the right match. You just came in at the right time to find out.
Well, let's get right into it as we load into the land of Dawn. Sparks are going to fly between both of these teams. It's going to be SRG on the blue side up against Fireflux Esports on the red side. They're going to have mirrored starts for both of these junglers. But keep in mind, right, the early game, a lot of it is on the shoulders of the roamers to try and create the space and to set up these big plays.
That's right, SRG, Yums, FF, Apex 47. Something to note, Apex 47, he's well built to actually run himself into Innocent and Sekais. So he's only really worried about Stormy because that's where he kind of just stops dead in the ice. All puns intended.
All puns intended, of course. Let's look at the emblems to see if there's anything interesting here. It looks like it's going to be common emblem into Master Assassin for both of the gold laners. So it's going to be pretty stale for them considering how they've been playing the game thus far. But really, we're looking at, as LaFell mentioned, the mid-trios of both teams, right? They're going to be going back and forth. And I want to see how creative Fireflux Esports are going to be against SRG to maybe bait them into a full combo by TNZ, or maybe we could see the big setup from Apex 47.
More than creativity, I'm looking forward to SRG's execution. They have to be very succinct. They have to be very sick guys going in, trying to steal away that small camp, and they jump onto him. Again, execution, it has to be on point. All of these flickers is essentially what made me say, hey, they have to be very careful. But no, even their vision, how did they not see that?
They didn't spot out Apex 47 walking into the tri-brush of blue side, and immediately they were making the call. And even Rosa flickering forward just to guarantee Puppet on a String to slow them down, to get the chain CC. No matter what, there was going to be a kill. But at this point, it just means that SRG aren't going to be contesting for this very first turtle.
And that was possibly worst case scenario, right? An assassin jungler gets drawn first blood on with relatively low stakes, and TNZ didn't even need to use Retribution. That means he can speed up his jungling rotation from elsewhere.
At this point of time, I would imagine if Fireflux wanted to contest for the purple buff, it is a possibility, but they need to take their time with this, right? They also understand that they need time to scale, and really the person who wants to push the agenda is Alien and Apex 47. Everybody else kind of has to wait for those two to really do something.
Talking about Alien, this is a classic Yuzhong. He's been playing this hero ever since we were introduced to him back in M3.
Yeah, years actually.
Yeah.
Years of gameplay from this guy. And now we look at the items and we see, honestly, not much of a difference here for the most part of it, right? The only person who got the kill was TNC, and he wants to scale up fast.
Oh, look at this. An early Thunderbelt on Innocent. Like, I don't even need boots, man.
Doesn't need it. So that kind of explains why he doesn't proactively trade against Sunshine. But once again, another fight. Oh!
Nice! The implosion onto Yums, the hard guard, the answer, trying to save TNZ, and he will walk away scot-free. Down goes the Kais. Yums, despite the amazing setup, does not have much follow-through. Fireflux still gets a kill on the way out. Sakai's falls again.
Honestly, unfortunate for Sakai's. Yums tried to set up the not today kid moment, but no. Great response, and not to forget the SOD coming in from Sunshine. The assist is always appreciated.
And because of that, it was a free rotation. He's able to just go back and pressure Innocent even more. Now Innocent showing a little bit of teeth, trying to stop Sunshine from pushing in, trying to take the waves as quickly. Wow, because of the rotations and because of the previous 2 kills on Sekais, Fireflux Esports now about 1,000 ahead.
And I mean, that's great, right? Being 1,000 ahead, but a majority of it is on this Julian, I would assume, and I would hope that it continues to snowball out of control for them, right? But that's under the assumption that it keeps going, all these interactions go in their favor. And until we see TNZ actually get that Holy Crystal, maybe even the Blood Wings, we don't know just yet, but we'll find out because that's Black Dragon form from Alien.
That's an early ult coming in. Now he's in Dragonoid form. One more implosion from Yums. There's a lot of damage though, forcing out a passive pop from Stormy. Sakai stealing it from underneath Fireflux Esports knows. And now Alien down at 5th of his health, healed up by Rose's Love Waves, but just the same, Selangor Red Giants able to breathe here, walking away with a major objective that they had no business taking.
Yeah, really no business taking, honestly. And even from maybe there is a lot of similarities between Gold and EXP laners. No boots coming in from Alien, just to rush down this War Axe. But now, as we start transitioning from early towards that mid game, you just notice that SRG, they're getting a little bit more proactive on their trades. The way that they're approaching these fights, trying to sneak as many objectives as they can. But more importantly, Innocent knows that he can win this matchup now.
Oh, Alien gets checked in for the Hearthguard. Cancelled there by Rosa. There's a turtle coming up in about a minute. I guess SRG now understand the tempo Fireflux is playing at. Like, nothing comes for free. Nothing comes as easy anymore compared to the first 5 minutes. Oh, the flicker implosion underneath tier 1. Shoving them out through the ult from Stormy. And now they shut down TNZ. Double kill for Innocent. Alien a little too late to save the show.
But at least he saves the tier 1. What a combination! Yums just walks up, flicker implosion. Let's look at the replay one more time, because once we see the pushback from Yums straight into the glacier, there's just nothing you can do.
It was a Euro step. Like forward and to the side, forward and to the side. That was amazing.
Look at that. Oveki even freaking out. Is like, yes, that was a huge combination. And Apex 47, to a certain degree, he's probably thinking, oh man, I might have let that happen.
I can't believe he got me like that.
Right?
In Turkish.
In Turkish. But man, let's look at the goal difference right now, and we're starting to see slight differentials here and there. Jungle, in terms of jungle gold, we see that TNZ is on top. But in every other lane, we see a slight lead in favor of SRG.
And that's slowly going to equalize. Slowly but surely you're going to see that, again, SRG now approaching a 2K gold lead. It won't matter that TNZ currently has a Holy Crystal. It won't matter that TNZ started with such a hot streak. Because eventually, if you shut down that Julian or you block him from what he needs to do, and you pop Alien early, you pop Rosa early, you pop Sunshine early, he'll be left alone. There's very little he can do by himself, especially from an honest angle when you see him coming.
For sure, for sure. That's why Yums is kind of like running at him, running at the Julian. It's like, come on, try me one more time. Do something about it. Comes to Black Dragon form, though.
And that is Alien running himself into 3. Popping the ult, the Purify ahead here. Still on Sunshine. He's good. Alien gets taken down. I hate to say it, but I did. And because of that, Sunshine's not even thinking of the SODs. Like, that's a lost cause in mid.
The Frigid Breath is just, it's so good, right? It forces everybody to just back away. Wait, hold on. Cram? Hey, is
he trying to steal it? I'm offended. Pulling them in. TNZ gets the ult on him, looking to take advantage of all these low HP members of SRG. Double kill for Sunshine. And they're going to keep going. Apex 47 traded out already. Could have gotten even more, but again, beggars can't be choosers. Fireflux Esports was fighting for their buff, fighting for their lives inside their own jungle.
Let's look at the replay one more time here, because again, so very close. The combo was clean. The hand slides were so very good, chunking out every single member of SRG's side. They should have been able to walk away with more kills, but this Aurora is just stopping them, just gatekeeping them from getting more.
Yeah, and I understand how TNZ did not force the issue, because again, his team has already suffered a lot in the past 3 or 4 minutes, so he doesn't want to be another member that they have to worry about. And he's a core here. If I'm not mistaken, Rosa's now taking the backseat. It's now all about TNT and Sunshine. They're the ones who need to fly.
Well, let's see, because now the Tier 1 turrets are starting to fall here. And tempo falling into the hands of SRG is a dangerous thing for both. If I learned anything from this game, tempo is so important for both of these teams.
Yeah, tempo and momentum. Especially can break it down. Apex 47, despite getting the ult in, gets popped by Sekai's Heart Guard and ult on the Alien, knocking him up. The tail whip, able to keep Innocent down, but not stop the implosion coming in from Humes. He gets popped by Rosa. Just the same, Sunshine trying to protect himself from Cram in the front lines, though Alien still going, gets a double melt, Stormy down, and Cram, can he save himself? Can he get out of here? The answer is no, not around 3 members of Fireflux Esports, and this puts the Turkish in such a great position to just burst down the Lord.
And now the momentum falls back into the side of Fireflux Esports. They can recover so much off of this first Lord alone. The combination of Black Dragon form as well as the Heart Guard just being so devastating. And I think that's Slango Red Giants, they gotta be real careful, right? Their battle spells is such a valuable resource. They cannot just keep forcing it. If they haven't learned anything from the previous games, Fireflux always bounces back.
All right, because of that shutdown on Innocent, suddenly the gold lead has swung back. There's about 2,000 ahead for Fireflux Esports. And what does that translate into on items? Well, number one, everyone is mostly ahead, right? Except for Sunshine and Innocent. Like you said, Innocent started hot, but Sunshine not dying yet, and about, what is that, 30 seconds away from Purify? Fireflux can just time that well alongside this Lord to maybe even start knocking down Holy Shields.
Yep, I mean, that's why they're doing this slow push. SRG, of course, they're prioritizing the mid-tier ones, but I don't think they recognize that that Fireflux are just taking their time with this nice and slow. They don't really need these outer turrets. They just need SRG to be caught slacking.
Yep, and trapped inside their own base. Deny them the resources in their own jungle. Lord makes contact with that tier 2 in mid. Sekai's cutting the waves, proxying it down bottom. And that is tier 1 cut through. And the flicker onward, or shatter combo, forcing Cram to back out of there. Flickering backwards, Stormy in trouble, Alien gets him. That is a dangerous dragon moving through the back lines, popping that tier 2 up top. And with that, all that stands are these Holy Shields in that tier 2 and bot.
That's a lot of momentum generated by Fireflux Esports off of one singular Lord. But now, so guys, he's on the run. And I think they made the smart choice by sending him over to split push to be able to just focus on 2 lanes. It's a 4v5 situation, and it's not much if Sakai's was around. It's not like he can engage anyways.
Yeah, and he did what he did to save that tier 2 down bottom, which might be the last bastion for Innocent to try and get some farm. And now he's in trouble. Oh, wow! Despite his... Oh! The shot got him on his way away.
The shot got him on his way down. I thought Alien for a moment had Warcry with how much damage he was pulling out there. Look at the replay one more time. Because that really beamed him down, right? You see him get hit by the onwards. The proc happens here, and it's already too late.
And the projectile for the shot didn't even really show because it was right on his tail. And now Cram is in trouble. Apex 47 taken out. Oh, the wrath of that turret. Holy Shield still standing. Keeps Selangor Red Giants base alive. Fireflux Esports out of there.
All right. So now the back and forth continues on between these 2 teams. 7-10, but SRG are pushed all the way into their inhibitor turrets. It can be a little dangerous. Wait, conceal play coming out here. What are they looking for exactly? What is the call? As they make their way towards the bottom side, maybe they were looking to catch the Moscow, but they have no idea where he is.
I guess they were just willing to throw it out there because there was no other play in the near future. In the next 60 to 90 seconds, if they were willing to, you know, put it on the line and say, conceal into whatever we bump into, maybe that's what it was. They knew that Lord was going to come through.
And it's a bit of a coin flip, but I would have preferred if they just held on to the conceal for when they want to actually approach this Lord.
Yep.
Again,
Apex 47 face checking right there. The Heart Guard gets the onward, finds Cram, SOD on the Stormy. Sunshine repositions. Oh, that's the implosion from Zooms. And now they try to stay in. The tail whip coming through. The ult from Apex 47 spent up. That's a lot of resources, both for the offense and the defensive retreat.
Yeah, but I think that SRG lost a little more here.
Uh-oh. Cram with the I'm offended, forcing Sunshine to get that Purify out of there. And I'll agree with you. but I need to see some conversion. I want to know eventually where this lands with both of these teams.
Man. Honestly, it's between Cram and Apex 47 who are just generating these plays, right? Like, Apex 47 is already difficult to kill, and he's almost on his way to an Athena shield. Arguably could even go for the Radiant armor, and I think at that point, it's going to be really tough to play. But at the same time, right?
Oh, no. Oh, you talked about Apex. All right, he's still alive.
Heartguard as well?
Oh! Here we go! The front lines brought itself to your face. That's Alien versus 2 or 3 members. And all this while, it was just to keep Selangor Giants out of there. Sekai's looking for the angle, looking for the steal, the front line. Oh, Innocent takes out Rosa. TNC secures the Lord. And now the fight continues. Sunshine's about to get clapped here. Down he goes. 3 for none. Fireflux get the Lord, but SRG walk away with 3.
How do these players keep track of what is going on? They were doing multiple things at the same time. Juggling for the potential Lord, having that team fight, trying to zone people at the same time, while having a completely different agenda halfway across the map.
Cooking some eggs, why not?
Yeah.
This Lord spawning is not going to help much. They are going to take this inhibitor, and they are going to melt it down. There's a huge wave up top. Add to that long list is managing the waves to ensure that there's permanent damage dealt to Fireflux Esports base.
I think they gotta call it quits here, right? They can't keep on doing this. That bot side is going to start crashing soon, and here comes the Black Dragon phone as well.
Apex 47 keeping a tab on a Cram. The SOD hits, the knock up, the tail, the hard guard. They keep going. Stormy goes down. Cram gets a few hits on him. Oh, Fireflux Esports, the backline is a little too slow. Yum gets the implosion in, makes it last a little longer. Tianzi takes down Cram, 2 for none. 3 for none, Alien takes down Yums. Innocent running from Alien. Innocent running from Alien. Another heart guard coming through. Can he get him with the love waves? Can he get him with the puppet on the strings? Sekai's on another part of the map completely. Innocent jumping through, but Rosa gets the puppet on the strings, and down goes Innocent, but only for a second longer lasting. Kenzie secures the kill. 4 for none.
I think it's 5 because they bought so much time that Stormy is back up. Yum's in 8, Crab in 5.
All right, Stormy in the back line here, forced out of there, cannot defend against this push. Bottom lane penetrated by Fireflux Esports.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I would have loved to see this for a grand finals match because this is high octane action here as both teams refusing to give up. I think that SRG earlier probably should have made the call to just give it up. Give it up. Top wave was already about to be cleared. There was a huge Lord and Power wave down on bot side at the same time. They should have known that the death timers are coming up and they're going to get chased down. But right now, Alien as well as Apex 47 making one hell of an argument for MVP of this game.
That's what makes this series and every game in it so far so entertaining. Oh, wait. Get the winner crown on here, plus the hard guard. Put in Tienzi. Oh, very close to death. Still alive, though. Gets popped in here. Innocent with the shutdown. So much spent just to keep him alive, only for him to die.
All right, there comes the reset once more.
Apex with the flicker in, no one home. All right, Fireflux Esports says, okay, not good. We got to regroup.
Yeah, I mean, the worst part in these types of very close series is losing your cool. You got to have a very calm demeanor, especially when multiple things are happening at the same time.
Keep it together, keep it together, keep it together.
Keep it together, man. And I think that Fireflux right now, especially for Apex 47, he realizes the weight that he is holding, creating these plays, creating the space.
Yep, he's a one-man initiation machine, and now that he's about a minute and a half away from his flicker, everything comes honest, everything comes right at your face, and he walks in that bush, forces a response. Sekai secures the Lord. Alien going hunting alongside Rosa. They do find the backline, forcing an implosion on the Yums. No one home. I mean, they're happy with that. No one died. The Lord spawns through mid. I mean, at least you know the solution. You know what you got to deal with. Defend first, and then start from neutral.
Absolutely. And I think that SRG, at the very least, they had a way pushing from that mid lane, something that Fireflux Esports was caught, well, unfortunately, slacking here as soon as they heard that the Lord was getting blitzed down. But here we go. This could be the beginning of the end here for both of these teams.
All right, massive wave in mid, another one up top. Stormy flickering on forward, popping the ult, and they're all set in place. Sunshine working on the Lord, SRG on the rest of Fireflux Esports, and Fireflux send them out. Sekai is with an immortality at about a 10th of his health. Yum's taken down by Sunshine. Stormy in trouble. Proccing that passive, gets hit by the tail whip on the back end. 360 Dragon move by Alien, and now Cram gets hit by the puppet on the string, knocked up and taken down. Alien and a double kill.
And now they've got a wave down mid as well as bottom side as well. Sakai's wheel secure his purple buff, but at this point of time, Fireflux may have an angle to end this game, and you can see them rush in for at least an inhibitor.
It's almost unnecessary, but that's all he could have done to at least stand a chance in defending. Fireflux Esports pushing through mid, pushing through top, and there's only 2 of them here. Mid lane gonna go down, pushing forward. Oh, I can't find the words because we're about to go to game 5. Sakai's taken down. There's a wave. Yoon's looking to push it out of here, but it's not going to happen. 2-2. The Turkish take us to 2-2. We're going to game 5.
It's a full match point here between both of these regions. You can see the relief coming out from Fireflux as well. Both of these teams fighting tooth and nail for every single moment. What an absolute banger of a game.
103. 103. Does it end at 103 or do we go to 104? We'll find out in the next game.
Oh my goodness, all of that because Stormy flickered forward and didn't hit his abilities. One simple mistake. With that being said, we'll throw it over to our analyst. Break it down for us.
You know what, we'll give this one to you. This is, so far in MSC, so far, definitely the best match.
I agree.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
For 4 games now, and we're going to a 5th one. Guys, like, what do we talk about this one?
Well, we've seen Flicker Implosion into Frigid Glacier, and then countered by Display afterwards. Wonderful usage of the enhanced range, and Rosa was so much on point with activating the hard guard, getting out of the hard guard, flickering in, going in for the ropes, for the... I mean, the skill level of Rosa on this Angela is phenomenal. But my personal MVP, Alien, my guy, I don't know how he's able to land all of these spells and how he's able to make an impact, but without him, this would be totally SRG's game.
Dude, Angela is mad annoying, man.
Yes.
like teams have not been able to use it to success, but give it to someone like Stormy, give it someone to like Rosa. Oh, they S-tier heroes.
And speaking of Stormy, like Gideon said, I was like, no.
Yeah.
Same thing. I saw that later on once we get towards the end of the game here, where, you know, Stormy goes in Flicker and is just off by a little bit with that Frigid Glacier and misses that. But this overall was just a great kind of back and forth between both these teams. And, you know, it's amazing because now that we have this and we're going through this best of 5, you're down to 1 game where you have to just leave everything on the line for it.
It's crazy because even our caster said it's going to be the beginning of the end for either of the teams. And at that moment, just like, it doesn't even look like that big of a mistake, but it was game ending.
Yeah.
Right? 3 people got knocked out, only living innocent as well as Skies. Whew, but going back into the game, we got to talk about the initial part. And Alien is actually the highest damage in this game, which rarely do we see coming in from the EXP.
Yuzhong. I mean,
Yuzhong, man.
Usually you're utility based, like you're a role player if you're playing Yuzhong, but Alien was more than just a role player. It's actually the great equalizer. I think he dealt the most damage in this game. Imagine coming from Yuzhong, he's super on point with his skill 1. Actually, all of his spells, like the Dragon Tail, the way that he uses it, the knock-ups,
the Furious Dive,
Furious Drive as well, and then the way that he handled the upgraded versions of those spells when you are in Dragonite form, like hitting 3 members with his Dragon Tail, right? Three of his opponents. I think Alien was so on point in this game.
Dude, honestly, like, what a series right now. Fireflux going up against Langway Giants, and Fireflux is 1 game away from being the first win against Langway Giants after 103 days.
Yeah, that's
right.
The
thing is, if I'm Langway Giants, if I would lose any time, this is not one of those times that I want to lose.
That, like, if Fireflux pulls this off, then that's already a big achievement on giving the first loss to SRG. And
Trading is overrated.
Huh?
Training is overrated. You don't
Training
need
is overrated.
Talk about training.
You don't need it. Just thank the update.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Yeah, thank the update. But they did mention that they scrimmed a lot, you know, in their preparation up to this, and that they had a couple things planned.
Yeah.
And it shows, you know, as the games go on.
And most importantly, discipline. I think I will really have to agree with what was it, Alien, right? That we was able to, or was it
Apex?
It was Apex 47. He said that the main driver for them is their discipline, and which we saw even in the games that they've lost. Even in game number 1, you saw how disciplined they were. Even in game number 3, where they had a really bad draft for defending, but they managed to still defend. I think that's one thing that Fireflux have developed, maybe because they have been playing so
For 2 years.
for 2 years. I wonder who's the leader here that's keeping them disciplined, or are they just really just determined kids that wanted to really prove themselves in the international stage, you know?
Well, for now, we got to look at our Sony MVP. And it's going over to Alien with the Yuzong. Again, the highest damage dealt in the game. And yeah, I got to agree. The Angela going inside of the Yuzong makes the engagements so that you can 1v3, you can 1v4. Even if you die, you're going to take someone with you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Yuzong already, just by himself, is already that threat, you know, to the opposing team. You pair it up with an Angela, and it gets even worse. And even some of the kills like this, he gets it with a Shaw Essence, right? Like, that alone is a big kind of cherry on top of already what Alien was able to do throughout the entirety of this game.
I don't know, man. At this point, maybe Angela has to go back to the ban section.
Yeah, I think so.
Right? It's
I think
so annoying.
Yeah.
6 KDA, 600% kill participation, but again, the most important number is damage. He dealt a lot of damage.
Last pick, Yuzong, which we did, it did come up. So what are the possible picks afterwards? They put the Apex 47 is Edith. Obviously, the composition that we saw coming out from SRG are dependent on getting in and out of the fights with this Nolan plus the Roger, and you have Stormy, which interestingly, I think they kept really good tabs on the passive coming out from the Aurora, wherein when they do commit to the Aurora, there's no more passive.
Yeah.
They're able to really punish Stormy afterwards.
I gotta say, like, looking at that game, I'm still figuring out what really happened. So if you can break it down with Bob, that'd be great.
Yeah, there are so many things that happened in that game, but this is the, I guess, this is the final clash, where it all matters.
Oh, this is gonna be sick.
All right, so Lord crashing down mid, and we can see that it's actually important to see that Rosa was spotted already up top.
Yep.
So he is in the line of vision, and I don't know if Rosa actually intended this to happen, that he purposely showed himself out there. But yeah, Bob unfortunately didn't have any more power. But basically what happened here was that Rosa revealed himself to Innocent as well as Humes, which prompted Stormy to go and flicker in. And unfortunately, that was the case. In Alien, look at his positioning. He also doesn't have the ultimate yet up until this point, right? So they're very confident. And one thing that maybe people don't realize as much is you have to look at the time during these sieges, this last Lord push. So this is 1738. Yeah,
minion times.
Minion timing. And minions will appear around this time.
Yep.
It will...
44 seconds, sir.
44 seconds, it will move out. So that is very important because that actually allowed Fireflux to not mind the Lord anymore. Not mind the minions, because the thing is, if I can just walk here, if you just point here, there's a base out there, yeah? So what happens is, all of the 3 minion waves will attack the Lord because it's very close. So that's actually what will happen here. So they don't have to think about clearing the minion waves. They can go on to heroes now. That is what Fireflux can do. So not only did Stormy kind of, I don't think it's a blunder per se, but you know, it led to one thing led to another. But the fact that the minion waves saved Fireflux as well in this game, that also we also need to talk about that too.
This is very intense. Like, I can say I have a lot of my friends in Malaysia, they're texting me, they have their socks up their nose.
Huh.
Yeah.
As in, like, from you just pull it up and then it's
because they're worried.
Yeah, they're
At this
worried.
point, they're worried.
Is that
very worried.
Is that what you do when you're worried?
Oh, you guys don't do that?
I guess we don't. Not in our part
I mean,
of the
we
world.
don't have socks in
Yeah.
the Philippines.
We were Canellas.
You know, that makes sense. But now, honestly, like, we gotta get inside the head of the players here, and we have a video prepared with you, so let's check it out.
Hello semua, nama saya Yums daripada pasukan Selangor Red Giant, role Roma. Pada pendapat saya, sumbangan tu kita orang semua kasih sumbangan. Kita orang semua work hard and train hard together. Faktor kita orang undefeated selama 100 hari sebab kita orang semua train hard, work hard, no sleep, no gain, no pain. It's a good thing for us sebab kita orang ambil benda tu sebagai motivasi kita orang dan kita orang akan bekerja lagi keras untuk membuktikan yang kita orang boleh. It's a good thing for us that peminat SRG dan Malaysia mengharapkan kita orang menang dan kita orang akan bekerja lebih keras dan mengambil trofi MSC. Berbanding dengan tahun lepas, saya rasa inilah new era saya. Saya rasa confident sangat dan saya rasa saya boleh ambil trofi tu dengan teammate-teammate saya. Kami SRG prepare untuk semua orang. Kami tak kisah siapa yang kami dapat tiba. Coaching staff kami telah mempersiapkan kami untuk melawan semua orang. Kami SRG fear no one.
Well, Yum said their coaching staff prepared them to fight against anyone. I hope they prepared them from going into a best of 5, now becoming a best of 1.
Yeah.
Like, this is very intense. It's very stressful. I do not envy anyone in this position.
Yeah, the pressure is obviously there. And again, because of the fact that this is just a single elimination bracket, you know, this is it's down to the one game here. So I'm almost expecting when we do get to the draft for it to be a little bit slower, a little more methodical, you know, and I think one of the big points is, again, this Angela pick. Is it just going to be banned out? Is the Ling going to come up again? You know, what's going to fall into place here for SRG or Fireflux Esports?
It's almost as if like the draft itself is like already a game in itself, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and I think the Angela is the game.
Dude, you know what? Here's
especially on Fireflux.
Here's the thing: if Fireflux win, Sanji can see the future, man.
Yeah.
He said 3-2 Fireflux.
He's already 50% correct.
Yeah.
50%.
He's 50% correct. If Fireflux win, he's 100%.
Yeah.
So if Sanji says they're going to be the champions, then you know what? I guess he's right.
Sanji's right.
Sanji's right.
Can see the future. Is that what happens if you pick the Valentina 4 times in one series?
Valentina can see the future. Not lore accurate, but at this point, why not?
Why not?
She has 2 dashes.
Yeah,
she has a lot of damage. She can steal your ult.
Maybe
why not? She can see the future.
Yeah, all that she needs to do is to look for someone who can see the future and then copy. Right?
Nathan. Time travel.
Yeah,
time travel. Yeah.
Technically, Valentina can see the future.
I like the Edith ban. Thank you very much. This Edith, man, I gotta say.
What about the Angela, though?
They can first pick it.
Ban the Angela, though.
Okay. My guess is if the Valentina is banned 3rd by Fireflux, I'm sure that they will be picking up the Angela. So this puts in SRG in the top spot. Although, this is the only series where you don't actually ban the Luyi against Fireflux. Or actually SRG. Seems like that is so far past 2 games. I think 2 out of the 4 games that we've seen in this series, they ignored Luyi.
They ignore the Louis. Yeah. Well, the fact that I guess, okay, that's good too. They take out the Ling. So if the Angela isn't banned, I think one of the Fireflux could also just take that again. But I think still we're going to see the teams prioritize even Roger, probably for SRG this time around, or
the only way I'm okay with them letting go of the Angela if they have a crazy pick like a Esmeralda. I'm not that crazy, man. Esmeralda, it makes sense. Put him in the EXP, put her in the jungle, doesn't matter.
Jungle Esmeralda?
Jungle Esmeralda.
I'm okay with that.
What do you get as your first skill, though?
First skill?
And if you're a Jungle Esmeralda,
I guess the second skill?
The Stardust Dance?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Valentina ban, Fanny ban. So now you're leaving the option Luyi, Angela.
Whew.
I would say Angela.
Angela ban.
Angela.
SRG hero cry. Dude!
Especially because the Valentina is banned already.
No, Stormy's already getting tired. Lack of oxygen going to the brain. He's yawning.
Is that what it is?
Might need a rock star.
Honestly, you will yawn if you don't have enough oxygen going to your brain.
Wow.
Is that a fact?
That is a fact. You guys
What
can
if,
you guys can check it out.
You don't have enough brain to get the oxygen.
Same thing. Same thing. Oxygen is oxygen is transported through blood. So either your body is not circulating the blood well enough, or your ability to inhale the oxygen is not good.
See?
Because of conditions of the weather, perhaps the temperature, you know, stuff like that can make you yawn.
You're very intellectual.
Angela.
It's open, right? Was that
Moscow
last
was the
ban?
bad. I do like the Moscow ban. I think Sunshine. So far, the past 2 wins that Firefox were able to get was because of Moscow.
Moscow, yeah.
Angela.
There's so much you can actually build. Like you can build so many different kind of lineups for Fireflux Esports if they just pick up this Angela right now.
Yeah. I concur. Angela.
I'm worried that they pick up the Angela and then later pick the Boxia. Whew, that's gonna be a hard.
There it is.
Oh, there you go.
There it is.
Oh.
Okay.
Start raising the socks, LaFell.
Oh my
socks.
my socks have risen.
Okay.
You guys asked me.
Yeah.
What else do you guys want me to say?
Yeah.
Nothing.
That's it. You go Harith Ruby.
Harith Ruby.
Yeah, if you're SRG, I believe.
So they don't want the Raji. Roger.
They do want it, but at the same time, like Roger, in many ways, you don't want to be the Roger if there's an enemy Angela because of the heal.
Yeah.
So you don't want to constantly eliminate people. At the same time, you're almost like there's a lot of damage. So I'd rather pick up Harith in that regard, or maybe actually, yeah. Okay, so Roger Ruby. Okay.
Roger Ruby.
Fireflux can pick up Boxia Harith. How scary is that composition?
Very scary. I do feel that if they want to pick up the Boxia, that would be. Is Terizla banned?
Oh no, it's open.
It's open. So do you pick up? I think Terizla.
Let's go Yuzhong again.
Ooh.
With the Angela. Same concept.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Same concept. Oh, that's
Imagine
right.
Baksha Yuzhong.
That is correct. So yeah, Baksha Yuzong. It's gonna be good. Or do you pick up the Claude now? So that they will make sure that Sunshine will have a great hero. Yeah, so Claude Yuzong perhaps for Fireflux.
Oh, Julian.
Oh, okay. That is
Julian Yuzong. I mean, again, both very.
All right, Julian Yuzong.
So they're instantly showing they don't want a
Yuzong's
tanky
tall.
jungler.
See that?
Yuzong? Yeah.
He's tall.
Last time I stood next to him, I was like his waist height.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When you were
So
next
it's like
to
two
Yuzhong?
Naisus.
Yeah.
Something like
It'd be
that.
about 2 buildings worth.
2 buildings worth. I believe you're stepping up the Terizla if you are SRG. Don't reveal your Harith, Roger, already at this point. I think it's much better if you kind of flex it. Arlet is also still open. That could also be a hero for SRG. And then they could last pick their Esmeralda, perhaps, you know.
I'm still thinking about the Esmeralda again. Like it's honestly a very risky pick. Very risky pick. They're picking up the Harith, so instantly showing where this Roger is, showing exactly where this Harith is going to be. The only thing that's still secret is this Ruby. Oh, I gotta say, I'm glad I took my meds today.
Are you gonna
Hey,
get a little nervous?
SRG, I'm a big fan of SRG. I think they're very strong. I think they're a team that can pull off the Roger Harith. But my God, it's difficult to play.
It's very difficult to
versus
play.
Fireflux.
Oh yeah, having the Yuzong,
man.
Angela, Julian. Dude, once the Julian has the Holy Crystal.
Oh.
The problem I see with it too is like we already saw this previously today is the Julian, man. Once that enhanced chains,
and
even on a disengage or an engage is going to play a big part of the Angela Yuzhong
That's right.
combo.
Oh man. So okay, so we're gonna be looking for your mid lane bans here for Fireflux. Faramis maybe is
Oh yeah, Faramis is still open.
Yeah, it's still open. Julian hates playing against that because your combo is just completely nullified. You can tank that afterwards. So that could be a hero. I wonder if Fireflux are also considering the Florian ban, because that's a good combo with Roger. Although is that something that Yums will actually play? Probably not, right?
I'm pretty sure in their thousands of days playing Mobile Legends, whether he likes it or not, I'm pretty sure he's practiced it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
So now the Faramis has been banned out, so good call on the Faramis ban. SRG, are they interested to ban another goal laner here? Perhaps something like a Beatrix carry?
Yeah, because that's Sunshine special.
Oh yeah, true.
I don't mean it's not a great hero versus both Harith and Roger. It's actually pretty bad. But at the same time, you have your all-star trigger, which you saw Fireflux in game number 1. Even if they lost, Sunshine played well. So that could be a point of consideration.
One thing that I have to remind people, whoever loses this one, you have to give over your key.
Oh.
And that's gonna get crushed. And I don't know if I'm ready to see that.
I already saw
I'm just saying.
I already saw the clips of Carl TZ crushing Falcon Esports earlier. And yeah, it's pretty intense.
That's intense for sure. Tigger ban, pretty good ban.
Perhaps, maybe? Oh, Louis. Oh, wow.
Last ban, Louis.
Forgot about that. Okay. So I think you pick up Minotaur maybe for SRG.
Does SRG want the Aurora again?
Oh, right. You're right. Yeah, that's although, all things considered, it was used in the last game.
It was good.
Okay.
Honestly, it was good. It was just that last play in the base.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like it really, served the purpose. It locked down so many initiations.
Lilia. Oh, I haven't seen Stormy play this hero.
Whoa.
I haven't seen anyone play this hero for a while.
Great versus assassins in general.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not actually great, but it's among all of the mage
playable.
Yeah, the mage choices, that would be good. So this also eliminates the potential for the carry altogether. Maybe just the Beatrix stuff for Fireflux, for Sunshine.
I gotta say, with this Lilia pick, SRG is really searching their hero pool here.
Really?
Grok carry.
Grok is great.
Grok is great. The carry, I'm wondering, playing into the Zombie Force.
I mean, again, this is like the last game of here. If you play this correct, I mean, like, if you play the carry very well, okay, yeah, give it to him. But it's difficult.
I wonder if they want to pick up the Kaja for SRG.
If you're going up against the Grok, I think Minotaur probably is the choice here for SRG. So yeah, well,
wait, what about the Cho? We haven't seen a Cho for a while.
For Yums. Right?
Yeah.
Unless they want to pick up unless they want to pick up Lapu-Lapu or Benedetta, which is actually Benedetta's great for SRG.
Just find someone that can go on to Angela, like
Masha.
Oh yeah, Masha. Masha's a good call, but I don't know if they'll use that one.
Oh,
a Florin.
This is a.
Okay, I predicted it. I don't believe that Yums is. If Yums plays it, I don't know. I mean, it's easy. It's just not a Yums special, I would say, but maybe they believe in it.
You know what, casters? I gotta ask you guys, what do you believe in, right? So that's the question of the day. We're gonna throw it over to you guys for the final match of the knockout stage for today. Take it away.
I don't know about you guys, but after watching this in the entirety of this series, it really makes you have some introspection in your life. Start praying to gods that you don't believe in anymore, because really, times are changing as we go into match point here for this best of 5 between two honest to God teams. Fireflux Esports up against Selangor Red Giants. Let's just get into it, because one team is playing way slower than the other.
Neither of us expected that SRG would revert to this, right? Now that we're down to a best of 1, there's a little voice in me, an optimistic little, 10-year-old Leo saying, hey, maybe this is the tempo break that SRG needs to, reset and get the better of Fireflux Esports. But Fireflux Esports, the way that they play, it's a good mix of aggression, a good mix of just leaning hard into your advantages, and just striking when your opponent doesn't expect it. So I don't know if passive is the right way to force a Game 5 win.
I don't know. I totally agree with you in that aspect as well. I feel like both of these teams play very similarly to each other. Huge playmaking capabilities, but at the same time, highly chemistry-based and adaptive on the fly. But if we're breaking down these compositions, it's all about maintaining control over this game, right? Fireflux, I think for the next 6 minutes, technically should have an advantage over these neutral objectives, and we're only just waiting to see whether or not Yums is able to peel, not only peel, but keep them alive for the rest of the match. No, this can't be first blood, right?
Sakai's leading hard into that, putting Apex down to a third of his health. Nah, not gonna happen. Nothing committed, nothing lost. Something to note though, that is a Grok with an impure rage.
Oh.
Been a while since I saw that. Maybe never.
Kind of wild, I'm not going to lie, but it looks like they're trying to bait this out, and well, Alien, he ain't falling for it. Great game sense coming in from him, but at the same time, 10 more seconds until we do see the very first turtle spawn.
Yep, they're denying Alien the stacks on his EXP, so that's gonna be first blood drawn. Sakai's means business.
Wow, utilizing that tempo, and all of this because they chunked out Apex 47. I don't know, this is starting to look kind of interesting here. We'll see how this plays out. They could still go for a turtle steal here with the Julian, but nah, they're getting zoned out.
Oh yeah, they give Apex 47 a little more to think about, while Sakai's just cleanly secures that turtle, keeping his retribution up too, so he can go ahead and use that to steal something away from TNZ.
Well, in the meantime, right, we're seeing that Selangor Red Giants are utilizing like the small bit of momentum just to stay on top of Fireflux Esports, constantly making that first move, constantly forcing Fireflux to respond to them accordingly, to man defense.
Yeah, who's passive now? They're saying.
Yeah.
In Malay.
In Malay. But it's surprising to see, right? At the end of it all, I do think that the most important matchup here at this point of time is to make sure that Sunshine is able to get to the later stages of the game, right? It's not the most favorable against the Harith, but at the same time, if they get left on an island, I think it's totally fine for Sunshine too, right? Just wait for the waves to come to you.
If anything, that's what Sunshine wants. While the rest of Fireflux Esports fights. Here we go, Alien taking that small fence brush and then going for the Black Dragon form. The pull, I am offended by Cram. I think Fireflux Esports knows now that they can't fight Selangor Red Giants. Not with the way that they've clumped up, not like this.
Yeah, and more importantly, once they see TNZ use a majority of his abilities, all 3 of his abilities as a matter of fact, that's when SRG has a short window to punish. And at the very least, they got the wild charge out, but there's nothing really to fight for at this point in time.
Oh wow, look at this. Sakai is going to steal away even the small camps from TNZ. And that's going to lead to this lead growing even bigger. Look at this now, 1,000 and change. And now look, they're cornering Apex 47 and Sunshine. Am I correct or something that they're just cornering Apex? Like they just want to take Apex down. Zaman Force committed already. Yums here, popping the blooms.
Oh, they gotta get out.
Look at this, Yenzi coming in from the angle. Apex still alive, the knockup. Stormy taken out. Didn't even get to use his black shoes or his Purify.
He wasn't ready for that. He wasn't ready for the counter engage coming in from TNZ's side. As soon as I saw him walking up, and especially considering that Yums was getting chunked out pretty heavily, just look at this, right? As soon as Stormy gets knocked up, instantly gets taken out. So, well done once again. Got to be very careful here. Stormy, he didn't use any of his resources. He still had black shoes. He still had Purify.
So that means this next turtle could be still 50-50. Better shape now Fireflux Esports is than they were in the first one. As TNZ goes contemplating, maybe I should get the orange first and then make a beeline. You see here, about a minute early, Sunshine goes for the switch up. Goes for that lane swap down bottom. Apex 47 pushed out of that fence bush. And Sakai's working on the turtle, working on the turtle. I think that's it. They made their piece. Not going to go for it. Wild charge on Apex 47, plus the flicker just to save himself.
But while all of this is happening, down on the bot side, full gold plating falls into the hands of Sunshine at this point in time. And I think that SRG, they don't mind this. Wait.
Uh-oh. Here comes Alien coming in. Full combo spin with a Petrify. No one home. Gets Yums. Alien draws blood. And they continue. There's the jump. The Lycan pounds. Securing that little wanderer is Fireflux Esports on the retreat. What happened there? How did he find Yums?
Yeah, he wasn't even like the main target. I think he just died as collateral damage, to be perfectly fair. I wasn't expecting that to be the kill, but hey, it works out for Fireflux Esports' favor. Now at least they're struggling for this tempo, this consistent back and forth, and not to mention that Sunshine is getting accelerated too. In the meantime, TNZ does find his Holy Crystal, and that's a very important buy because now he is a legitimate threat.
Oh, wow. Not just that, after that push, oh no, Sunshine's in trouble. Diamond Force dropped in here. Oh, Innocent popped in. The rest of SRG did not lean hard into that engage. I was just about to say, Sunshine's back. Like he pushed down bottom, and now I'm back.
And now he's back, and now they're going to take top tier 1 if this goes badly.
Stormy goes in with the black shoes, but ends up on the wrong side of the wall still. But he will keep his life. Every man matters for Selangor Giants right now, especially since Fireflox Esports feel their aggression coming online. Stormy still alive. There's the knockup. Where's the damage? Rose secures another Black Dragon form by Alien. Cordoning off 3. Gonna land on the other side of this wall, keeping himself and the rest of his team up.
Somebody is earning gold. Oh, they're just buying time. Interesting. So Sakai's, it has been power farming this entire time. He's trying to keep up with TNZ, but more importantly, he now has an EXP lead on him currently because TNZ has been caught up in so many of these engagements. That's what I was wondering. There was no reason for Innocent to dive so deep underneath the tier 1, and there was no reason for Stormy to actually respond other than to clear the wave.
Yep, and they did so that, again, Sekais can keep going, right? And that's why, even if they did lose that engagement up top, they make a beeline straight for this turtle, still uncontested. 100% of these neutral objectives going over to Selangor Red Giants, but it's the same play. This is deja vu, but Ujaved, because it's backwards. Up top, Sunshine gets another push.
He's doing, Sunshine is just accelerating so fast. Already has the Golden Staff as well with the Corrosion Scythe. He's 1 item off from his Trinity build. And again, I do think that Innocent, he's coming to a point. Oh, wait.
Uh-oh. Heart Guard checked in. Innocent crossing the threshold here, dropping that Zaman Force. All right, he's coloring in the lines. You see how he drew that river bush with the Zaman Force?
Fireflux are just ridiculous at kiting, man. It's a hive mind that you're playing against.
Yep, and this is a lineup, this is a roster without a Purify. So they're playing off of instinct. They're just going straight mechanics. And now the Black Dragon form plus the Heart Guard. Who are they gonna find? The Wild Charge on the 1! Stormy pops the black shoes, still has a Purify. Down goes Sunshine. Here's the late entry by TNZ.
Oh.
Down goes Alien. Can TNZ get it? The enhanced everything. Not enough to squell Selangor Red Giants. They get 3 for none.
Man, this is kind of crazy because now it's coming down to who presses their buttons first.
And better.
And better. I mean, it's 4-4. The score, the goal lead, there's barely any for SRG side. They need to convert this through structures, and they find one, bot tier 1, and even Apex 47 trying to delay the potential inevitable here in mid tier 1.
Uh-oh. TNZ gonna have to face the wrath of Innocent, and he goes down. Zaman Force underneath tier 1. Up top, that's Cram just working on that top lane tier 1 as well. Selangor Giants, even with small gains, they're playing a game of inches. They're really just making moves on the map.
Yeah, this is such a different playstyle. I mean, I've seen this before during the regular season, and they're just going to be killer AIs at this point, right? I mean, they're funneling a good amount of money into Sakai's, and eventually it's going to be handed over to Innocent as well. Keep in mind that since Florin is in play, Do is also in play, so he has extra punch for his auto attacks.
And that's what makes these all-in engages from Fireflox Esports a coin flip at best. Wild Charge spent in by Apex, answered by Zaman Force. Now the Lord has spawned. Here comes Alien. There is no Heart Guard. Oh, here it is, spent in, plus the full-on combo, down goes Humes! And they're still going. 2v2, make that a 4v2 as Cram enters the bush. Stormy still has his ult here. Oh. Can press it. Cram barely alive. And Innocent forced to back out. Fireflox Esports, they really didn't get much out of that except for Humes, but they have to respect the fact that Selangor Giants can still engage the conceal from Apex.
So guys should be able to get on out of there. But once again, they're going to start, like, SRG are going to walk back in once they get their ult back up just to take ground.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's going to be enough because battle spells are a bit, oh my goodness.
Alien popped. It's the same sequence that took down another from Fireflox underneath, and they're gonna keep going. Is that a stolen buff? Yes, Innocent takes it.
How annoying. How very annoying. But at the same time, it's still only just a 2K lead. It's not like we're seeing large amounts of gold being injected into the economy of SRG or even for Fireflox, right? Again, as you mentioned before, it's a battle of inches between the two.
Uh-oh. TNZ checking in on the Lord. Sees that it's a non-starter. And now Selangor Giants go from kill to kill, objective to objective. Innocent a one-man doorstop. Fireflux Esports cannot cross mid lane anymore.
And that's going to be the first Lord, and it's going to be knocking on the doors of Fireflux in just a little bit. Innocent with the Holy Crystal, he's so dangerous to be around. And I think that, unfortunately, the biggest problem I'm seeing from Fireflux Esports is that Apex 47, he keeps on losing his wild charge before the important fight. And SRG are forcefully attacking him.
Uh-oh, DNZ gets a taste of Innocent's blade. And that is going to be DNZ retreating.
Oh my goodness,
Alien in the back line. Even before he can draw a line, he gets taken out. That is a one-off. The folks in the Amazon Arena know what's up. They feel it. The end might be nigh. That's a push in mid. Tier 2 goes. Holy Shields popped in mid and bottom. Lord still taking that slow push up top, taking his time, and that's going to be the penetration.
Oh my goodness, wait a second. I mean, Fireflux Esports are just giving this away. They don't exactly have the greatest wave clear in the world, and SRG are taking full advantage of this.
If anything, they have pretty bad wave clear, abysmal at that, because they have to full-on commit. They're better at team fighting than they are at managing waves, and now all three lanes are crashing into their base. Silango Red Giants can smell it, and there's Crab with the ammo offended. Down goes TNZ, to the Salmon Force, double kill for the guys, and that's it. Apex 47, the only one left. Another wave. SRG continue their streak. 103 and counting.
This has been a marathon series, a beautiful showing of Mobile Legends in the current meta, and SRG have done it. That's GG, well played for our Malaysian representatives, but that doesn't take away anything from this Turkish squad. They are the ones you need to keep your eyes on. They are the ones that you need to keep your eyes for M6.
I'm at a loss for words as to how close this was, and I'm pretty sure a good chunk of SRG's fans thought that their streak was ending here and would have come at the hands of the Turkish representatives. But no, SRG moves on through the brackets. Thank you to Fireflux Esports. Always growing, always showing us something new through the years.
Every single time we see them hit the Land of Dawn, they continue to show us that you just can't count them out. What a beautiful series between both of these incredible players. Here they come, giving their fist bumps, of course, showing sportsmanship after what I have to say, one of the best series we've seen here at MSC.
I'll be honest with you, and I think I speak for both these teams. Both of them came in and expected close to what we got. That's about as good as it gets between these two world-class teams on this stage.
Yep, no tears going to be drawn by both of these teams. They know that they put everything on the line. Heart and soul. That's what we expect from our competitors. The top of the line, the creme de la creme.
You saw their journey in MPL MY. You were there for a majority of those 100+ days. I'm pretty sure even you, Gideon, had to think twice, like, oh no, could this be it?
I really thought it could have been it. I really thought that maybe we might see some weakness in SRG, but they got some heart here. And honestly, Fireflux, incredible opponents. It's bittersweet to see them go here, but congratulations once again to SRG. GG, well played. With that being said, we're gonna throw it over to the stage interview with Dawood Sandstorm and Mara Aquino.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 grueling matches in this best of 5 of the knockout stage, Selangor Red Giants keep their hopes and dreams alive, and they keep their undefeated streak alive as they take down Fireflux Esports. And we are now joined by Coach Becky as he manages to claim victory. That was an incredible series, Mara. Becky, that was absolutely incredible.
Coach, congratulations. Guys, congratulations. All of your fans are cheering for you right now. You've made it to the semifinals. How does it feel going through 101 days undefeated in a match?
First thing first, I'm really grateful that our supporters came all the way to Riyadh to support us. So round of applause to them. Thank you, guys.
It must be incredible, especially with the crowd, having the crowd on your side, I have to say.
Yeah, so we really miss being cheered every time we play something, because in MPL Malaysia, every time we make a play, there are drums, the environment usually very loud. So having them here really boost our morale a lot. Yeah.
I mean, definitely, I'm seeing like a little bit of your hand shaking as well. Like the jitters must be there, Mara. It's insane.
And what does it mean for you to go through all this way with your record unscathed? No one has been able to defeat you in about 4 months.
So, firstly, we did not expect that we will have such a strong, like, long win streak, right? So, really, I think this is the only way we could win MSC as well, because there's no lower bracket. So, if we were to win MSC, we will be the only team that win MSC without dropping any single game. Yeah.
You have done so well, and because of that, your opponent, Fireflux Esports, will now hand over their keys to you, Sakais. Now you can hold it proudly. Show everybody the key that you are about to crush.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens if you want to continue your journey. You have to fight for your life. You have to fight for every inch in order to make it to the next stage. And that is what Selangor Red Giants did in this tournament. And it has been one of the best series, like our panelists said, throughout the MSC and throughout our journey here at the Esports World Cup. Mara, what an ending to only the first day of the knockout stage.
How does it feel to be holding this key? Because this key is all yours. This shows your strength. You will crush this later on. It wasn't your key that's going to be destroyed. It's your opponent. How does this feel?
Actually, I feel really grateful because it is not our that gonna be broke. So yeah, we're grateful.
For me, I'm really thankful for Fireflux because they really taught us a lot in this series. Their playstyle was really aggressive, and then I think with this match we should carry their spirit as well, going to the next match, and hopefully we'll win it for them as well.
And speaking of, up next, you have a potential to go up against Singaporean NIP Flash or Malaysia's Homeboys. Which one do you prefer to see in the semifinals?
I think we're gonna meet Homeboys because they also want to repeat to fight us. We can say Grand Final, MPL, MY.
Let's see how that will go. Representing MPL Malaysia, congratulations, job well done.
Yeah, it was a very job well done indeed. And now you get to have yourself some rest and prepare yourself for the semifinals. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have wrapped it up on the Amazon stage here for the Esports World Cup for the MSC, where we're gonna head on over to our panelists to break down the grueling best of 5 series. Boys and girls, take it away.
I think you guys got to take this one. Like, I don't know how much my heart can take.
Hey, I saw you take your medicine in the middle of it, man.
Yeah.
You know?
This was a turning point. 8 minutes in, already Fireflux have been getting all the good stuff. Then there was a counterplay that Fireflux was able to do. Then for some reason, Innocent just says, all right.
It's over.
It's over. I get to decide, take matters to my own hands. I think he was able to get, what, 3 consecutive solo kills?
Yeah.
On almost everyone, and Fireflux really not prepared for that, for whatever Innocent is doing.
Honestly, it's crazy. Looking at how the early game turned out, Fireflux got kills. Fireflux was able to get the first 2 turrets of the game.
Yep.
And yet when you look at the goal lead, SRG is still holding on to that goal lead. And then once they were able to crack mid, that was game. They just controlled the game the entire time.
It's like Yums went down a couple times too, but I think part of this is just, really highlighting Innocent, man. Like, he's playing this Harith like he is the tank, he is the damage dealer, he is up front and everything else.
He's hungry.
He's hungry, but also Stormy on the Lilia pick, and you guys mentioned it, we haven't seen this often, but it still plays a part of getting these resources, these spells out, and then just, black shoes to safety.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, look at the reaction of the players, man.
That's why I felt like
you see 2 sides, right?
Roller coaster, yeah.
One's going to be happy, one's going to be sad. And one thing that I like what Coach Becky said is that they're going to bring the spirit of Fireflux throughout their entire tournament.
Yeah.
Because that was definitely one of the series of all time.
Yeah, definitely. And unfortunately, this carry pick is one of the picks of all time, man. I unfortunately don't like it. First game and last game, I decided against it, and then they still picked it up, and you see the results. Game 1 went a little bit closer. The Sunshine was just phenomenal. Even in this game, I thought that he was amazing because there was one time that he was already getting pummeled up top lane. He actually missed one lane, and then he still managed to even up the gold versus Innocent. But fundamentally speaking and execution-wise, you saw how difficult it was for Fireflux to utilize this kind of marksman. If they had maybe a Beatrix, you know, or a different hero that they can utilize in these team fights, it will be different. But unfortunately, it's just this carry that's gonna struggle in the end.
I mean, looking at the game style here, it looks like for SRG, their plan was get out of laning phase as immediately as you can. And they start out with the gank around the EXP, making sure they get to kill Alien first, win the turtle, and then they really focus on mid, right? Like Innocent abandoned his lane, Kram abandoned his lane, go for mid, and it's like no matter what happens, we can't let Rosa do whatever he wants, and maybe that's how they won.
And I think part of that too, and I hope, you know, we get to dive into this a little bit more, is the Florin pick, I think, also was a big part of that. Like allowing you to have that confidence. Maybe that was part of the confidence from Innocent as well. We know that we have the healing.
Yeah, I wanna get to that point as well. I think it was a genius last pick. During the bans, I recommended it should be a ban coming out from Fireflux because that's what I saw. I think the only reason why Fireflux did not ban that is because probably they haven't seen Yums play it.
Yeah.
It looks very basic, however. And they had a way to kind of dive it with Yuzhong. But you see, yes, you can kill the Florin with one combo from the Yuzhong plus the Angela, but that's two ultimates that you have to burn just so you can deal with Roamer that once he pops his ultimate, it's okay. He can actually die afterwards.
Yeah, it's like, oh, Yums, have you used your ult?
Yeah.
Just
my time.
See ya.
Like,
See ya.
what's that from Kung Fu Panda? My time has come. That meme. Yeah. Basically.
Either ways, dude, like, there's a lot. Like, this game went all 5 games. This sets up for tomorrow. Right?
Oh, yeah.
We saw today it was a 3-1 and then a 3-2.
Yeah.
What is up with this?
Sanji was 50-50, by the way.
Sanji is 50-50. You know what, Sanji? You get 50% right. I'm glad you're half wrong.
Does this mean I'm 100% now? Because I did say SRG 5 games, right?
You did.
Yeah. Hey. I'm not cursing SRG. Hey. At this point, I'm not cursing Malaysia anymore, right?
Hey, he did. What? No, hold on.
Oh, wait, okay.
They did just release the talent predictions.
Yeah, I predicted SRG, bro. Hey, I'm not a caster. I'm an analyst.
You know what? He's got a point. He's an analyst. He got it all right. Give him a pay raise.
Oh, well.
We can agree to that.
Gladly.
Right?
Gladly.
Give him a bonus or something, right?
Give him a bonus.
Yeah. Give him a bonus. It's like, you know what?
Thanks, LaFell.
You called it. It's like, here you go. Extra monies for this one. But at this point, I would say Fireflux, because I saw the predictions and Trex almost got it right. Trex predicted that Fireflux could be the champion, and that was such a close game. I feel like Selangor Giants having this undefeated run, almost getting defeated, that shows, like, if they had, like, I don't know, 2 weeks of training time, right?
Yeah.
2 weeks, that might have been enough.
Imagine if they had a chance to train in Asia, what they could have achieved. But
maybe they can for the next one.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Maybe. I think now teams or regions out there, or sponsors or organizers should look into Fireflux and see the value of this.
Most definitely.
Of this team. You know, they're really, really good.
I mean, one good thing is that 3 million prize pool, I don't know how much it is right now, but pretty sure Fireflux got a big chunk of it. But
yeah, that's right.
With that being said, honestly, this is going to be a very difficult topic, right? Who's going to be the MVP? Sakai, I would say Innocent definitely deserves that one.
I would say Innocent.
Innocent, right?
Innocent.
But it's incredible when you have a team that Innocent is well known for the Roger, but then Sakai is like, it's okay, you can give it to me. I can still do it well. But to be fair, Sakai's hands was shaking, man. Like, he was hella nervous.
Oh, think of the pressure, though, that game 5, you know?
He's still young. He's like 17, 18.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just the cold weather, you know? Or air conditioning.
Nervous.
It's pretty cold in here. Or there.
I'm shaking.
LaFell was shaking.
Yeah, LaFell was actually shaking and sweating despite the temperature in this room.
At this point, like, if my hair suddenly get straight, maybe nervousness can cure my hair.
Tomorrow it's going to be different, though.
Yeah. You know what? Here's the thing. We got to talk about the Sony MVP. You guys were saying he's innocent. And it's a guys. We got to look at the MVP here. And again, KDA 8, 73% kill participation. This is amazing coming in from Innocence. Like, you know what? Just because Innocence hero is Roger doesn't mean Sakai's can do it well, you know?
Yeah. That's great. Again, when you look at all of this, like they all played their part throughout the entirety of the series. Even when Sakai's was having trouble, they all rose up to the occasion. I think, you know, this last MVP performance from him just kind of paints the whole series as a whole.
Yeah. I think it all goes back to the draft. I did say that Harris plus Roger might be too difficult, but then this is SRG and this is Coach Arcadia. Don't ever doubt this man. Here you go.
Coach Arcadia is here. First of all,
guys.
Hello. Congratulations. After an intense best of 5, how are you feeling?
I'm thankful that we got the win, but I'm actually happy about the series win, but there's still a void in me. I feel like there's something that we were not able to do properly.
Okay, so honestly, this is going to be a very simple question. Do you know I have high blood pressure?
I didn't know that.
Well, I
He
do.
was worried.
That was okay. Let me just say, I feel like all Malaysians watching, they gotta know, because for SRG over 100 days, 103. I guess right now it's 104 days of win streak. This is the closest you guys got to losing a series. Like, does this shake up the team? Like, I would say the coaching staff, management. Does this make you guys worried?
Not really worried, because going to the game 5, I was really confident that we will still take the series. I just had to do a really wake-up call after we lose the game 4, because I believe the game 4 could have been an easy win for us. There were just lapses that I believe that it's because of us. It's us who made the mistake. That's why they were able to make a play. But I really felt that I had to wake the team up. Hey, game 4 was not that good. We could have ended it already. We could go 3-1 and then rest. But it is what it is. We just needed to reset.
Yeah, right now we're looking at the reactions of Fireflux as well as SRG. Can you give us a little bit of insight? After the Game 5 win, how was the players' reaction?
For sure, they were happy. They were happy that we were moving on to the next round. And it's just, but our mindset still, the mission is not over. We want to win it all. So for now, we will celebrate the win, but tomorrow we go back to the drawing board.
So what's the strategy right now? Because tomorrow you guys aren't playing. Tomorrow Homeboys is playing, NIP Flash is playing. So are you guys gonna, I don't know, scrim, just play rank, or are you guys gonna rest and watch the games?
For sure, we're gonna train. I'm just not sure if we can scream anymore because because most of the teams, right, there were teams that get eliminated. So might be hard for us, but for sure we're gonna train because we don't want to rest. We just want to improve every day.
Coach, I have a question. What was the hardest thing about Fireflux Esports? Because this is the team that has really brought you guys to the distance. So what was the most difficult thing about this squad here from Turkey?
I believe this team, the Fireflux, they're very aggressive. Every time that they have, they know the conditions that they will take the war and take the team fight. But if you would ask me who's the standout, I believe Rosa is kind of good.
Oh yeah.
And speaking of standouts, I wonder who stepped up in your team right now for MSC, and of course the 103 days now, the streak that you have. Who from your team, or maybe your coaching staff, maybe from management or whoever, who actually stepped up and that allowed the SRG to dominate like this?
In my opinion, I think it's everybody's effort, everybody's collective effort.
Okay.
Because after losing the game, we talk as a team and we try to correct what are the things that we can correct as a team. So I think it's really a collective effort of the team.
Beautiful.
Now I do have to say, at least for now, Malaysia is already top 4. Tomorrow, if Homeboys wins, then Malaysia is going to be top 2. It has been a while since Malaysia has had this achievement. How would you feel bringing this huge victory over to Malaysia, which they have not felt for a very, very long time?
I think for sure it's gonna be it's a great pride to bring our Selangor Red Giants in getting this trophy. But at the same time, we're also motivated as well with all of their support. So for sure, it's gonna be a great glory for us. Yep.
Now, honestly, I feel like the question that everyone really wants to know, if you guys are gonna end up going to the grand finals, fighting against either TLPH, Falcons, AP Brand, or See You Soon, how confident are you guys, especially after the game today? How confident are you guys going into that best of 7?
Going into this tournament, we know that whatever happens, we go to the grand finals, we go to our do or die game. We're just really confident because we believe that at this point, we have actually nothing to lose because if you would think at it really clearly about us, we're just a new team. Yeah. So we just really just go all out on every game, no pressure. So we just go with the flow. Let's go.
It's honestly
nice.
It's crazy how someone with a 103-day win streak is saying like, we have nothing to lose. It's all fine. But right now, honestly, we want to know what the audience thinks. So we're gonna look at the STC predictions to see where the audience was at. 85% went to Selangor Red Giants. 50% went to Fireflux. I would say this spread doesn't show how intense that match was.
Yeah, it doesn't, because you would think based off the audience prediction, it's one-sided. But that was a hell of a match, man. I got to say, so far throughout all our MC, best match hands down.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only reason why it was just 15% is because the region is still developing, right?
Yeah.
For Turkey. I'm sure that after seeing Fireflux perform that way, people will now think differently about like when they're betting against.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Now we saw Sakai's hands shaking a bit. Like during the interview with Mara as well as Sandstorm, Veki was the one holding the mic, answering the questions, and it does look like Sakai's was shook. Besides Sakai's, is there any other players that after the game, even though they're happy, they're celebrating, but they're like, oh my god, I was so close?
Oh, I didn't notice the body language that much, but I expect it that we will have some jitters going into the stage because it's most of our players first international major experience. So I just talked to them that just try to make sure that this experience is really good for us. Yeah.
Speaking of good experiences, how about we see a few keys getting crushed?
Oh.
I don't know about
There we
that
go.
segue, but we got the key crushing video here. It's not just for Fireflux.
Oh, it's from earlier too.
It's from earlier as well.
Ooh. Oh, man.
So we're gonna start with Carl Teasy crushing Falcon's key. And I don't know, Coach, what do you think about the losing team handing over their keys to the winning team? Like, that's pretty brutal.
I'm not sure if I can say this word. It's like toxic fun.
Toxic fun. It's toxic fun.
Yeah,
All right.
Now we're looking at Stormy putting in the key for Fireflux. And let me just say, if this was our key,
I don't know if you'd be talking, man.
Yeah.
I think Wolf would have to take over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like, hey Wolf, how do you feel about being the host? You know, like maybe you have to.
Yeah. I mean, I think after witnessing that, I think anybody deserves it, you know? After, I think, you know, especially the best of 5 match that went 5 games, and then everybody was, you know, even when they're losing, they're trying to win. Everybody's trying to win. The better team gets out of it alive. I think they deserve some toxic fun after.
Yep, toxic fun.
Let me just say, Coach Arcadia, I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you also. Thank you.
Thank you for winning, you know. Right? And thank you for the interview, of course. Right now, you can look at the camera. And is there anything that you want to say to everyone watching?
Okay, I just want to say thank you to all of our fans, to all of our family and loved ones, and to all of our bosses and management. So thank you for supporting us, and we will do our best in this tournament. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There you go. That's Coach Arcadia. And after this, we're going to be looking at the brackets as well, because we got to look at the movement coming in. Now we're looking at the brackets, and as you guys see, Liquid Echo has proceeded to the semifinals. The same can be said with Selangor Red Giants. And tomorrow, we'll see who will be matching up against Liquid Echo and who will be matching up against Selangor Red Giants.
I'm going to ask you real quick, Lafell. Jumping to the second, I believe it is the second match. Are you worried for Homeboys tomorrow?
I'd be lying if I said I'm confident.
Okay.
That doesn't answer
it, man.
That doesn't answer the question. I will read your expression right now. to all of the people watching us right
Yeah.
now, yes, LaFell is scared.
He's worried.
Yes, we're
He's
looking
worried.
at tomorrow's schedule. We're going to start with Falcons AB Brand going up against See You Soon. Afterwards, it is going to be NIP Flash going up against Homeboys. And if anything that happens for today is going to translate for tomorrow, there's not going to be a sweep. I don't, at this point, I don't
Yeah.
believe in sweep. And we got to look at the club championship ranking as well. Team Falcons is up there, number 1, as well as T1, both with, oh wait, actually Team Falcons has 1,060 points and T1 has 1,000.
Okay. Unfortunately, so like
Team Liquid could jump up there. If,
exactly.
Team Liquid as well, Team Falcons.
How much is a championship?
Championship is 1,000. I believe.
1,000.
I think it's 1,000 points for
Wow. Well,
because Team Falcons won.
Yeah, won the different game. Yeah.
Man.
Here's the thing. I also just want to say, like, we're going to talk about Battle Within because you saw the AA mod with the Soul Vessel Skin series. AA mod and Vessel of Deceit, as well as, you guys didn't see it, but Hanabi Vessel of Rage skins are now available. Make sure you guys grab them because they're only going to be available until the August of 5th. So make sure you guys get these awesome skins now. For the first draw, it's 50% off every single day. And a permanent Soul Vessel series item is guaranteed in the first 10 draws. So make sure you guys grab them now. Speaking of which as well, we got to talk about the MSC project. Project Next Update is live. Discover the fresh excitement of equipment evolution and enjoy a revitalized, thrilling gameplay. Jump in now for a more dynamic and fun battle experience. And let me just say that last series was a fun battle experience.
It was. And, you know, I think more and more as we kind of get through these knockout stages, I hope to see more of these games where we have these 5-game full series that are neck and neck.
And now for you guys at home, we got to ask, what do you guys think about our broadcast? Because this is going to be the QR code. Make sure you guys give me your thoughts because your opinion matters. Let us know how else we can improve the broadcast to make sure that you guys are having fun from the knockout stage all the way to the grand finals. And for now, I do have to say, Naisu, thank you very much for your service for today. Wolf, thank you very much for your service. And our casters as well. Leo, as well as Gideon, you guys did an amazing job. My name is Afel. That's it for us for today. Join us for tomorrow. But for now, enjoy the Kidia Play of the Day. Let's talk. Yeah, I mean, like, again, just rewinding back the entire day for today.
Yeah.
Honestly, I honestly thought the first year's the day is going to be a 3-0.
Okay, I actually I concur. I did too, but I'm glad we got the 4 games out of it.
I hope tomorrow is a 3-5 for the first series.
3-5.
3-5. Wow.
3-5.
Quick math.
3-2.
I was going to say, quick math.
Yeah. And then obviously the second match, it's a lot of hype surrounding around that. Very excited about that as well, knowing that it's just going to be close as versus Fireflux. But today, interestingly, we've seen like 3 games in the Valentina, 3 games in the Akai.
Yeah.
And the Ling.
So I would say for Team Liquid PH, I think their idea is to not reveal our hand too much. This will be a long tournament.
It's a marathon.
You know what I'm happy about, though, guys?
What are you happy about?
Is that we're here in the knockouts, and we're still seeing unique heroes picked up.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's still happening. I wonder what we're going to end at by the grand final. Hanabi.
Honestly, I feel like we can hit that 80.
Yeah, I think so.
Right? 80 unique
I
hero
agree.
picks. Just 3 more. Maybe something crazy in the jungle.
Yeah.
But either ways, you guys are watching the Kadia Play of the Day. And again, this is a roller coaster of emotions. Slangway Giants going up against Fireflux. This is going down as one of the games of all time.
For sure. Absolutely going to be remembered. This is canon. You can see that Angela plus Yuzhong, super duper strong. You see SRG with Innocent with that Harith gameplay. For sure, you will remember that. There's always this highlight play that for every tournament that you will never forget. And I think that the chain of events that led to this, especially with what Innocent was able to do with the Harith, I think that will stick, that will live in my head rent-free for quite a while.
Again, I think the theme of the day, the rising regions here, this was definitely from Fireflux.
Well, with that being said, thank you everyone for today. We're going to see each other tomorrow. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Just like you and me finding our time to shine, leave doubts far behind. It's our time to show how far we can go. Though they may not see, we're sure what we can be. It's on you and for me, just wait and you'll see. It's our time to show the world who we are. It's our time to shine, we are the rising stars. Our time to shine it. Yeah!
You are not the first. Those who sought to seal us in this prison found their souls ripped asunder.